Chapter 9 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Harrell. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 9. Both the world and the church were now again reduced to a family, the family of Noah, of the affairs of which this chapter gives us an account, of which we are the more concerned to take cognizance, because from this family we are all descendants. Here is, number 1, the covenant of providence settled with Noah and his sons, verses 1 through 11. In this covenant, number 1, God promises them to take care of their lives, so that, first, they should replenish the earth, verses 1-7. Second, they should be safe from the insults of the brute creatures which should stand in awe of them, verse 2. Third, they should be allowed to eat flesh for the support of their lives, only they must not eat blood, verses 3 and 4. Fourth, the world should never be drowned again, verses 8 through 11. Number 2, God requires of them to take care of one another's lives and of their own, verses 5 and 6. Second, the seal of that covenant, namely the rainbow, verses 12 through 17. Third, a particular passage of story concerning Noah and his sons, which occasioned some prophecies that related to after times. First, Noah's sin and shame, verses 20 and 21. Second, Ham's impudence and impiety, verse 22. Third, the pious modesty of Shem and Japheth, verse 23. Fourth, the curse of Canaan and the blessing of Shem and Japheth, verses 21 through 27. And fourth, the age and death of Noah, verses 28 and 29. The blessing of Noah and his sons, B.C. 2348. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man. At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. We read in the close of the foregoing chapter the very kind things which God said in his heart concerning the remnant of mankind which was now left to be the seed of a new world. Now, here we have these kind things spoken to them. In general, God blessed Noah and his sons, verse 1. That is, he assured them of his good will to them and his gracious intentions concerning them. This follows from what he said in his heart. Note, all God's promises of good flow from his purposes of love and the counsels of his own will. See Ephesians 1:11 and 3:11, and compare Jeremiah 29:11. I know the thoughts that I think towards you. Reread chapter 8, verse 20, how Noah blessed God by his altar and sacrifice. Now here we find God blessing Noah. Note, God will graciously bless, that is, do well for those who sincerely bless, that is, speak well of him. Those that are truly thankful for the mercies they have received take the readiest way to have them confirmed and continued to them. Now here we have the Magna Carta, the great charter of this new kingdom nature which was now to be erected and incorporated, the former charter having been forfeited and seized. First, the grants of this charter are kind and gracious to men. Here is 1. A grant of lands of vast extent, and a promise of a great increase of men to occupy and enjoy them. The first blessing is here renewed. Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, verse 1. And repeated, verse 7, for the race of mankind was, as it were, to begin again. Now, first, God sets the whole earth before them, tells them it is all their own, while it remains to them and their heirs. Note, the earth God has given to the children of man for a possession and a habitation. Psalm 115, verse 16. Though it is not a paradise, but a wilderness, rather, yet it is better than we deserve. Blessed be God, if it is not hell. 2. He gives them a blessing, by the force and virtue of which mankind should be both multiplied and perpetuated upon earth, so that in a little time all the habitable parts of the earth should be more or less inhabited. And though one generation should pass away, yet another generation should come, while the world stands, so that the stream of human race should be supplied with a constant succession, and run parallel with the current of time, till both should be delivered up together into the ocean of eternity. Though death should still reign, and the Lord still be known by his judgments, yet the earth should never again be dispeopled as now it was, but still replenished. Acts 17, verses 24 through 26. Second, a grant of power over the inferior creatures. Verse 2. He grants, 1. A title to them. Into your hands they are delivered, for your use and benefit. 2. A dominion over them, without which the title would avail little. The fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast. This revives a former grant, chapter 1, verse 28, only with this difference, that man in innocence ruled by love, fallen man rules by fear. Now this grant remains in force, and thus far we have still the benefit of it. 1. That those creatures which are in any way useful to us are reclaimed, and we use them either for service or food, or both, as they are capable. The horse and ox patiently submit to the bridle and yoke, and the sheep is dumb before both the shearer and before the butcher, for the fear and dread of man are upon them. Second, those creatures that are in any way hurtful to us are restrained, so that, though now and then man may be hurt by some of them, they do not combine together to rise up in rebellion against man, else God could by these destroy the world as effectually as he did by a deluge. It is one of God's sore judgments. Ezekiel 14:21. What is it that keeps wolves out of our towns and lions out of our streets, and confines them to the wilderness, but this fear and dread? Nay, some have been tamed. James 3:7. Third, a grant of maintenance and subsistence. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Verse 3. Hitherto, most think, man had been confined to feed only upon the products of the earth, fruits, herbs, and roots, and all sorts of corn and milk. So was the first grant, chapter 1, verse 29. But the flood, having perhaps washed away much of the virtue of the earth, and so rendered its fruits less pleasing and less nourishing, God now enlarged the grant, and allowed man to eat flesh, which perhaps man himself never thought of till now that God directed him to it, nor had any more desire to than a sheep has to suck blood like a wolf. But now man is allowed to feed upon flesh, as freely and safely as upon the green herb. Now here see, 1, that God is a good master, and provides not only that we may live, but that we may live comfortably in his service, not for necessity only, but for delight. 2, that every creature of God is good and nothing to be refused. 1 Timothy 4:4. Afterwards, some meats that were proper enough for food were prohibited by the ceremonial law, but from the beginning, it seems, it was not so, and therefore is not so under the gospel. Second, the precepts and provisions of this character are no less kind and gracious, and instances of God's good will to man. The Jewish doctors speak so often of the 7 precepts of Noah, or of the sons of Noah, which they say were to be observed by all nations, that it may not be amiss to set them down. The first against the worship of idols, the second against blasphemy and requiring to bless the name of God, the third against murder, the fourth against incest and all uncleanness, the fifth against theft and rapine, the sixth requiring the administration of justice, the seventh against the eating of flesh with the life. These the Jews require the observance of from the proselytes of the gate. But the precepts here given all concern the life of man. 1. Man must not prejudice his own life by eating that food which is unwholesome and prejudicial to his health. Verse 4. Flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, that is, raw flesh, shall you not eat, as the beasts of prey do. It was necessary to add this limitation to the grant of liberty to eat flesh, lest, instead of nourishing their bodies by it, they should destroy them. God would hereby show, 1, that though they were lords of the creatures, yet they were subjects to the Creator, and under the restraints of His law. 2, that they must not be greedy and hasty in taking their food, but stay the preparing of it, not like Saul's soldiers, 1 Samuel 14:32, not riotous eaters of flesh, Proverbs 23:20. 3, that they must not be barbarous and cruel to the inferior creatures. They must be lords, but not tyrants. They might kill them for their profit, but not torment them for their pleasure, nor tear away the member of a creature while it was yet alive, and eat that. 4, that during the continuance of the law of sacrifices, in which the blood made atonement for the soul, Leviticus 17:11, signifying that the life of the sacrifice was accepted for the life of the sinner, blood must not be looked upon as a common thing, but must be poured out before the Lord, 2 Samuel 23:16, either upon his altar or upon his earth. But now that the great and true sacrifice has been offered, the obligation of the law ceases with the reason of it. 2. Man must not take away his own life. Your blood of your lives will I require. Verse 5. Our lives are not so our own as that we may quit them at our own pleasure, but they are God's, and we must resign them at His pleasure. If we in any way hasten our own debts, we are accountable to God for it. 3. The beast must not be suffered to hurt the life of man. At the hand of every beast will I require it. To show how tender God was of the life of man, though He had lately made such destruction of lives, He will have the beast put to death that kills a man. This was confirmed by the law of Moses, Exodus 21:28, and I think it would not be unsafe to observe it still. Thus God showed His hatred of the sin of murder, that men might hate it the more, and not only punish, but prevent it. And see Job 5:23. 4. Willful murderers must be put to death. This is the sin which is here designed to be restrained by the terror of punishment. 1. God will punish murderers. At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. That is, I will avenge the blood of the murdered upon the murderer. 2 Chronicles 24:22. When God requires the life of man at the hand of him that took it away unjustly, the murderer cannot render that, and therefore must render his own in lieu of it, which is the only way left of making restitution. Note, the righteous God will certainly make inquisition for blood, though men cannot or do not. One time or other, in this world or in the next, He will both discover concealed murders, which are hidden from man's eye, and punish avowed and justified murders, which are too great for man's hand. 2. The magistrate must punish murderers. Verse 6. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, whether upon a sudden provocation or having premeditated it, for rash anger is heart murder, as well as malice prepense. Matthew 5:21 and 22. By man shall his blood be shed, that is, by the magistrate, or whoever is appointed or allowed to be the avenger of blood. There are those who are ministers of God for this purpose, to be a protection to the innocent, by being a terror to the malicious and evildoers, and they must not bear the sword in vain. Romans 13:4. Before the flood, as it should seem by the story of Cain, God took the punishment of murder into his own hands. But now he committed this judgment to men, to masters of families at first, and afterwards to the heads of countries, who ought to be faithful to the trust reposed in them. Note, willful murder ought always to be punished with death. It is a sin which the Lord would not pardon in a prince, 2 Kings 24:3 and 4, and which therefore a prince should not pardon in a subject. To this law there is a reason annexed. For in the image of God made he man at first. Man is a creature dear to his Creator, and therefore ought to be so to us. God put honor upon him. Let us not then put contempt upon him. Such remains of God's image are still even upon fallen man, as that he who unjustly kills a man defaces the image of God and does dishonor to him. When God allowed men to kill their beasts, yet he forbade them to kill their slaves, for these are of a much more noble and excellent nature, not only God's creatures, but his image. James 3:9. All men have something of the image of God upon them, but magistrates have, besides, the image of his power, and the saints the image of his holiness, and therefore those who shed the blood of princes or saints incur a double guilt. God's covenant with Noah, B.C. 2347. And God spake unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you, neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. Here is, first, the general establishment of God's covenant with this new world, and the extent of that covenant. Verses 9 and 10. Here observe, 1, that God is graciously pleased to deal with man in the way of a covenant, wherein God greatly magnifies his condescending favor, and greatly encourages man's duty and obedience as a reasonable and gainful service. 2, that all God's covenants with man are of his own making. I, behold, I. It is thus expressed both to raise our admiration, behold, and wonder that though God be high, yet he has this respect to man, and to confirm our assurances of the validity of the covenant. Behold and see, I make it, that I am faithful and able to make it good. 3, that God's covenants are established more firmly than the pillars of heaven or the foundations of the earth, and cannot be disannulled. 4, that God's covenants are made with the covenanters and with their seed. The promise is to them and their children. 5, that those may be taken into covenant with God and receive the benefits of it, who are yet not capable of restipulating or giving their own consent. For this covenant is made with every living creature, every beast of the earth. Second, the particular intention of this covenant. It was designed to secure the world from another deluge. There shall not any more be a flood. God has drowned the world once, and still it was as filthy and provoking as ever, and God foresaw the wickedness of it, and yet promised he would never drown it any more. For he deals not with us according to our sins. It is owing to God's goodness and faithfulness, not to any reformation of the world, that it has not often been deluged, and that it is not deluged now. As the old world was ruined to be a monument of justice, so this world remains to this day a monument of mercy, according to the oath of God, that the waters of Noah should no more return to cover the earth. Isaiah 54:9. This promise of God keeps the sea and clouds in their decreed place, and sets them gates and bars. Hitherto they shall come. Job 38, verses 10 and 11. If the sea should flow but for a few days, as it does twice every day for a few hours, what desolation it would make! And how destructive would the clouds be, if such showers as we have sometimes seen were continued long! But God, by flowing seas and sweeping rains, shows what he could do in wrath, and yet, by preserving the earth from being deluged between both, shows what he can do in mercy, and will do in truth. Let us give him the glory of his mercy in promising and of his truth in performing. This promise does not hinder 1. But that God may bring other wasting judgments upon mankind. For though he has here bound himself not to use this arrow any more, yet he has other arrows in his quiver. 2. Nor but that he may destroy particular places and countries by the inundations of the sea or rivers. 3. Nor will the destruction of the world at the last day by fire be any breach of his promise. Sin which drowned the old world will burn this. And God said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. Articles of agreement among men are usually sealed, that the covenants may be the more solemn, and the performances of the covenants the more sure, to mutual satisfaction. God, therefore, being willing more abundantly to show to the heirs of promise the immutability of his counsels, has confirmed his covenant by a seal, Hebrews 6:17, which makes the foundations we build on stand sure, 2 Timothy 2:19. The seal of this covenant of nature was natural enough. It was the rainbow, which, it is likely, was seen in the clouds before, when second causes concurred, but was never a seal of the covenant till now, that it was made so by a divine institution. Now, concerning this seal of the covenant, observe. First, this seal is affixed with repeated assurances of the truth of that promise of which it was designed to be the ratification. I do set my bow in the cloud. Verse 13. It shall be seen in the cloud. Verse 14. That the eye may affect the heart and confirm the faith, and it shall be the token of the covenant. Verses 12 and 13. And I will remember my covenant, that the waters shall no more become a flood. Verse 15. Nay, as if the eternal mind needed a memorandum, I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant. Verse 16. Thus here is line upon line, that we might have sure and strong consolation who have laid hold of this hope. Second, the rainbow appears when the clouds are most disposed to wet, and returns after the rain, when we have most reason to fear the rain prevailing. Then God shows this seal of the promise, that it shall not prevail. Thus God obviates our fears with such encouragements as are both suitable and seasonable. Third, the thicker the cloud, the brighter the bow in the cloud. Thus, as threatening afflictions abound, encouraging consolations much more abound. 2 Corinthians 1:5. Fourth, the rainbow appears when one part of the sky is clear, which intimates mercy remembered in the midst of wrath, and the clouds are hemmed, as it were, with the rainbow, that they may not overspread the heavens, for the bow is colored rain, or the edges of a cloud gilded. Fifth, the rainbow is the reflection of the beams of the sun, which intimates that all the glory and significancy of the seals of the covenant are derived from Christ, the Son of Righteousness, who was also described with a rainbow about his throne, Revelation 4:3, and a rainbow upon his head, Revelation 10:1, which intimates not only his majesty, but his mediatorship. Sixth, the rainbow has fiery colors in it, to signify that though God will not again drown the world, yet when the mystery of God shall be finished, the world shall be consumed by fire. Seventh, a bow bespeaks terror, but this bow has neither string nor arrow, as the bow ordained against the persecutors has. Psalm 7, verses 12 and 13. And a bow alone will do little execution. If it is a bow, but it is directed upwards, not towards the earth, for the seals of the covenant were intended to comfort, not to terrify. Eighth, as God looks upon the bow, that he may remember the covenant, so should we, that we also may be ever mindful of the covenant, with faith and thankfulness. Sin of Ham, B.C. 2347. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. Here is, first, Noah's family and employment. The names of his sons are again mentioned, verses 18 and 19, as those from whom the whole earth was overspread, by which it appears that Noah, after the flood, had no more children. All the world came from these three. Note, God, when he pleases, can make a little one to become 1,000, and greatly increase the latter end of those whose beginning was small. Such are the power and efficacy of a divine blessing. The business Noah applied himself to was that of a husbandman, that is, a man of the earth in the Hebrew. That is, a man dealing in the earth, that kept ground in his hand and occupied it. We are all naturally men of the earth, made of it, living on it, and hastening to it. Many are sinfully so, addicted to earthly things. Noah was by his calling led to trade in the fruits of the earth. He began to be a husbandman. That is, sometime after his departure out of the ark, he returned to his old employment, from which he had been diverted by the building of the ark first, and probably afterwards by the building of a house on dry land for himself and family. For this good while he had been a carpenter, but now he began again to be a husbandman. Observe, though Noah was a great man and a good man, an old man and a rich man, a man greatly favored by heaven and honored on earth, yet he would not live an idle life, nor think the husbandman's calling below him. Note, though God by his providence may take us off from our callings for a time, yet when the occasion is over, we ought with humility and industry to apply ourselves to them again, and in the calling wherein we are called, faithfully to abide with God. 1 Corinthians 7:24. Second, Noah's sin and shame. He planted a vineyard, and when he had gathered his vintage, probably he appointed a day of mirth and feasting in his family, and had his sons and their children with him, to rejoice with him in the increase of his house, as well as in the increase of his vineyard. And we may suppose he prefaced his feast with a sacrifice to the honor of God. If this was omitted, it was just with God to leave him to himself, that he who did not begin with God might end with the beasts. But we charitably hope that it was not. And perhaps he appointed this feast with a design, at the close of it, to bless his sons, as Isaac chapter 27 verses 3 and 4, that I may eat and that my soul may bless thee. At this feast he drank of the wine, for who planteth a vineyard and eateth not of the fruit of it? But he drank too liberally, more than his head at this age would bear, for he was drunk. We have reason to think he was never drunk before, nor after. Observe how he came now to be overtaken in this fault. It was his sin, and a great sin, so much the worse for its being so soon after a great deliverance. But God left him to himself, as he did Hezekiah, 2 Chronicles 32:31, and has left this miscarriage of his upon record, to teach us, 1. That the fairest copy that ever mere man wrote since the fall had its blots and false strokes. It was said of Noah that he was perfect in his generation, chapter 6, verse 9. But this shows that it is meant of sincerity, not a sinless perfection. 2. That sometimes those who, with watchfulness and resolution, have, by the grace of God, kept their integrity in the midst of temptation, have, through security and carelessness and neglect of the grace of God, been surprised into sin when the hour of temptation has been over. Noah, who had kept sober in drunken company, is now drunk in sober company. Let him that thinks he stands take heed. 3. That we have need to be very careful when we use God's good creatures plentifully, lest we use them to excess. Christ's disciples must take heed lest at any time their hearts be overcharged. Luke 21, verse 34. Now the consequence of Noah's sin was shame. He was uncovered within his tent, made naked to his shame, as Adam when he had eaten forbidden fruit. Yet Adam sought concealment. Noah is so destitute of thought and reason that he seeks no covering. This was a fruit of the vine that Noah did not think of. Observe here the great evil of the sin of drunkenness. First, it discovers men. What infirmities they have, they betray when they are drunk, and what secrets they are entrusted with are then easily got out of them. Drunken porters keep open gates. Second, it disgraces men and exposes them to contempt. As it shows them, so it shames them. Men say and do that when drunk, which when they are sober they would blush at the thoughts of. Habakkuk 2, verses 15 and 16. Third, Ham's impudence and impiety. He saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brethren. Verse 22. To see it accidentally and involuntarily would have not been a crime. But 1. He pleased himself with the sight, as the Edomites looked upon the day of their brother, Obadiah 12, pleased and insulting. Perhaps Ham had sometimes been himself drunk, and reproved for it by his good father, whom he was therefore pleased to see thus overcome. Note, it is common for those who walk in false ways themselves to rejoice at the false steps which they sometimes see others make. But charity rejoices not in iniquity, nor can true penitents that are sorry for their own sins rejoice in the sins of others. 2. He told his two brethren without, in the street, as the word is, in a scornful, deriding manner, that his father might seem vile unto them. It is very wrong, 1. To make a jest of sin, Proverbs 14:9, and to be puffed up with that for which we would rather mourn, 1 Corinthians 5:2, and 2. To publish the faults of any, especially of parents, whom it is our duty to honor. Noah was not only a good man, but had been a good father to him, and this was a most base, disingenuous requital to him for his tenderness. Ham is here called the father of Canaan, which intimates that he who was himself a father should have been more respectful to him that was his father. Fourth, the pious care of Shem and Japheth to cover their poor father's shame. Verse 23. They not only would not see it themselves, but provided that no one else might see it. Herein setting us an example of charity with reference to other men's sin and shame. We must not only say a confederacy with those that proclaim it, but we must be careful to conceal it. or at least to make the best of it, so doing as we would be done by. 1. There is a mantle of love to be thrown over the faults of all. 1 Peter 4, verse 8. 2. Besides this, there is a robe of reverence to be thrown over the faults of parents and other superiors. Noah's prophecy, B.C. 2347. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Here, first, Noah comes to himself. He awoke from his wine. Sleep cured him, and we may suppose so cured him that he never relapsed into that sin afterwards. Those that sleep as Noah did should awake as he did, and not as that drunkard, Proverbs 23:35, who says when he awakes, I will seek it yet again. Second, the spirit of prophecy comes upon him, and like dying Jacob, he tells his sons what shall befall them. Chapter 49, verse 1. 1. He pronounces a curse on Canaan, the son of Ham, verse 25, in whom Ham is himself cursed, either because this son of his was now more guilty than the rest, or because the posterity of this son was afterwards to be rooted out of their land, to make room for Israel. And Moses here records it for the animating of Israel in the wars of Canaan. Though the Canaanites were a formidable people, yet they were of old an accursed people, and doomed to ruin. The particular curse is, a servant of servants, that is, the meanest and most despicable servant shall he be, even to his brethren. Those who by birth were his equals shall by conquest be his lords. This certainly points at the victories obtained by Israel over the Canaanites, by which they were all either put to the sword or put under tribute. Joshua 9:23, Judges chapter 1, verses 28, 30, 33, and 35, which happened not till about 800 years after this. Note, 1. God often visits the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, especially when the children inherit the father's wicked dispositions and imitate the father's wicked practices, and do nothing to cut off the entail of the curse. 2. Disgrace is justly put upon those that put disgrace upon others, especially that dishonor and grieve their own parents. An undutiful child that mocks at his parents is no more worthy to be called a son, but deserves to be made as a hired servant, nay, as a servant of servants among his brethren. 3. Though divine curses operate slowly, yet first or last they will take effect. The Canaanites were under a curse of slavery, and yet for a great while had the dominion. For a family, a people, a person may lie under the curse of God, and yet may long prosper in the world, till the measure of their iniquity, like that of the Canaanites, be full. Many are marked for ruin that are not yet ripe for ruin. Therefore, let not thy heart envy sinners. 2. He entails a blessing upon Shem and Japheth. First, he blesses Shem, or rather blesses God for him, yet so that it entitles him to the greatest honor and happiness imaginable. Verse 26. Observe, 1. He calls the Lord the God of Shem, and happy, thrice happy, is that people whose God is the Lord. Psalm 144, verse 15. All blessings are included in this. This was the blessing conferred on Abraham and his seed. The God of heaven was not ashamed to be called their God. Hebrews 11:16. Shem is sufficiently recompensed for his respect to his father by this, that the Lord himself puts this honor upon him, to be his God, which is a sufficient recompense for all our services and all our sufferings for his name. 2. He gives to God the glory of that good work which Shem had done, and instead of blessing and praising him that was the instrument, he blesses and praises God that was the author. Note, the glory of all that is at any time well done, by ourselves or others, must be humbly and thankfully transmitted to God, who works all our good works in us and for us. When we see men's good works, we should glorify not them, but our Father. Matthew 5:16. Thus David, in effect, blessed Abigail when he blessed God that sent her. 1 Samuel 25, verses 32 and 33. For it is an honor and a favor to be employed for God and used by Him in doing good. 3. He foresees and foretells that God's gracious dealings with Shem and his family would be such as would evidence to all the world that He was the God of Shem, on which behalf thanksgivings would by many be rendered unto Him. Blessed be the Lord God of Shem. 4. It is intimated that the church should be built up and continued in the posterity of Shem, for of him came the Jews, who were for a great while the only professing people God had in the world. 5. Some think reference is here had to Christ, who was the Lord God that, in his human nature, should descend from the loins of Shem. For of him, as concerning the flesh, Christ came. 6. Canaan is particularly enslaved to him. He shall be his servant. Note, those that have the Lord for their God shall have as much of the honor and power of this world as he sees good for them. 2. He blesses Japheth, and in him the isles of the Gentiles, which were peopled by his seed, God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem. Verse 27. Now, first, some make this to belong wholly to Japheth, and to denote either. First, his outward prosperity, that his seed should be so numerous and so victorious that they should be masters of the tents of Shem, which was fulfilled when the people of the Jews, the most eminent of Shem's race, were tributaries to the Grecians first, and afterwards to the Romans, both of Japheth's seed. Note, outward prosperity is no infallible mark of the true church. The tents of Shem are not always the tents of the conqueror. Or secondly, it denotes the conversion of the Gentiles and the bringing of them into the church. And then we should read it, God shall persuade Japheth, for so the word signifies. And then, being so persuaded, he shall dwell in the tents of Shem. That is, Jews and Gentiles shall be united together in the gospel fold. After many of the Gentiles shall have been proselytized to the Jewish religion, both shall be one in Christ. Ephesians 2, verses 14 and 15. And the Christian church, mostly made up of the Gentiles, shall succeed the Jews in the privileges of church membership, the latter having first cast themselves out by their unbelief. The Gentiles shall dwell in their tents. Romans 11, verse 11. Note, it is God only that can bring those again into the church who have separated themselves from it. It is the power of God that makes the gospel of Christ effectual to salvation. Romans 1:16. And again, souls are brought into the church, not by force, but by persuasion. Psalm 110, verse 3. They are drawn by the cords of a man and persuaded by reason to be religious. Second, others divide this between Japheth and Shem, Shem having not been directly blessed. Verse 26. First, Japheth has the blessing of the earth beneath. God shall enlarge Japheth, enlarge his seed, enlarge his border. Japheth's prosperity peopled all Europe, a great part of Asia, and perhaps America. Note, God is to be acknowledged in all our enlargements. It is He that enlarges the coast and enlarges the heart. And again, many dwell in large tents that do not dwell in God's tents, as Japheth did. Secondly, Shem has the blessing of heaven above. He shall, that is, God shall, dwell in the tents of Shem. That is, from his loins Christ shall come, and in his seed the church shall be continued. The birthright was now to be divided between Shem and Japheth, Ham being utterly discarded. In the principality which they equally share, Canaan shall be servant to both. The double portion is given to Japheth, whom God shall enlarge, but the priesthood is given to Shem, for God shall dwell in the tents of Shem. And certainly we are more happy if we have God dwelling in our tents than if we had there all the silver and gold in the world. It is better to dwell in tents with God than in palaces without Him. In Salem, where is God's tabernacle, there is more satisfaction than in all the isles of the Gentiles. Thirdly, they both have dominion over Canaan. Canaan shall be servant to them. so some read it. When Japheth joins with Shem, Canaan falls before them both. When strangers become friends, enemies become servants. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Here see, first, how God prolonged the life of Noah. He lived 950 years, 20 more than Adam, but 19 less than Methuselah. This long life was a further reward of his signal piety, and a great blessing to the world, to which no doubt he continued a preacher of righteousness, with this advantage, that now all he preached to were his own children. 2. How God put a period to his life at last. Though he lived long, yet he died, having probably first seen many that descended from him dead before him. Noah lived to see 2 worlds, but being an heir of the righteousness which is by faith, when he died, he went to see a better than either. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 10. This chapter shows more particularly what was said in general, chapter 9 verse 19, concerning the 3 sons of Noah, that of them was the whole earth overspread, and the fruit of that blessing, chapter 9, verses 1 and 7, replenished the earth. It is the only certain account extant of the origin of nations, and yet perhaps there is no nation but that of the Jews that can be confident from which of these 70 fountains, for so many there are here, it derives its streams. Through the want of early records, the mixtures of people, the revolutions of nations, and distance of time, the knowledge of the lineal descent of the present inhabitants of the earth is lost, nor were any genealogies preserved but those of the Jews, for the sake of the Messiah. Only in this chapter we have a brief account, numeral 1, of the posterity of Japheth, verses 2 to 5. Numeral 2, the posterity of Ham, verses 6 to 20. And in this particular, notice is taken of Nimrod, verses 8 to 10. Numeral 3, the posterity of Shem, verse 21, etc. The generations of Noah, BC 2347, verses 1 to 5. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tiras. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. Moses begins with Japheth's family, either because he was the eldest, or because his family lay remotest from Israel, and had least concern with them at the time when Moses wrote, and therefore he mentions that race very briefly, hastening to give an account of the posterity of Ham, who were Israel's enemies, and of Shem, who were Israel's ancestors. For it is the church that the scripture is designed to be the history of, and of the nations of the world only as they were some way or other related to Israel, and interested in the affairs of Israel. Observe, number 1, notice is taken that the sons of Noah had sons born to them after the flood, to repair and rebuild the world of mankind which the flood had ruined. He that had killed now makes alive. Number 2, the posterity of Japheth were allotted to the isles of the Gentiles, verse 5, which were solemnly, by lot, after a survey, divided among them, and probably this island of ours among the rest. All places beyond the sea from Judea are called isles. Jeremiah chapter 25, verse 22. And this directs us to understand that promise, Isaiah chapter 42, verse 4, the isles shall wait for his law, of the conversion of the Gentiles to the faith of Christ. Verses 6 to 14. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Phut, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Sabta, and Ramah, and Sabteka. And the sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord, wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod the mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and builded Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Calah, and reasoned between Nineveh and Calah, the same is a great city. And Mizraim begat Ludim, and Anamim, and Lehabim, and Naphtuhim, and Pathrusim, and Cashluhim, out of whom came Philistim, and Caphtorim. That which is observable and improvable in these verses is the account here given of Nimrod, verses 8 to 10. He is here represented as a great man in his day. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. That is, whereas those that went before him were content to stand upon the same level with their neighbours, and though every man bore rule in his own house, yet no man pretended any further. Nimrod's aspiring mind could not rest here. He was resolved to tower above his neighbours, not only to be eminent among them, but to lord it over them. The same spirit that actuated the giants before the flood, who became mighty men and men of renown, chapter 6, verse 4, now revived in him. So soon was that tremendous judgment which the pride and tyranny of those mighty men brought upon the world forgotten. Note, there are some in whom ambition and affectation of dominion seem to be bred in the bone. Such there have been, and will be, notwithstanding the wrath of God, often revealed from heaven against them. Nothing on this side hell will humble and break the proud spirits of some men, in this like Lucifer, Isaiah chapter 14, verses 14 and 15. Now, numeral 1. Nimrod was a great hunter. With this he began, and for this became famous to a proverb. Every great hunter is, in remembrance of him, called a Nimrod. Number 1. Some think he did good with his hunting, served his country by ridding it of the wild beasts which infested it, and so insinuated himself into the affections of his neighbours, and got to be their prince. Those that exercise authority either are, or at least would be called, benefactors. Luke chapter 22, verse 25. Number 2. Others think that under pretence of hunting, he gathered men under his command, in pursuit of another game he had to play, which was to make himself master of the country, and to bring them into subjection. He was a mighty hunter, that is, he was a violent invader of his neighbours' rights and properties, and a persecutor of innocent men, carrying all before him, and endeavouring to make all his own by force and violence. He thought himself a mighty prince, but, before the Lord, that is in God's account, he was but a mighty hunter. Note, great conquerors are but great hunters. Alexander and Caesar would not make such a figure in scripture history as they do in common history. The former is represented in prophecy, but as a he-goat pushing, Daniel chapter 8, verse 5. Nimrod was a mighty hunter against the Lord, so the LXX, that is, subscript 1. He set up idolatry, as Jeroboam did, for the confirming of his usurped dominion. That he might set up a new government, he set up a new religion upon the ruin of the primitive constitution of both. Babel was the mother of harlots. Or, subscript 2, he carried on his oppression and violence in defiance of God himself, daring heaven with his impieties, as if he and his huntsmen could outbrave the Almighty, and were a match for the Lord of hosts and all his armies. As if it were a small thing to weary men, he thinks to weary my God also. Isaiah 7:13. Numeral 2. Nimrod was a great ruler. The beginning of his kingdom was Babel. Verse 10. Some way or other, by arts or arms, he got into power, either being chosen to it or forcing his way to it, and so laid the foundations of a monarchy, which was afterwards a head of gold, and the terror of the mighty, and bade fair to be universal. It does not appear that he had any right to rule by birth, but either his fitness for government recommended him, as some think, to an election, or by power and policy he advanced gradually, and perhaps insensibly, into the throne. See the antiquity of civil government, and particularly that form of it which lodges the sovereignty in a single person. If Nimrod and his neighbours began, other nations soon learned to incorporate under one head for their common safety and welfare, which, however it began, proved so great a blessing to the world that things were reckoned to go ill indeed when there was no king in Israel. Numeral 3. Nimrod was a great builder. Probably he was architect in the building of Babel, and there he began his kingdom. But when his project to rule all the sons of Noah was baffled by the confusion of tongues, out of that land he went forth into Assyria, so the margin reads it, verse 11, and built Nineveh, etc., that having built these cities he might command them and rule over them. Observe in Nimrod the nature of ambition. Number 1. It is boundless. Much would have more and still cries, give, give. Number 2. It is restless. Nimrod, when he had 4 cities under his command, could not be content till he had 4 more. Number 3. It is expensive. Nimrod will rather be at the charge of rearing cities than not have the honour of ruling them. The spirit of building is the common effect of a spirit of pride. Number 4. It is daring, and will stick at nothing. Nimrod's name signifies rebellion, which, if indeed he did abuse his power to the oppression of his neighbours, teaches us that tyrants to men are rebels to God, and their rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. Verses 15 to 20. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Hivite, and the Arkite, and the Sinite, and the Arvadite, and the Zimmerite, and the Hamathite, and afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as thou comest to Gerar, unto Gaza, as thou goest unto Sodom and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. Observe here, number 1, the account of the posterity of Canaan, of the families and nations that descended from him, and of the land they possessed, is more particular than of any other in this chapter, because these were the nations that were to be subdued before Israel, and their land was in process of time to become the Holy Land, Emmanuel's land, and this God had an eye to when, in the meantime, he cast the lot of that accursed devoted race into that spot of ground which he had selected for his own people. This Moses takes notice of, Deuteronomy chapter 32 verse 8. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. Number 2. By this account it appears that the posterity of Canaan were numerous and rich, and very pleasantly situated. And yet Canaan was under a curse, a divine curse, and not a curse causeless. Note, those that are under the curse of God may yet perhaps thrive and prosper greatly in this world, for we cannot know love or hatred, the blessing or the curse, by what is before us, but by what is within us. Ecclesiastes chapter 9 verse 1. The curse of God always works really and always terribly, but perhaps it is a secret curse, a curse to the soul, and does not work visibly, or a slow curse, and does not work immediately, but sinners are by it reserved for, and bound over to, a day of wrath. Canaan here has a better land than either Shem or Japheth, and yet they have a better lot, for they inherit the blessing. Verses 21 to 32. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder, even to him were children born. The children of Shem, Elam and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uz and Hul, and Gether and Mash. And Arphaxad begat Salah, and Salah begat Eber. And unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begat Almadad, and Sheleph, and Hazarmaveth, and Jerah, and Hadaram, and Uzal, and Diklah, and Obal, and Abimiel, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. And their dwelling was from Mesha, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Two things especially are observable in this account of the posterity of Shem. Numeral 1. The description of Shem, verse 21. We have not only his name, Shem, which signifies a name, but two titles to distinguish him by. Number 1. He was the father of all the children of Eber. Eber was his great-grandson, but why should he be called the father of all his children, rather than all of Arphaxad's or Salah's, etc.? Probably because Abraham and his seed, God's covenant people, not only descended from Heber, but from him were called Hebrews, chapter 14, verse 13, Abraham the Hebrew. Paul looked upon it as his privilege that he was a Hebrew of the Hebrews, Philemon chapter 3, verse 5. Eber himself, we may suppose, was a man eminent for religion in a time of general apostasy, and a great example of piety to his family, and, the holy tongue being commonly called from him the Hebrew, it is probable that he retained it in his family in the confusion of Babel as a special token of God's favour to him, and from him the professors of religion were called the children of Eber. Now when inspired penman would give Shem an honourable title, he calls him the father of the Hebrews. Though when Moses wrote this, they were a poor despised people, bondslaves in Egypt, yet being God's people, it was an honour to a man to be akin to them. As Ham, though he had many sons, is disowned by being called the father of Canaan, on whose seed the curse was entailed, chapter 9, verse 22. So Shem, though he had many sons, is dignified with the title of the father of Eber, on whose seed the blessing was entailed. Note, a family of saints is more truly honourable than a family of nobles, Shem's holy seed than Ham's royal seed, Jacob's 12 patriarchs than Ishmael's 12 princes, chapter 17, verse 20. Goodness is true greatness. Number 2. He was the brother of Japheth the elder, by which it appears that, though Shem is commonly put first, he was not Noah's firstborn, but Japheth was older. But why should this also be put as part of Shem's title and description, that he was the brother of Japheth, since it had been, in effect, said often before? And was he not as much brother to Ham? Probably this was intended to signify the union of the Gentiles with the Jews in the church. The sacred historian had mentioned it as Shem's honour that he was the father of the Hebrews, but, lest Japheth's seed should therefore be looked upon as forever shut out from the church, he here reminds us that he was the brother of Japheth, not in birth only, but in blessing, for Japheth was to dwell in the tents of Shem. Note, subscript 1, those are brethren in the best manner that are so by grace, and that meet in the covenant of God and in the communion of saints. Subscript 2, God in dispensing his grace does not go by seniority, but the younger sometimes gets the start of the elder in coming into the church, so that the last shall be first, and the first last. Numeral 2. The reason of the name of Peleg, verse 25. Because in his days, that is, about the time of his birth, when his name was given him, was the earth divided among the children of men that were to inhabit it, either when Noah divided it by an orderly distribution of it, as Joah divided the land of Canaan by lot, or when, upon their refusal to comply with that division, God in justice divided them by the confusion of tongues, whichsoever of these was the occasion, pious Heber saw cause to perpetuate the remembrance of it in the name of his Son, and justly may our sons be called by the same name, for in our days, in another sense, is the earth, the church, most wretchedly divided. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 11. The old distinction between the sons of God and the sons of men, professors and profane, survived the flood and now appeared again, when men began to multiply. According to this distinction, we have in this chapter, numeral 1, the dispersion of the sons of men at Babel, verses 1 through 9, where we have, number 1, their presumptuous, provoking design, which was to build a city and a tower, verses 1 through 4. Number 2, the righteous judgment of God upon them in disappointing their design by confounding their language and so scattering them, verses 5 through 9. Numeral 2, the pedigree of the sons of God down to Abraham, verses 10 through 26, with a general account of his family and removal out of his native country, verse 27, and so on. The confusion of tongues, BC 2247, verses 1 through 4. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick, and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach into heaven, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. The close of the foregoing chapter tells us that by the sons of Noah, or among the sons of Noah, the nations were divided in the earth after the flood, that is, were distinguished into several tribes or colonies. And, the places having grown too strait for them, it was either appointed by Noah or agreed upon among his sons which way each several tribe or colony should steer its course, beginning with the countries that were next to them, and designing to proceed farther and farther, and to remove to a greater distance from each other, as the increase of their several companies should require. Thus was the matter well settled 100 years after the flood, about the time of Peleg's birth. But the sons of men, it should seem, were loth to disperse into distant places. They thought the more the merrier, and the safer, and therefore they contrived to keep together, and were slack to go to possess the land which the Lord God of their fathers had given them, Joshua 18, verse 3, thinking themselves wiser than either God or Noah. Now here we have, numeral 1, the advantages which befriended their design of keeping together. Number 1, they were all of one language, verse 1. If there were any different languages before the flood, yet Noah's only, which it is likely was the same with Adam's, was preserved through the flood and continued after it. Now, while they all understood one another, they would be the more likely to love one another, and the more capable of helping one another, and the less inclinable to separate from one another. Number 2, they found a very convenient, commodious place to settle in, verse 2. A plain in the land of Shinar, a spacious plain, able to contain them all, and a fruitful plain, able, according as their present numbers were, to support them all, though perhaps they had not considered what room there would be for them when their numbers should be increased. Note: inviting accommodations for the present often prove too strong temptations to the neglect of both duty and interest as it respects futurity. Numeral 2, the method they took to bind themselves to one another and to settle together in one body. Instead of coveting to enlarge their borders by a peaceful departure under the divine protection, they contrived to fortify them, and, as those that were resolved to wage war with heaven, they put themselves into a posture of defense. Their unanimous resolution is, Let us build ourselves a city and a tower. It is observable that the first builders of cities, both in the Old World, chapter 4, verse 17, and in the New World here, were not men of the best character and reputation. Tents served God's subjects to dwell in. Cities were first built by those that were rebels against him and revolters from him. Observe here, number 1, how they excited and encouraged one another to set about this work. They said, "Go to, let us make brick," verse 3, and again verse 4. "Go to, let us build ourselves a city." By mutual excitements they made one another more daring and resolute. Note: great things may be brought to pass when the undertakers are numerous and unanimous, and stir up one another. Let us learn to provoke one another to love and to good works, as sinners stir up and encourage one another to wicked works. See Psalm 122, verse 1, Isaiah 2, verses 3 and 5, Jeremiah 1, verse 5. Number 2, what materials they used in their building. The country, being plain, yielded neither stone nor mortar. Yet this did not discourage them from their undertaking, but they made brick to serve instead of stone, and slime or pitch instead of mortar. See here, subscript 1, what shift those will make that are resolute in their purposes. Were we but zealously affected in a good thing, we should not stop our work so often as we do, under pretense that we want conveniences for carrying it on. Subscript 2. What a difference there is between men's building and God's. When men build their Babel, brick and slime are their best materials. But when God builds his Jerusalem, he lays even the foundations of it with sapphires, and all its borders with pleasant stones. Isaiah 54, verse 11 and 12, Revelation 21, verse 19. Number 3. For what ends they built. Some think they intended hereby to secure themselves against the waters of another flood. God had told them indeed that he would not again drown the world, but they would trust to a tower of their own making rather than to a promise of God's making or an ark of his appointing. If, however, they had had this in their eye, they would have chosen to build their tower upon a mountain rather than upon a plain. But 3 things, it seems, they aimed at in building this tower. Subscript 1. It seems designed for an affront to God himself, for they would build a tower whose top might reach to heaven, which bespeaks a defiance of God, or at least a rivalship with him. They would be like the Most High, or would come as near as they could, not in holiness, but in height. They forgot their place, and, scorning to creep on the earth, resolved to climb to heaven, not by the door or ladder, but some other way. Subscript 2. They hoped hereby to make themselves a name. They would do something to be talked of now, and to give posterity to know that there had been such men as they in the world. Rather than die and leave no memorandum behind them, they would leave this monument of their pride and ambition and folly. Note, subpoint 1. Affectation of honor and a name among men commonly inspires with a strange ardor for great and difficult undertakings, and often betrays to that which is evil and offensive to God. Subpoint 2. It is just with God to bury those names in the dust which are raised by sin. These Babel builders put themselves to a great deal of foolish expense to make themselves a name, but they could not gain even this point, for we do not find in any history the name of so much as one of these Babel builders. Philo Judaeus says they engraved every one his name upon a brick, in perpetuum re memoriam, as a perpetual memorial. Yet neither did this serve their purpose. Subscript 3. They did it to prevent their dispersion, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the earth. It was done, says Josephus, in disobedience to that command, chapter 9, verse 1, replenish the earth. God orders them to disperse. No, say they, we will not, and we will live and die together. In order hereunto, they engaged themselves and one another in this vast undertaking, that they might unite in one glorious empire. They resolved to build the city and tower, to be the metropolis of their kingdom and the center of their unity. It is probable that the band of ambitious Nimrod was in all this. He could not content himself with the command of a particular colony, but aimed at universal monarchy, in order to which, under the pretense of uniting for their common safety, he contrives to keep them in one body, that, having them all under his eye, he might not fail to have them under his power. See the daring presumption of these sinners. Here is, subpoint 1, a bold opposition to God. You shall be scattered, says God. But we will not, say they. Woe unto him that thus strives with his Maker. Subpoint 2, a bold competition with God. It is God's prerogative to be universal monarch, Lord of all and King of kings. The man that aims at it offers to step into the throne of God, who will not give his glory to another. Verses 5 through 9. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth, and from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. We have here the quashing of the project of the Babel builders, and the turning of the counsel of those froward men headlong, that God's counsel might stand in spite of them. Here is, numeral 1, the cognizance God took of the design that was on foot. The Lord came down to see the city, verse 5. It is an expression after the manner of men. He knew it as clearly and fully as men know that which they come to the place to view. Observe, number 1, before he gave judgment upon their cause, he inquired into it. For God is incontestably just and fair in all his proceedings against sin and sinners, and condemns none unheard. Number 2, it is spoken of as an act of condescension in God to take notice even of this building, which the undertakers were so proud of. For he humbles himself to behold the transactions, even the most considerable ones, of this lower world. Psalm 113, verse 6. Number 3, it is said to be the tower which the children of men built, which imitates, subscript 1, their weakness and frailty as men. It was a very foolish thing for the children of men, worms of the earth, to defy heaven, and to provoke the Lord to jealousy. Are they stronger than he? Subscript 2, their sinfulness and obnoxiousness. They were the sons of Adam. So it is in the Hebrew. Nay, of that Adam, that sinful, disobedient Adam, whose children are by nature of disobedience, children that are corrupters. Subscript 3, their distinction from the children of God, the professors of religion, from whom these daring builders had separated themselves, and built this tower to support and perpetuate the separation. Pious Eber is not found among this ungodly crew, for he and his are called the children of God, and therefore their souls come not into the secret, nor unite themselves to the assembly of these children of men. Numeral 2, the counsels and resolves of the eternal God concerning this matter. He did not come down merely as a spectator, but as a judge, as a prince, to look upon these proud men and abase them. Job 40, verses 11 to 14. Observe, number 1, he suffered them to proceed a good way into their enterprise before he put a stop to it, that they might have space to repent, and, if they had so much consideration left, might be ashamed of it, and weary of it themselves. and if not that, their disappointment might be the more shameful. And every one that passed by might laugh at them, saying, These men began to build, and were not able to finish, that so the works of their hands, from which they promised themselves immortal honor, might turn to their perpetual reproach. Note: God has wise and holy ends in permitting the enemies of His glory to carry on their impious projects a great way, and to prosper long in their enterprises. Number 2. When they had, with much care and toil, made some considerable progress in their building, then God determined to break their measures and disperse them. Observe, subscript 1, the righteousness of God which appears in the considerations upon which He proceeded in this resolution. Verse 6. 2 things He considered. Subpoint 1, their oneness, as a reason why they must be scattered. Behold, the people are one, and they have all one language. If they continue one, much of the earth will be left uninhabited. The power of their prince will soon be exorbitant. Wickedness and profaneness will be insufferably rampant, for they will strengthen one another's hands in it. And, which is worst of all, there will be an overbalance to the church, and these children of men, if thus incorporated, will swallow up the little remnant of God's children. Therefore it is decreed that they must not be one. Note: unity is a policy, but it is not the infallible mark of a true church. Yet while the builders of Babel, though of different families, dispositions, and interests, were thus unanimous in opposing God, what a pity is it, and what a shame, that the builders of Sion, though united in one common head and spirit, should be divided as they are in serving God. But marvel not at the matter. Christ came not to send peace. Subpoint 2, their obstinacy. Now nothing will be restrained from them, and this is a reason why they must be crossed and thwarted in their design. God had tried by His commands and admonitions to bring them off from this project, but in vain. Therefore He must take another course with them. See here, first, the sinfulness of sin and the willfulness of sinners. Ever since Adam would not be restrained from the forbidden tree, his unsanctified seed have been impatient of restraint and ready to rebel against it. Secondly, see the necessity of God's judgments upon earth to keep the world in some order and to tie the hands of those that will not be checked by law. Subscript 2. The wisdom and mercy of God in the methods that were taken for the defeating of this enterprise. Verse 7. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language. This was not spoken to the angels, as if God needed either their advice or their assistance, but God speaks it to Himself, or the Father to the Son and Holy Ghost. They said, Go to, let us make brick, and Go to, let us build a tower, animating one another to the attempt. And now God says, Go to, let us confound their language, for if men stir up themselves to sin, God will stir up Himself to take vengeance. Isaiah 49, verses 17 and 18. Now observe here, subpoint 1, the mercy of God in moderating the penalty, and not making it proportionable to the offense. For He deals not with us according to our sins. He does not say, Let us go down now in thunder and lightning, and consume those rebels in a moment, or let the earth open and swallow up them and their building, and let those go down quickly into hell who are climbing to heaven the wrong way. No, only, let us go down and scatter them. They deserved death, but are only banished or transported, for the patience of God is very great towards a provoking world. Punishments are chiefly reserved for the future state. God's judgments on sinners in this life compared with those which are reserved, are little more than restraints. Subpoint 2. The wisdom of God in pitching upon an effectual expedient to stay proceedings, which was the confounding of their language, that they might not understand one another's speech, nor could they well join hands when their tongues were divided. So that this would be a very proper method both for taking them off from their building, for if they could not understand one another, they could not help one another, and also for disposing them to scatter, for when they could not understand one another, they could not take pleasure in one another. Note: God has various means, and effectual ones, to baffle and defeat the projects of proud men that set themselves against him, and particularly to divide them among themselves, either by dividing their spirits, Judges 9, verse 3, or by dividing their tongues, as David prays, Psalm 55, verse 9. Numeral 3. The execution of these counsels of God to the blasting and defeating of the counsels of men, verses 8 and 9. God made them know whose word should stand, his or theirs, as the expression is, Jeremiah 44, verse 28. Notwithstanding their oneness and obstinacy, God was too hard for them, and wherein they dealt proudly, he was above them. For who ever hardened his heart against him and prospered? 3 things were done. Number 1, their language was confounded. God, who, when he made man, taught him to speak, and put words into his mouth, fit to express the conceptions of his mind, by now caused these builders to forget their former language, and to speak a new and understand a new one, which yet was common to those of the same tribe or family, but not to others. Those of one colony could converse together, but not with those of another. Now, subscript 1. This was a great miracle, and a proof of the power which God has upon the minds and tongues of men, which he turns as the rivers of water. Subscript 2. This was a great judgment upon these builders, for, being thus deprived of the knowledge of the ancient and holy tongue, they had become incapable of communicating with the true church, in which it was retained, and probably it contributed much to their loss of the knowledge of the true God. Subscript 3. We all suffer by it to this day. In all the inconveniences we sustain by the diversity of languages, and all the pains and trouble we are at to learn the languages we have occasion for, we smart for the rebellion of our ancestors at Babel. Nay, in those unhappy controversies which are strifes of words, and arise from our misunderstanding one another's language, for aught I know are owing to this confusion of tongues. Subscript 4. The project of some to frame a universal character, in order to a universal language, how desirable soever it may seem, is yet, I think, but a vain thing to attempt. For it is to strive against a divine sentence, by which the languages of the nations will be divided while the world stands. Subscript 5. We may here lament the loss of the universal use of the Hebrew tongue, which from this time was the vulgar language of the Hebrews only, and continued so till the captivity in Babylon, where, even among them, it was exchanged for the Syriac. Subscript 6. As the confounding of tongues divided the children of men and scattered them abroad, so the gift of tongues, bestowed upon the apostles, Acts 2, contributed greatly to the gathering together of the children of God who were scattered abroad, and the uniting of them in Christ, that with one mind and one mouth they might glorify God. Romans 15, verse 6. Number 2. Their building was stopped. They left off to build the city. This was the effect of the confusion of their tongues, for it has not only incapacitated them for helping one another, but probably struck such a damp upon their spirits that they could not proceed, since they saw in this the hand of the Lord gone out against them. Note, subscript 1. It is wisdom to leave off that which we see God fights against. Subscript 2. God is able to blast and bring to naught all the devices and designs of Babel builders. He sits in heaven and laughs at the counsels of the kings of the earth against him and his anointed, and will force them to confess that there is no wisdom nor counsel against the Lord. Proverbs 21 verse 30, Isaiah 8 verses 9 and 10. Number 3. The builders were scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth, verses 8 and 9. They departed in companies, after their families, and after their tongues, chapter 10, verses 5, 20, 31, to the several countries and places allotted to them in the division that had been made, which they knew before, but would not go to take possession of till now that they were forced to do it. Observe here, subscript 1, the very thing which they feared came upon them. That dispersion which sought to evade by an act of rebellion, they, by this act, brought it upon themselves. For we are most likely to fall into trouble that which we seek to evade by indirect and sinful methods. Subscript 2. It was God's work. The Lord scattered them. God's hand is to be acknowledged in all scattering providences. If the family be scattered, relations scattered, churches scattered, it is the Lord's doing. Subscript 3. Though they were as firmly in league with one another as could be, yet the Lord scattered them, for no man can keep together what God will put asunder. Subscript 4. Thus God justly took vengeance on them for their oneness in that presumptuous attempt to build their tower. Shameful dispersions are the just punishment of sinful unions. Simeon and Levi, who had been brethren in iniquity, were divided in Jacob. Chapter 44, verses 5 and 7. Psalm 83, verses 3 through 13. Subscript 5. They left behind them a perpetual memorandum of their reproach. In the name given to the place, it was called Babel, confusion. Those that aim at a great name commonly come off with a bad name. Subscript 6. The children of men were now finally scattered, and never did, nor ever will, come all together again, till the great day when the Son of Man shall sit upon the throne of his glory, and all nations shall be gathered before him. Matthew 25, verses 31, 32. Verses 10 through 26. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begat Arpachshad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begat Arpachshad 500 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Arpachshad lived 35 years, and begat Selah. And Arpachshad lived after he begat Selah 403 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Selah lived 30 years, and begat Eber. And Selah lived after he begat Eber 403 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 34 years, and begat Peleg. And Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years, and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begat Reu 209 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years, and begat Serug. And Reu lived after he begat Serug 207 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years, and begat Nahor. And Serug lived after he begat Nahor 200 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years, and begat Terah. And Nahor lived after he begat Terah 119 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years, and begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. We have here a genealogy, not an endless genealogy, for here it ends in Abram, the friend of God, and leads further to Christ, the promised seed, who was the son of Abram. And from Abram the genealogy of Christ is reckoned. Matthew 1, verse 1, and so on. So that put chapter 5, chapter 6, and Matthew 1 together, and you have such an entire genealogy of Jesus Christ as cannot be produced, for aught I know, concerning any person in the world out of his line, and at a distance from the fountainhead. And laying these three genealogies together, we shall find that twice 10 and thrice 14 generations or descendants passed between the first and second Adam, making it clear concerning Christ that he was not only the son of Abraham, but the son of man and the seed of woman. Observe here, number 1, nothing is left upon record concerning those of this line but their names and ages, the Holy Ghost seeming to hasten through them to the story of Abram. How little do we know of those that have gone before us in this world, even those that lived in the same places where we live, as we likewise know little of those that are our contemporaries in distant places. We have enough to do to mind the work of our own day, and let God alone to require that which is past. Ecclesiastes 3, verse 15. Number 2, there was an observable gradual decrease in the years of their lives. Shem reached to 600 years, which yet fell short of the age of the patriarchs before the flood. The next 3 came short of 500. The next 3 did not reach 300. After them we read not of any that attained to 200, except Terah, and not many ages after this Moses reckoned 70 or 80 to be the utmost men ordinarily arrived at. When the earth began to be replenished, men's lives began to shorten, so that the decrease is to be imputed to the wise disposal of providence, rather than to any decay of nature. For the elect's sake, men's days are shortened, and being evil, it is well they are few, and attain not to the years of the lives of our fathers. Chapter 47, verse 9. Number 3, Eber, from whom the Hebrews were denominated, was the longest lived of any that was born after the flood, which perhaps was the reward of his singular piety and strict adherence to the ways of God. The generations of Terah, B.C. 1921, verses 27 through 32. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah, in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah and the father of Iscah. But Sarai was barren, she had no child. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees, to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran, and they dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Here begins the story of Abram, whose name is famous henceforward in both Testaments. We have here, numeral 1, his country, Ur of the Chaldees. This was the land of his nativity, an idolatrous country where even the children of Eber themselves had degenerated. Note, those who are, through grace, heirs of the land of promise ought to remember what was the land of their nativity, what was their corrupt and sinful state by nature, the rock out of which they were hewn. Numeral 2. His relations, mentioned for his sake, and because of their interest in the following story. Number 1, his father was Terah, of whom it is said, Joshua 24, verse 2, that he served other gods, on the other side of this flood. So early did idolatry gain footing in the world, and so hard is it even for those that have some good principles to swim against the stream. Though it is said, verse 26, that when Terah was 70 years old he begat Abram, Nahor, and Haran, which seems to tell us that Abram was the eldest son of Terah and was born in his 70th year, yet by comparing verse 32, which makes Terah to die in his 205th year, with Acts 7, verse 4, where it is said that he was but 75 years old when he removed from Haran, it appears that he was born in the 130th year of Terah, and probably was his youngest son. For in God's choices, the last are often first, and the first last. We have, number 2, some account of his brethren. Subscript 1, Nahor, out of whose family both Isaac and Jacob had their wives. Subscript 2, Haran, the father of Lot, of whom it is here said, verse 28, that he died before his father Terah. Note, children cannot be sure that they shall survive their parents, for death does not go by seniority, taking the eldest first. The shadow of death is without any order. Job 10, verse 22. It is likewise said that he died in Ur of the Chaldees, before the happy removal of the family out of that idolatrous country. Note, it concerns us to hasten out of our natural state, lest death surprise us in it. Number 3. His wife was Sarai, who some think was the same with Iscah, the daughter of Haran. Abraham himself says of her that she was the daughter of his father, but not the daughter of his mother. Chapter 20, verse 12. She was 10 years younger than Abram. Numeral 3. His departure out of Ur of the Chaldees, with his father Terah, his nephew Lot, and the rest of his family, in obedience to the call of God, of which we shall read more, chapter 12, verse 1. This chapter leaves them in Haran, or Charan, a place about midway between Ur and Canaan, where they dwelt till Terah's head was laid, probably because the old man was unable, through the infirmities of age, to proceed in his journey. Many reach to Charan, and yet fall short of Canaan. They are not far from the kingdom of God, and yet they never come thither. End of chapter 11. Recording by AKMorton, Greensburg, Indiana.
Chapter 12 of the Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Harrell. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 12. The pedigree and family of Abram we had an account of in the foregoing chapter. Here the Holy Ghost enters upon his story, and henceforward Abram and his seed are almost the only subject of the sacred history. In this chapter we have, numeral 1, God's call of Abram to the land of Canaan, verses 1 through 3. Numeral 2, Abram's obedience to this call, verses 4 and 5. Numeral 3, his welcome to the land of Canaan, verses 6 through 9. Numeral 4, his journey to Egypt with an account of what happened to him there, Abram's flight and fault, verses 10 through 13. Sarai's danger and deliverance, verses 14 through 20. The call of Abram, B.C. 1921. Now the Lord had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. We have here the call by which Abram was removed out of the land of his nativity into the land of promise, which was designed both to try his faith and obedience, and also to separate him and set him apart for God, and for special services and favors which were further designed. The circumstances of this call we may be somewhat helped to the knowledge of from Stephen's speech, Acts 7:2, where we are told, number 1, that the God of glory appeared to him to give him the call, appeared in such displays of his glory as left Abram no room to doubt the divine authority of this call. Appeared in such displays of his glory as left Abram no room to doubt the divine authority of this call. God spoke to him afterwards in divers manners. But this first time, when the correspondence was to be settled, he appeared to him as the God of glory, and spoke to him. Number 2, that this call was given him in Mesopotamia, before he dwelt in Charran. Therefore we rightly read it. The Lord had said unto Abram, namely, in Ur of the Chaldees, and in obedience to this call, as Stephen further relates the story, Acts 7:4, he came out of the land of the Chaldeans, and dwelt in Charran, or Haran, about 5 years, and thence, when his father was dead, by a fresh command, pursuant to the former, God removed him into the land of Canaan. Some think that Haran was in Chaldea, and so was still a part of Abram's country, or that Abram, having stayed there 5 years, began to call it his country, and to take root there, till God let him know this was not the place he was intended for. Note, if God loves us and has mercy in store for us, he will not suffer us to take up our rest anywhere short of Canaan, but will graciously repeat his calls, till the good work begun be performed, and our souls repose in God only. In the call itself we have a precept and a promise. Numeral 1. A trying precept. Get thee out of thy country. Verse 1. Now, number 1, by this precept he was tried, whether he loved his native soil and dearest friends, and whether he could willingly leave all to go along with God. His country had become idolatrous. His kindred and his father's house were a constant temptation to him, and he could not continue with them without the danger of being infected by them. Therefore, get thee out, get thee gone with all speed, escape for thy life, look not behind thee. Chapter 19, verse 17. Note, those that are in a sinful state are concerned to make all possible haste out of it. Get out for thyself, so some read it, that is, for thy own good. Note, those who leave their sins and turn to God will themselves be unspeakable gainers by the change. Proverbs 9:12. This command which God gave to Abram is much the same with the gospel call, by which all the spiritual seed of faithful Abram are brought into covenant with God. For, subscript 1, natural affection must give way to divine grace. Our country is dear to us, our kindred dear, and our Father's house dearest of all. And yet they must all be hated. Luke 14:26. That is, we must love them less than Christ, hate them in comparison with him, and whenever any of these come in competition with him, they must be postponed, and the preference given to the will and honor of the Lord Jesus. Subscript 2. Sin, and all the occasions of it, must be forsaken, and particularly bad company. We must abandon all the idols of iniquity which have been set up in our hearts, and get out of the way of temptation, plucking out even a right eye that leads us to sin. Matthew 5:29. Willingly parting with that which is dearest to us, when we cannot keep it without hazard of our integrity. Those that resolve to keep the commandments of God must quit the society of evildoers. Psalm 119, verse 115, and Acts 2:40. Subscript 3. The world and all our enjoyments in it must be looked upon with a holy indifference and contempt. We must no longer look upon it as our country or home, but as our inn, and must accordingly sit loose to it and live above it. Get out of it in affection. Number 2. By this precept he was tried, whether he could trust God further than he saw him, for he must leave his own country to go to a land that God would show him. He does not say, "It is a land that I will give thee," but merely, "a land that I will show thee." Nor does he tell him what land it was, nor what kind of land. But he must follow God with an implicit faith and take God's word for it, in the general, though he had no particular securities given him that he should be no loser by leaving his country to follow God. Note, those that will deal with God must deal upon trust. We must quit the things that are seen for things that are not seen, and submit to the sufferings of this present time in hopes of a glory that is yet to be revealed. Romans 8:18. For it doth not yet appear what we shall be. 1 John 3:2. Any more than it did to Abram, when God called him to a land he would show him, so teaching him to live in a continual dependence upon his direction, and with his eye ever towards him. Numeral 2. Here is an encouraging promise. Nay, it is a complication of promises, many and exceedingly great and precious. Note, all God's precepts are attended with promises to the obedient. When he makes himself known also as a rewarder, if we obey the command, God will not fail to perform the promise. Here are 6 promises. Number 1, I will make of thee a great nation. When God took him from his own people, he promised to make him the head of another. He cut him off from being the branch of a wild olive to make him the root of a good olive. This promise was, subscript 1, a great relief to Abram's burden, for he had now no child. Note, God knows how to suit his favors to the wants and necessities of his children. He that has a plaster for every sore will provide one for that first which is most painful. Subscript 2, a great trial to Abram's faith, for his wife had been long barren, so that, if he believe, it must be against hope, and his faith must build purely upon that power which can out of stones raise up children unto Abraham, and to make them a great nation. Note, God makes nations. By him they are born at once. Isaiah 66:8. And he speaks to build and plant them. Jeremiah 18:9. And subpoint 2, if a nation be made great in wealth and power, it is God that makes it great. Subpoint 3, God can raise great nations out of dry ground, and can make a little one to be 1,000. Number 2, I will bless thee, either particularly with the blessing of fruitfulness and increase, as he had blessed Adam and Noah, or in general, I will bless thee with all manner of blessings, both of the upper and nether springs. Leave thy father's house, and I will give thee a father's blessing, better than that of their progenitors. Note, obedient believers will be sure to inherit the blessing. Number 3, I will make thy name great. By deserting his country, he lost his name there. Care not for that, says God, but trust me, and I will make thee a greater name than thou ever couldst have had there. Having no child, he feared he should have no name, but God will make him a great nation, and so make him a great name. Note subpoint 1, God is the fountain of honor, and from him promotion comes. 1 Samuel 2:8. Subpoint 2, the name of obedient believers shall certainly be celebrated and made great. The best report is that which the elders obtained by faith. Hebrews 11:2. Number 4, thou shalt be a blessing. That is, subpoint 1, thy happiness shall be a sample of happiness, so that those who would bless their friends shall only pray that God would make them like Abram, as in Ruth 4:11. Note, God's dealings with obedient believers are so kind and gracious that we need not desire for ourselves or our friends to be any better dealt with. To have God for our friend is blessedness enough. Subpoint 2, thy life shall be a blessing to the places where thou shalt sojourn. Note, good men are the blessings of their country, and it is their unspeakable honor and happiness to be made so. Number 5, I will bless those that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. This made it a kind of league, offensive and defensive, between God and Abram. Abram heartily espoused God's cause, and here God promises to interest himself in his. Subpoint 1, he promises to be a friend to his friends, to take kindnesses shown to him as done to himself, and to recompense them accordingly. God will take care that none be losers, in the long run, by any service done for his people. Even a cup of cold water shall be rewarded. Subpoint 2, he promises to appear against his enemies. There were those that hated and cursed even Abram himself, but while their causeless curses could not hurt Abram, God's righteous curse would certainly overtake and ruin them. Numbers 24:9. This is a good reason why we should bless those that curse us, because it is enough that God will curse them. Psalm 38, verses 13 through 15. Number 6, in thee shall all the families of the earth be blessed. This was the promise that crowned all the rest, for it points at the Messiah, in whom all the promises are yea and amen. Note, subpoint 1, Jesus Christ is the greatest blessing of the world, the greatest that ever the world was blessed with. He is a family blessing. By him salvation is brought to the house. Luke 19:9. When we reckon up our family blessings, let us put Christ in the imprimis, the first place, as the blessing of blessings. But how are all the families of the earth blessed in Christ when so many are strangers to him? Answer, subpoint 1. All that are blessed in him. Acts 4:12. Subpoint 2. All that believe, of what family soever they shall be blessed in him. Subpoint 3. Some of all the families of the earth are blessed in him. Subpoint 4. There are some blessings which all the families of the earth are blessed with in Christ, for the gospel salvation is a common salvation. Jude 3. Subpoint 2. It is a great honor to be related to Christ. This made Abram's name great, that the Messiah was to descend from his loins, much more than that he should be the father of many nations. It was Abram's honor to be his father by nature. It will be ours to be his brethren by grace. Matthew 12:50. Arrival of Abram in Canaan, B.C. 1920. So Abram departed, as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. Here is numeral 1, Abraham's removal out of his country, out of Ur first, and afterwards out of Haran, in compliance with the call of God. So Abram departed. He was not disobedient to the heavenly vision, but did as he was bidden, not conferring with flesh and blood. Galatians 1:15 and 16. His obedience was speedy and without delay, submissive and without dispute. For he went out, not knowing whither he went. Hebrews 11:8. But knowing whom he followed, and under whose direction he went. Thus call him to his foot. Isaiah 41, verse 2. Numeral 2. His age when he removed. He was 75 years old, an age when he should rather have had rest and settlement. But if God will have him to begin the world again, now in his old age, he will submit. Here is an instance of an old convert. Numeral 3. The company and the cargo that he took with him. Number 1. He took his wife, his nephew Lot, with him, not by force and against their wills, but by persuasion. Sarai, his wife, would be sure to go with them. God had joined them together, and nothing should put them asunder. If Abram leave all to follow God, Sarai will leave all to follow Abram, though neither of them knew whither. And it was a mercy to Abram to have such a companion in his travels, a helpmeet for him. Note, it is very comfortable when husband and wife agree to go together in the way to heaven. Lot also, his kinsman, was influenced by Abram's good example, who was perhaps his guardian after the death of his father, and he was willing to go along with them too. Note, those that go to Canaan need not go alone, for though few find the strait gate, blessed be God, some do, and it is our wisdom to go with those with whom God is, Zechariah 8:23, wherever they go. Number 2, they took all their effects with them, all their substance and movable goods that they had gathered. For, subpoint 1, with themselves they would give up their all, to be at God's disposal, would keep back no part of the price, but venture all in one bottom, knowing it was a good bottom. Subpoint 2, they would furnish themselves with that which was requisite, both for the service of God and the supply of their family, in the country whither they were going. To have thrown away his substance because God had promised to bless him would have been to tempt God, not to trust him. Subpoint 3, they would not be under any temptation to return. Therefore they leave not a hoof behind, lest that should make them mindful of the country from which they came out. Number 3, they took with them the souls that they had gotten. That is, subpoint 1, the servants they had bought, which were part of their substance, but are called souls, to remind masters that their poor servants have souls, precious souls, which they ought to take care of and provide food convenient for. Subpoint 2, the proselytes they had made, and persuaded to attend the worship of the true God, and to go with them to Canaan, the souls which, as one of the rabbin expresses it, they had gathered under the wings of the divine majesty. Note, those who serve and follow God themselves should do all they can to bring others to serve and follow him too. These souls they are said to have gained. We must reckon ourselves true gainers if we can but win souls to Christ. Numeral 4. Here is their happy arrival at their journey's end. They went forth to go into the land of Canaan. So they did before, chapter 11, verse 31, and then took up short. But now they held on their way, and by the good hand of their God upon them, to the land of Canaan they came, where by a fresh revelation they were told that this was the land God promised to show them. They were not discouraged by the difficulties they met with in their way, nor diverted by the delights they met with, but pressed forward. Note, number 1, those that set out for heaven must persevere to the end, still reaching forth to those things that are before. Number 2, that which we undertake in obedience to God's command and a humble attendance upon his providence will certainly succeed and end with comfort at last. Abram's devotion, B.C. 1921. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Sichem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And the Lord appeared unto Abram and said, Unto thy seed will I give this land. And there builded he an altar unto the Lord, who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Hai on the east. And there he builded an altar unto the Lord, and called on the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. One would have expected that Abram, having had such an extraordinary call to Canaan, some great event should have followed upon his arrival there, that he should have been introduced with all possible marks of honor and respect, and that the kings of Canaan should immediately have surrendered their crowns to him and done him homage. But no, he comes not with observation. Little notice is taken of him, for still God will have him to live by faith, and to look upon Canaan, even when he was in it, as a land of promise. Therefore observe here, numeral 1, how little comfort he had in the land he came to. 4, number 1, he had it not to himself. The Canaanite was then in the land. He found the country peopled and possessed by Canaanites, who were likely to be but bad neighbors and worse landlords, and for aught that appears, he could not have ground to pitch his tent on but by their permission. Thus the accursed Canaanites seemed to be in better circumstances than blessed Abram. Note, the children of this world have commonly more of it than God's children. Number 2, he had not a settlement in it. He passed through the land. Verse 6. He removed to a mountain. Verse 8. He journeyed, going on still. Verse 9. Observe here, subpoint 1, sometimes it is the lot of good men to be unsettled, and obliged often to remove their habitation. Holy David had his wanderings, his flittings. Psalm 56:8. Subpoint 2. Our removes in this world are often into various conditions. Abram sojourned, first in a plain, verse 6, then in a mountain, verse 8. God has set the one over against the other. Subpoint 3. All good people must look upon themselves as strangers and sojourners in this world, and by faith sit loose to it as a strange country. So Abram did. Hebrews 11, verses 8 through 14. Subpoint 4. While we are here in this present state, we must be journeying and going on still from strength to strength, as having not yet attained. Numeral 2. How much comfort he had in the God he followed, when he could have had little satisfaction converse with the Canaanites whom he found there. He had abundance of pleasure in communion with that God who brought him thither, and did not leave him. Communion with God is kept up by the Word and by prayer, and by these, according to the methods of that dispensation, Abram's communion with God was kept up in the land of his pilgrimage. Number 1. God appeared to Abram, probably in a vision, and spoke to him good words and comfortable words. Unto thy seed will I give this land. Subpoint 1. No place nor condition of life can shut us out from the comfort of God's gracious visits. Abram is a sojourner, unsettled among Canaanites, and yet here also he meets with him that lives and sees him. Enemies may part us and our tents, us and our altars, but not us and our God. Nay, subpoint 2, with respect to those that faithfully follow God in a way of duty, though he lead them from their friends, he will himself make up that loss by his gracious appearances to them. Subpoint 3, God's promises are sure and satisfying to all those who conscientiously observe and obey his precepts, and those who, in compliance with God's call, leave or lose anything that is dear to them, shall be sure of something else abundantly better in lieu of it. Abram left the land of his nativity. Well, says God, I will give thee this land. Matthew 19:29. Subpoint 4. God reveals himself and his favors to his people by degrees, before he had promised to show him this land. Now to give it to him, as grace is growing, so is comfort. Subpoint 5. It is comfortable to have a land of God's giving, not by providence only, but by promise. Subpoint 6. Mercies to the children are mercies to the parents. I will give it, not to thee, but to thy seed. It is a grant in reversion to his seed, which yet, it should seem, Abram understood also a grant to himself of a better land in reversion, of which this was a type, for he looked for a heavenly country. Hebrews 11:16. Number 2. Abram attended on God in his instituted ordinances. He built an altar unto the Lord, who appeared to him, and called on the name of the Lord. Verses 7 and 8. Now consider this. Subpoint 1. As done upon a special occasion, when God appeared to him, then and there he built an altar, with an eye to the God who appeared to him. Thus he returned God's visit, and kept up his correspondence with heaven, as one that resolved it should not fail on his side. Thus he acknowledged with thankfulness God's kindness to him in making him that gracious visit and promise, and thus he testified his confidence in and dependence upon the word which God had spoken. Note, an active believer can heartily bless God for a promise, the performance of which he does not yet see, and build an altar to the honor of God, who appears to him, though he does not yet appear for him. Subpoint 2. As his constant practice, whithersoever he removed, as soon as Abram had got to Canaan, though he was but a stranger and sojourner there, yet he set up and kept up the worship of God and his family. And wherever he had a tent, God had an altar, and that an altar sanctified by prayer. For he not only minded the ceremonial part of religion, the offering of sacrifice, but made conscious of the natural duty of seeking to his God and calling on his name, that spiritual sacrifice with which God is well pleased. He preached concerning the name of the Lord, That is, he instructed his family and neighbors in the knowledge of the true God and his holy religion. The souls he had gotten in Haran, being discipled, must be further taught. Note, those that would approve themselves the children of faithful Abram would inherit the blessing of Abram, must make conscience of keeping up the solemn worship of God, particularly in their families, according to the example of Abram. The way of family worship is a good old way. It is no novel invention, but the ancient use of all the saints. Abram was very rich and had a numerous family, was now unsettled and in the midst of enemies, and yet wherever he pitched his tent, he built an altar. Wherever we go, let us not fail to take our religion along with us. Abram's removal into Egypt, B.C. 1920. And there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarai his wife, Behold, now I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, This is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. Here is numeral 1, a famine in the land of Canaan, a grievous famine. That fruitful land was turned into barrenness, not only to punish the iniquity of the Canaanites who dwelt therein, but to exercise the faith of Abram who sojourned there, and a very sore trial it was. It tried what he would think. Number 1, of God that brought him thither, whether he would not be ready to say with his murmuring seed that he was brought forth to be killed with hunger. Exodus 16:3. Nothing short of a strong faith could keep up good thoughts of God under such a providence. Number 2, of the land of promise, whether he would think the grant of it worth the accepting, and a valuable consideration for the relinquishing of his own country, when, for aught that now appeared, it was a land that ate up the inhabitants. Now he was tried whether he could preserve an unshaken confidence that the God who brought him into Canaan would maintain him there, and whether he could rejoice in him as the God of his salvation when the fig tree did not blossom. Habakkuk 3, verses 17 and 18. Note, subpoint 1, strong faith is commonly exercised with divers temptations, that it may be found to praise and honor and glory. 1 Peter 1, verses 6 and 7. Subpoint 2, it pleases God sometimes to try those with great afflictions who are but young beginners in religion. Subpoint 3, it is possible for a man to be in the way of duty and in the way to happiness, and yet meet with great troubles and disappointments. Numeral 2, Abram's removal into Egypt upon occasion of this famine. See how wisely God provides that there should be plenty in one place when there was scarcity in another, that as members of the great body we may not say to one another, I have no need of you. God's providence took care there should be a supply in Egypt, and Abram's prudence made use of the opportunity, for we tempt God and do not trust him, if, in the time of distress, we use not the means he has graciously provided for our preservation. We must not expect needless miracles. But that which is especially observable here, to the praise of Abram, is that he did not offer to return, upon this occasion, to the country from which he came out, no so much as towards it. The land of his nativity lay northeast from Canaan, and therefore, when he must, for a time, quit Canaan, he chooses to go to Egypt, which lay southwest, the contrary way, that he might not so much as seem to look back. See Hebrews 11:15 and 16. Further observe, when he went down into Egypt, it was to sojourn there, not to dwell there. Note, number 1, though providence for a time may cast us into bad places, yet we ought to tarry there no longer than needs must. We may sojourn where we may not settle. Number 2, a good man, while he is on this side heaven, wherever he is but a sojourner. Numeral 3, a great fault which Abram was guilty of, in denying his wife and pretending that she was his sister. The Scripture is impartial in relating the misdeeds of the most celebrated saints, which are recorded, not for our imitation, but for our admonition, that he who thinks he stands may take heed lest he fall. Number 1. His fault was dissembling his relation to Sarai, equivocating concerning it, and teaching his wife, and probably all his attendants, to do so too. What he said was, in a sense, true. Chapter 20, verse 12. But with a purpose to deceive, he so concealed the further truth as in effect to deny it, and to expose thereby both his wife and the Egyptians to sin. Number 2, that which was at the bottom of it was a jealous, timorous fancy he had that some of the Egyptians would be so charmed with the beauty of Sarai, Egypt producing few such beauties, that if they should know he was her husband, they would find some way or other to take him off, that they might marry her. He presumes they would rather be guilty of murder than adultery. Such a heinous crime was it then accounted, and such a sacred regard was paid to the marriage bond. Hence he infers, without any good reason, they will kill me. Note, the fear of man brings a snare, and many are driven to sin by the dread of death. Luke 12, verses 4 and 5. The grace Abram was most eminent for was faith, and yet he thus fell through unbelief and distrust of the divine providence, even after God had appeared to him twice. Alas, what will become of the willows when the cedars are thus shaken? Abram's denial of his wife, B.C. 1920. And it came to pass that when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep, and oxen, and asses, and men servants, and maidservants, and she asses, and camels. And the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram, and said, What is this that thou hast done unto me? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Why saidst thou, She is my sister, so I might have taken her to me to wife? Now therefore behold thy wife, take her, and go thy way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. Here is numeral 1. The danger Sarai was of in having her chastity violated by the king of Egypt, and without doubt the peril of sin is the greatest peril we can be in. Pharaoh's princes, his pimps rather, saw her, and observing what a comely woman she was, they commended her before Pharaoh, not for that which was really her praise, her virtue and modesty, her faith and piety. These were no excellencies in their eyes, but for her beauty, which they thought too good for the embraces of a subject. They recommended her to the king, and she was presently taken into Pharaoh's house, as Esther into the seraglio of Ahasuerus, Esther 2:8, in order to her being taken into his bed. Now we must not look upon Sarai as standing fair for preferment, but as entering into temptation, and the occasions of it were her own beauty, which is a snare to many, and Abram's equivocation, which is a sin that commonly is an inlet to much sin. While Sarai was in this danger, Abram fared the better for her sake. Pharaoh gave him sheep, oxen, and so forth, verse 16, to gain his consent, that he might the more readily prevail with her, whom he supposed to be his sister. We cannot think that Abram expected this when he came down into Egypt, much less that he had an eye to it when he denied his wife. But God brought good out of evil, and thus the wealth of the sinner proves, in some way or other, to be laid up for the just. Numeral 2. The deliverance of Sarai from this danger. For if God did not deliver us, many a time by prerogative, out of those straits and distresses which we bring ourselves into by our own sin and folly, and which therefore we could not expect any deliverance from by promise, we should soon be ruined. Nay, we should have been ruined long before this. He deals not with us according to our deserts. Number 1, God chastised Pharaoh, and so prevented the progress of his sin. Note, those are happy chastisements that hinder us in a sinful way, and effectually bring us to our duty, and particularly to the duty of restoring that which we have wrongfully taken and detained. Observe, not Pharaoh only, but his house was plagued, probably those princes especially that had commended Sarai to Pharaoh. Note, partners in sin are justly made partners in the punishment. Those that serve others' lusts must expect to share in their plagues. We are not told particularly what these plagues were, but doubtless there was something in the plagues themselves, or some explication added to them, sufficient to convince them that it was for Sarai's sake that they were thus plagued. Number 2, Pharaoh reproved Abram, and then dismissed him with respect. Subpoint 1. The reproof was calm, but very just. What is this that thou hast done? What an improper thing! How unbecoming a wise and good man! Note, if those that profess religion do that which is unfair and disingenuous, especially if they say that which borders upon a lie, they must expect to hear of it, and have reason to thank those that will tell them of it. We find a prophet of the Lord justly reproved and upbraided by a heathen shipmaster. Jonah 1, verse 6. Pharaoh reasons with him. Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Intimating that, if he had known this, he would not have taken her into his house. Note, it is a fault too common among good people to entertain suspicions of others beyond what there is cause for. We have often found more of virtue, honor, and conscience in some people that we thought they possessed, and it ought to be a pleasure to us to be thus disappointed, as Abram was here, who found Pharaoh to be a better man than he expected. Charity teaches us to hope the best. Subpoint 2. The dismission was kind and very generous. He restored him his wife without offering any injury to her honor. Behold thy wife, take her. Verse 19. Note, those that would prevent sin must remove the temptation or get out of the way of it. He also sent him away in peace, and was so far from any design to kill him, as he apprehended, that he took particular care of him. Note, we often perplex and ensnare ourselves with fears which soon appear to have been altogether groundless. We often fear where no fear is. We fear the fury of the oppressor, as though he were ready to destroy, when really there is no danger. Isaiah 51:13. It would have been more for Abram's credit and comfort to have told the truth at first, for after all, honesty is the best policy. Nay, it is said, verse 20, Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him. That is, subpoint 1, he charged them not to injure him in anything. Note, it is not enough for those in authority to do no hurt themselves, but they must restrain their servants, and those about them from doing hurt. Or, subpoint 2, he appointed them, when Abram was disposed to return home, after the famine, to conduct him safely out of the country as his convoy. Probably he was alarmed by the plagues, verse 17, and inferred from them that Abram was a particular favorite of heaven, and therefore, through fear of their return, took special care he should receive no injury in his country. Note, God has often raised up friends for his people by making men know that it is at their peril if they hurt them. It is a dangerous thing to offend Christ's little ones. Matthew 17, verse 6. To this passage, among others, the psalmist refers, Psalm 55, 13-15. He reproved kings for their sakes, saying, Touch not my anointed. Perhaps if Pharaoh had not sent him away, he would have been tempted to stay in Egypt and to forget the land of promise. Note, sometimes God makes use of the enemies of his people to convince them and remind them that this world is not their rest, but that they must think of departing. Lastly, observe a resemblance between this deliverance of Abram out of Egypt and the deliverance of his seed thence. 430 years after Abram went into Egypt on occasion of a famine, they went thither on occasion of a famine also. He was fetched out with great plagues on Pharaoh, so were they. As Abram was dismissed by Pharaoh and enriched with the spoil of the Egyptians, so were they. For God's care of his people is the same yesterday, today, and forever. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Blunk. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 13. In this chapter we have a further account concerning Abram. Numeral 1. In general of his condition and behavior in the land of promise, which was now the land of his pilgrimage. Number 1. His removes, verses 1, 3, 4, and 18. Number 2. His riches, verse 2. Number 3. His devotion, verses 4 and 18. Numeral 2. A particular account of a quarrel that happened between him and Lot. Number 1. The unhappy occasion of their strife, verses 5 and 6. Number 2. The parties concerned in the strife, with the aggravation of it, verse 7. Numeral 3. The making up of the quarrel by the prudence of Abram, verses 8 and 9. Numeral 4. Lot's departure from Abram to the plain of Sodom, verses 10 through 13. Numeral 5. God's appearance to Abram to confirm the promise of the land of Canaan to him, verse 14, etc. Abram's removal to Canaan. BC 1918. Verses 1 through 4. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Hai, unto the place of the altar, which he had made there at the first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord. Numeral 1. Here is Abram's return out of Egypt, verse 1. He came himself and brought all his with him back again to Canaan. Note, though there may be occasion to go sometimes into places of temptation, yet we must hasten out of them as soon as possible. See Ruth 1, verse 6. Numeral 2. His wealth. He was very rich, verse 2. He was very heavy, so the Hebrew word signifies, for riches are a burden, and those that will be rich do but load themselves with thick clay. Habakkuk 2:6. There is a burden of care in getting them, fear in keeping them, temptation in using them, guilt in abusing them, sorrow in losing them, and a burden of account at last to be given up concerning them. Great possessions do but make men heavy and unwieldy. Abram was not only rich in faith and good works and in the promises, but he was rich in cattle and in silver and gold. Note, number 1, God in his providence sometimes makes good men rich men, and teaches them how to abound as well as how to suffer want. Number 2, the riches of good men are the fruits of God's blessing. God has said to Abram, I will bless thee, and that blessing made him rich without sorrow. Proverbs 10:22. Number 3, true piety will very well consist with great prosperity. Though it is hard for a rich man to get to heaven, yet it is not impossible. Mark 10:23 and 24. Abram was very rich and yet very religious. Nay, as piety is a friend to outward prosperity, 1 Timothy 4:8, so outward prosperity, if well managed, is an ornament to piety, and furnishes an opportunity of doing so much the more good. Numeral 3. His removal to Bethel, verses 3 and 4. Thither he went, not only because there he had formerly had his tent, and he was willing to go among his old acquaintance, but because there he had formerly had his altar, and, though the altar was gone, probably he himself having taken it down when he left the place, lest it should be polluted by the idolatrous Canaanites, yet he came to the place of the altar, either to revive the remembrance of the sweet communion he had had with God in that place, or perhaps to pay the vows he had there made to God when he undertook his journey into Egypt. Long afterwards God sent Jacob to this same place on that errand, chapter 35, verse 1. Go up to Bethel, where thou vowedst the vow. We have need to be reminded, and should take all occasions to remind ourselves of our solemn vows, and perhaps the place where they were made may help to bring them afresh to mind, and it may therefore do us good to visit it. Numeral 4. His devotion there. His altar was gone so that he could not offer sacrifice, but he called on the name of the Lord as he had done, chapter 12, verse 8. Note, number 1, all God's people are praying people. You may as soon find a living man without breath as a living Christian without prayer. Number 2, those that would approve themselves upright with their God must be constant and persevering in the services of religion. Abram did not leave his religion behind him in Egypt, as many do in their travels. Number 3, when we cannot do what we would, we must make conscience of doing what we can in the acts of devotion. When we want an altar, let us not be wanting in prayer, but wherever we are, call on the name of the Lord. Lot's separation from Abram, BC 1917. Verses 5 through 9. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents, and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle, and the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between my herdmen and thy herdmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before thee? Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right, or if thou depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. We have here an unhappy falling out between Abram and Lot, who had hitherto been inseparable companions. See verse 1 and chapter 12, verse 4. But now parted. Numeral 1. The occasion of their quarrel was their riches. We read, verse 2, how rich Abram was. Now here we are told, verse 5, that Lot, who went with Abram, was rich too, and therefore God blessed him with riches because he went with Abram. Note, number 1, it is good being in good company and going with those with whom God is. Zechariah 8, verse 23. Number 2, those that are partners with God's people in their obedience and sufferings shall be sharers with them in their joys and comforts. Isaiah 66, verse 10. Now they both being very rich, the land was not able to bear them that they might dwell comfortably and peaceably together. So that the riches may be considered, subscript 1, as setting them at a distance one from another. Because the place was too strait for them, and they had not room for their stock, it was necessary they should live asunder. Note, every comfort in this world has its cross attending it. Business is a comfort, but it has this inconvenience in it, that it allows us not the society of those we love, so often, nor so long as we could wish. Subscript 2, as setting them at variance one with another. Note, riches are often an occasion of strife and contention among relations and neighbors. This is one of those foolish and hurtful lusts which those that will be rich fall into. 1 Timothy 6, verse 9. Riches not only afford matter for contention, and are the things most commonly striven about, but they also stir up a spirit of contention by making people proud and covetous. Meum and tuum, mine and thine, are the great make-baits of the world. Poverty and travail, wants and wanderings, could not separate between Abram and Lot, but riches did. Friends are soon lost, but God is a friend from whose love neither the height of prosperity nor the depth of adversity shall separate us. Numeral 2. The immediate instruments of the quarrel were their servants. The strife began between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle. Verse 7. They strove, it is probable, which should have the better pasture or the better water, and both interested their masters in the quarrel. Note, bad servants often make a great deal of mischief in families by the pride and passion, their lying, slandering, and tale-bearing. It is a very wicked thing for servants to do ill offices between relations and neighbors, and to sow discord. Those that do so are the devil's agents and their master's worst enemies. Numeral 3. The aggravation of the quarrel was that the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelt then in the land. This made the quarrel, number 1, very dangerous. If Abram and Lot cannot agree to feed their flocks together, it is well if the common enemy do not come upon them and plunder them both. Note, the division of families and churches often proves the ruin of them. Number 2, very scandalous. No doubt the eyes of all the neighbors were upon them, especially because of the singularity of their religion, and the extraordinary sanctity they professed, and notice would soon be taken of this quarrel, and improvement made of it to their reproach by the Canaanites and Perizzites. Note, the quarrels of professors are the reproach of profession, and give occasion, as much as anything, to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme. Numeral 4. The making up of this quarrel was very happy. It is best to preserve the peace, that it be not broken. But the next best is, if differences do happen, with all speed to accommodate them, and quench the fire that is broken out. The motion for staying this strife was made by Abram, though he was the senior and superior relation. Verse 8. Number 1. His petition for peace was very affectionate. Let there be not strife, I pray thee. Abram here shows himself to be a man, subscript 1, of a cool spirit, that had the command of his passion, and knew how to turn away wrath with a soft answer. Those that would keep the peace must never render railing for railing. Subscript 2, of a condescending spirit. He was willing to beseech even his inferior to be at peace, and made the first overture of reconciliation. Conquerors reckon it their glory to give peace by power, and it is no less so to give peace by the meekness of wisdom. Note, the people of God should always approve themselves a peaceable people. Whatever others are for, they must be for peace. Number 2, his plea for peace was very cogent. Subscript 1, let there be no strife between me and thee. Let the Canaanites and Perizzites contend about trifles, but let not thee and me fall out, who know better things and look for a better country. Note, professors of religion should, of all others, be careful to avoid contention. You shall not be so, Luke 22, verse 26. We have no such custom, 1 Corinthians 11, verse 16. Let there be no strife between me and thee, who have lived together and loved one another so long. Note, the remembrance of old friendships should quickly put an end to new quarrels which at any time happen. Subscript 2, let it be remembered that we are brethren. Hebrew, we are men, brethren, a double argument. Subpoint 1, we are men, and as men we are mortal creatures. We may die tomorrow and are concerned to be found in peace. We are rational creatures and should be ruled by reason. We are men and not brutes. Men and not children. We are sociable creatures. Let us be so to the uttermost. Subpoint 2. We are brethren, men of the same nature, of the same kindred and family, of the same religion, companions in obedience, companions in patience. Note, the consideration of our relation to each other as brethren should always prevail to moderate our passions, and either to prevent or put an end to our contentions. Brethren should love as brethren. Number 3. His proposal for peace was very fair. Many who profess to be for peace, yet will do nothing towards it. But Abram hereby proved himself a real friend to peace, that he proposed an unexceptional expedient for the preserving of it. Is not the whole land before thee? Verse 9. As if he had said, why should we quarrel for room while there is room enough for us both? Subscript 1. He concludes that they must part, and is very desirous that they should part friends. Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. What could be expressed more affectionately? He does not expel him and force him away, but advises that he should separate himself. Nor does he charge him to depart, but humbly desires him to withdraw. Note, those that have power to command, yet sometimes for love's sake and peace sake, should rather beseech, as Paul besought Philemon, verse 8 and 9. When the great God condescends to beseech us, we may well afford to beseech one another to be reconciled. 2 Corinthians 5, verse 20. Subscript 2. He offers him a sufficient share of the land they were in. Though God had promised Abram to give this land to his seed, chapter 12, verse 7, and it does not appear that ever any such promise was made to Lot, which Abram might have insisted on, to the total exclusion of Lot, yet he allows him to come and partner with him, and tenders an equal share to one that had not an equal right, and will not make God's promise to patronize his quarrel, nor, under the protection of that, put any hardship on his kinsman. Subscript 3. He gives him his choice, and offers to take up with his leavings. If thou wilt take the left hand, I will go to the right. There was all the reason in the world that Abram should choose first, yet he recedes from his right. Note, it is a noble conquest to be willing to yield for peace' sake. It is the conquest of ourselves and our own pride and passion. Matthew 5, verses 39 and 40. It is not only the punctilios of honor, but even interest itself, that in many cases must be sacrificed to peace. Lot's removal to Sodom, B.C. 1917. Verses 10 through 13. And Lot lifted up his eyes, and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as thou comest unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves the one from the other. Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before the Lord exceedingly. We have here the choice that Lot made when he parted from Abram. Upon this occasion one would have expected, 1, that he should have expressed an unwillingness to part from Abram, and that, at least, he should have done it with reluctancy. 2, that he should have been so civil as to have remitted the choice back again to Abram. But we find not any instance of deference or respect to his uncle in the whole management. Abram having offered him the choice, without compliment he accepted it, and made his election. Passion and selfishness make men rude. Now, in the choice which Lot made, we may observe, 1, how much he had an eye to the goodness of the land. He beheld all the plain of Jordan, the flat country in which Sodom stood, that it was admirably well watered everywhere, and perhaps the strife had been about water, which made him particularly fond of that convenience. And so Lot chose all that plain, verses 10 and 11. That valley, which was like the Garden of Eden itself, now yielded him a most pleasant prospect. It was, in his eye, beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, and therefore he doubted not but that it would yield him a comfortable settlement, and that in such a fruitful soil he should certainly thrive and grow very rich, and this was all he looked at. But what came of it? Why, the next news we hear of him is that he is in the briars among them, he and his carried captive. While he lived among them, he vexed his righteous soul with their conversation, and never had a good day with them, till, at last, God fired the town over his head, and forced him to the mountain for safety, who chose the plain for wealth and pleasure. Note, sensual choices are sinful choices, and seldom speed well. Those who in choosing relations, callings, dwellings, or settlements are guided and governed by the lusts of the flesh, the lusts of the eye, or the pride of life, and consult not the interests of their souls and their religion, cannot expect God's presence with them, nor his blessings upon them, but are commonly disappointed even in that which they principally aimed at, and miss of that which they promised themselves satisfaction in. In all our choices this principle should overrule us, that is best for us which is best for our souls. 2, how little he considered the wickedness of the inhabitants. But the men of Sodom were wicked, verse 13. Note, 1, though all are sinners, yet some are greater sinners than others. The men of Sodom were sinners of the first magnitude, sinners before the Lord, that is, impudent, daring sinners. They were so to a proverb. Hence we read of those that declare their sin as Sodom, they hide it not. Isaiah 3 verse 9. 2, that some sinners are the worse for living in a good land. So the Sodomites were, for this was the iniquity of Sodom, pride, fullness of bread, and abundance of idleness, and all these were supported by the great plenty their country afforded. Ezekiel 16 verse 49. Thus the prosperity of fools destroys them. 3, that God often gives great plenty to great sinners. Filthy Sodomites dwell in a city, in a fruitful plain, while faithful Abram and his pious family dwell in tents upon the barren mountains. 4, when wickedness has come to the height, ruin is not far off. Abounding sins are sure presages of approaching judgments. Now Lot's coming to dwell among the Sodomites may be considered, subscript 1, as a great mercy to them, and a likely means of bringing them to repentance. For now they had a prophet among them, and a preacher of righteousness, and if they had hearkened to him, they might have been reformed, and the ruin prevented. Note, God sends preachers before he sends destroyers, for he is not willing that any should perish. Subscript 2, as a great affliction to Lot, who was not only grieved to see their wickedness, 2 Peter 2 verses 7 and 8, but was molested and persecuted by them because he would not do as they did. Note, it has often been the vexatious lot of good men to live among wicked neighbors, to sojourn in Mesech, Psalm 120 verse 5, and it cannot but be the more grievous if, as Lot here, they have brought it upon themselves by an unadvised choice. God confirms his promise to Abram, B.C. 1917, verses 14 through 18. And the Lord said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, Lift up now thine eyes, and look from the place where thou art, northward and southward, and eastward and westward. For all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it, and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto the Lord. We have here an account of a gracious visit which God paid to Abram, to confirm the promise to him and his. Observe, numeral 1, when it was that God renewed and ratified the promise. After that Lot was separated from him. That is, number 1, after the quarrel was over, for those are best prepared for the visits of divine grace, whose spirits are calm and sedate, and not ruffled with any passion. Number 2, after Abram's humble, self-denying condescensions to Lot for the preserving of peace. It was then that God came to him with this token of his favor. Note, God will abundantly make up in spiritual peace what we lose for the preservation of neighborly peace. When Abram had willingly offered Lot one half of his right, God came and confirmed the whole to him. Number 3, after he had lost the comfortable society of his kinsmen, by whose departure his hands were weakened and his heart was saddened, then God came to him with these good words and comfortable words. Note, communion with God may at any time serve to make up the want of conversation with our friends, when our relations are separated from us, yet God is not. Number 4, after Lot had chosen that pleasant, fruitful vale, and had gone to take possession of it, lest Abram should be tempted to envy him and to repent that he had given him the choice, God comes to him and assures him that what he had should remain to him and his heirs forever, so that, though Lot perhaps had the better land, yet Abram had the better title. Lot had the paradise, such as it was, but Abram had the promise, and the event soon made it appear that, however it seemed now, Abram had really the better part. See Job 22, verse 20. God owned Abram after his strife with Lot, as the churches owned Paul after his strife with Barnabas. Acts 15, verses 39 and 40. Numeral 2, the promises themselves with which God now comforted and enriched Abram. 2 things he assures him of, a good land and a numerous issue to enjoy it. Number 1, here is the grant of a good land, a land famous above all lands, for it was to be the Holy Land and Emmanuel's land. This is the land here spoken of. Subscript 1. God here shows Abram the land as he had promised, chapter 12, verse 1, and afterwards he showed it to Moses from the top of Pisgah. Lot had lifted up his eyes and beheld the plain of Jordan, verse 10, and he had gone to enjoy what he saw. Come, says God to Abram, now lift thou up thy eyes, and look and see thy own. Note, that which God has to show us is infinitely better and more desirable than anything that the world has to offer our view. The prospects of an eye of faith are much more rich and beautiful than those of an eye of sense. Those for whom the heavenly Canaan is designed in the other world have sometimes, by faith, a comfortable prospect of it in their present state, for we look at the things that are not seen as real, though distant. Subscript 2. He secures this land to him and his seed forever, verse 15. To thee will I give it, and again, verse 17, I will give it unto thee. Every repetition of the promise is a ratification of it. To thee and thy seed, not to Lot and his seed. They were not to have their inheritance in this land, and therefore Providence so ordered it that Lot should be separated from Abram first, and then the grant should be confirmed to him and his seed. Thus God often brings good out of evil, and makes men's sins and follies subservient to his own wise and holy counsels. To thee and thy seed, to thee to sojourn in as a stranger, to thy seed to dwell and rule in as proprietors. To thee, that is, to thy seed, the granting of it to him and his forever intimates that it was typical of the heavenly Canaan, which is given to the spiritual seed of Abram forever. Hebrews 11, verse 14. Subscript 3. He gives him livery and season of it, though it was a reversion. Arise, walk through the land, verse 17. Enter and take possession, survey the parcels, and it will appear better than upon a distant prospect. Note, God is willing more abundantly to show to the heirs of promise the immutability of his covenant, and the inestimable worth of covenant blessings. Go, walk about Sion. Psalm 48, verse 12. Numeral 2. Here is the promise of a numerous issue to replenish this good land, so that it should never be lost for want of heirs. Verse 16. I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth. That is, they shall increase incredibly, and, take them all together, they shall be such a great multitude as no man can number. They were so in Solomon's time. 1 Kings 4, verse 20. Judah and Israel were many as the sand which is by the sea in multitude. This God here gives him the promise of. Note, the same God that provides the inheritance provides the heirs. He that has prepared the Holy Land prepares the holy seed. He that gives glory gives grace to make meet for glory. Lastly, we are told what Abram did when God had thus confirmed the promise to him. Verse 18. Number 1, he removed his tent. God bade him walk through the land. That is, do not think of fixing in it, but expect to be always unsettled and walking through it to a better Canaan. In compliance with God's will herein, he removes his tent, confirming himself to the condition of a pilgrim. Number 2, he built there an altar in token of his thankfulness to God for the kind visit he had paid him. Note, when God meets us with gracious promises, he expects that we should attend him with our humble praises. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bethesda Lilly. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 14. We have 4 things in the story of this chapter. Numeral 1. A war with the king of Sodom and his allies, verses 1 through 11. Numeral 2. The captivity of Lot in that war, verse 12. Numeral 3. Abram's rescue of Lot from that captivity, with the victory he obtained over the conquerors, verses 13 through 16. Number 4. Abram's return from the expedition, verse 17, with an account of what passed. Number 1. Between him and the king of Salem, verses 18 through 20. Number 2. Between him and the king of Sodom, verses 21 through 24. So that here we have that promise to Abram in part fulfilled, that God would make his name great. Lot taken captive, B.C. 1913, verses 1 through 12. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel king of Shinar, Arioch king of Elasar, Kedorlaomer king of Elam, and Tidal king of nations, that these made war with Bera king of Sodom, and with Birsha king of Gomorrah, Shinab king of Admah, and Shemeber king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the vale of Siddim, which is the salt sea. 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Kedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims in Ashtoreth Karnaim, and the Zuzims in Ham, and the Emims in Sheva Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their Mount Seir, unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned, and came to En-Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites that dwelt in Hazezon Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar. And they joined battle with them in the vale of Siddim, with Kedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings with 5. And the vale of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. We have here an account of the first war that ever we read of in Scripture, which, though the wars of the nations make the greatest figure in history, we should not have had the history of, if Abram and Lot had not been concerned in it. Now concerning this war, we may observe, numeral 1, the parties engaged in it. The invaders were 4 kings, 2 of them no less than kings of Shinar and Elam, that is, Chaldea and Persia, yet probably not the sovereign princes of those great kingdoms in their own persons, but either officers under them, or rather the heads and leaders of some colonies which came out of those great nations, and settled themselves near Sodom, but retained the names of the countries from which they had their origin. The invaders were the kings of 5 cities that lay near together in the plain of Jordan, namely Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and Zoar. 4 of them are named, but not the 5th, the king of Zoar or Bela, either because he was much more mean and inconsiderable, or because he was much more wicked and inglorious than the rest, and worthy to be forgotten. Numeral 2. The occasion of this war was the revolt of the 5 kings from under the government of Chedorlaomer. 12 years they served him. Small joy they had of their fruitful land, while thus they were tributaries to a foreign power, and could not call what they had their own. Rich countries are a desirable prey, and idle luxurious countries are an easy prey to growing greatness. The Sodomites were the posterity of Canaan, whom Noah had pronounced a servant to Shem, from whom Elam descended. Thus soon did that prophecy begin to be fulfilled. In the 13th year, beginning to be weary of their subjection, they rebelled, denied their tribute, and attempted to shake off the yoke and retrieve their ancient liberties. In the 14th year, after some pause and preparation, Chedorlaomer, in conjunction with his allies, set himself to chastise and reduce the rebels, and, since he could not have it otherwise, to fetch his tribute from them on the point of his sword. Note: pride, covetousness, and ambition are the lusts from which wars and fightings come. To these insatiable idols the blood of thousands has been sacrificed. Numeral 3. The progress and success of the war. The 4 kings laid the neighboring countries waste and enriched themselves with the spoil of them, verses 5 through 7, upon the alarm of which it had been the wisdom of the king of Sodom to submit, and desire conditions of peace. For how could he grapple with an enemy thus flushed with victory? But he would rather venture the utmost extremity than yield, and it sped accordingly. Quos Deus destruit, eos demontat. Those whom God means to destroy, he delivers up to infatuation. Number 1. The forces of the king of Sodom and his allies were routed, and, it should seem, many of them perished in the slime pits who had escaped the sword. Verse 10. In all places we are surrounded with deaths of various kinds, especially in the field of battle. Number 2. The cities were plundered. Verse 11. All the goods of Sodom, and particularly their stores and provisions of victuals, were carried off by the conquerors. Note: when men abuse the gifts of a bountiful providence to gluttony and excess, it is just with God and his usual way, by some judgment or other, to strip them of that which they have so abused. Hosea 2:8-9. Number 3. Lot was carried captive. Verse 12. They took Lot among the rest and his goods. Now Lot may here be considered, subscript 1, as sharing with his neighbors in this common calamity. Though he was himself a righteous man, and, which is here expressly noticed, Abram's brother's son, yet he was involved with the rest in all this trouble. Note: all things come alike to all. Ecclesiastes 9:2. The best of men cannot promise themselves an exemption from the greatest troubles in this life. Neither from our own piety, nor our relation to those that are the favorites of heaven, will be our security when God's judgments are abroad. Note further: many an honest man fares the worse for his wicked neighbors. It is therefore our wisdom to separate ourselves, or at least to distinguish ourselves from them. 2 Corinthians 6:17, and so deliver ourselves. Revelation 18:4. Subscript 2. As smarting for the foolish choice he made of a settlement here. This is plainly intimated when it is said, they took Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom. So near a relation of Abram should have been a companion and disciple of Abram, and should have abode by his tents. But if he choose to dwell in Sodom, he must thank himself if he share in Sodom's calamities. Note, when we go out of the way of our duty, we put ourselves from under God's protection, and cannot expect that the choices which are made by our lusts should issue to our comfort. Particular mention is made of their taking Lot's goods, those goods which had occasioned his contest with Abram and his separation from him. Note, it is just with God to deprive us of those enjoyments by which we have suffered ourselves to be deprived of our enjoyment of him. Lot taken captive and rescued. B.C. 1913, verses 13 through 16. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. We have here an account of the only military action we ever find Abram engaged in, and this he was prompted to, not by his avarice or ambition, but purely by a principle of charity. It was not to enrich himself, but to help his friend. Never was any military expedition undertaken, prosecuted, and finished more honorably than this of Abram's. Here we have, numeral 1, the tidings brought him of his kinsman's distress. Providence so ordered it that he now sojourned not far off, that he might be a very present help. Number 1. He is here called Abram the Hebrew, that is, the son and follower of Heber, in whose family the profession of the true religion was kept up in that degenerate age. Abram herein acted like a Hebrew, in a manner not unworthy of the name and character of a religious professor. Number 2. The tidings were brought by one that had escaped with his life for a prey. Probably he was a sodomite, and as bad as the worst of them, yet, knowing Abram's relation to Lot, and concern for him, he implores his help, and hopes to speed for Lot's sake. Note, the worst of men, in the day of their trouble, will be glad to claim acquaintance with those that are wise and good, and so get an interest in them. The rich man in hell called Abram father, and the foolish virgins made court to the wise for a share of their oil. Numeral 2. The preparations he made for this expedition. The cause was plainly good, his call to engage in it was clear, and therefore, with all speed, he armed his trained servants, born in his house, to the number of 318. A great family, but a small army, about as many as Gideon's, that routed the Midianites, Judges 7:7. He drew out his trained servants, or his catechized servants, not only instructed in the art of war, which was then far short of the perfection which later and worse ages have improved it to, but instructed in the principles of religion. For Abram commanded his household to keep the way of the Lord. This shows that Abram was, number 1, a great man who had so many servants depending on him and employed by him, which was not only his strength and honor, but gave him a great opportunity of doing good, which is all that is truly valuable and desirable in great places and great estates. Number 2, a good man, who not only served God himself, but instructed all about him in the service of God. Note, those that have great families have not only many bodies, but many souls besides their own to take care of and provide for. Those that would be found the followers of Abram must see that their servants be catechized servants. Number 3, a wise man, and, though he was a man of peace, Yet he disciplined his servants for war, not knowing what occasion he might have, some time or other, so to employ them. Note, though our holy religion teaches us to be for peace, yet it does not forbid us to provide for war. Numeral 3. His allies and confederates in this expedition. He prevailed with his neighbors, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, with whom he kept up a fair correspondence, to go along with him. It was his prudence thus to strengthen his own troops with their auxiliary forces, and probably they saw themselves concerned in interest to act as they could against this formidable power, lest their own turn should be next. Note, number 1. It is our wisdom and duty to behave ourselves so respectfully and obligingly towards all men as that, whenever there is occasion, they may be willing and ready to do us a kindness. Number 2. Those who depend on God's help, yet in times of distress, ought to make use of men's help, as Providence offers it, else they tempt God. Numeral 4. His courage and conduct were very remarkable. Number 1. There was a great deal of bravery in the enterprise itself, considering the disadvantages he lay under. What could one family of husbandmen and shepherds do against the armies of 4 princes, who now came fresh from blood and victory? It was not a vanquished, but a victorious army that he was to pursue. Nor was he constrained by necessity to this daring attempt, but moved to it by generosity, so that, all things considered, it was, for aught I know, as great an instance of true courage as ever Alexander or Caesar was celebrated for. Note, religion tends to make men not cowardly, but truly valiant. The righteous is bold as a lion. The true Christian is the true hero. Number 2. There was a great deal of policy in the management of it. Abram was no stranger to the stratagems of war. He divided himself, as Gideon did his little army, Judges 7:16, that he might come upon the enemy from several quarters at once, and so make his few seem a great many. He made his attack by night, that he might surprise them. Note, honest policy is a good friend both to our safety and to our usefulness. The serpent's head, provided it be nothing akin to the old serpent, may well become a good Christian's body, especially if it have a dove's eye in it. Matthew 10:16. Numeral 5. His success was very considerable. Verses 15 through 16. He defeated his enemies and rescued his friends, and we do not find that he sustained any loss. Note, those that venture in a good cause with a good heart are under the special protection of a good God, and have reason to hope for a good issue. Again, it is all one with the Lord to save by many or by few. 1 Samuel 14:6. Observe, number 1. He rescued his kinsman. Twice here he is called his brother Lot. The remembrance of the relation that was between them, both by nature and grace, made him forget the little quarrel that had been between them, in which Lot had by no means acted well towards Abram. Justly might Abram have upbraided Lot with his folly in quarreling with him and removing from him, and have told him that he was well enough served, he might have known when he was well off. But in the charitable breast of pious Abram, it is all forgiven and forgotten, and he takes this opportunity to give a real proof of the sincerity of his reconciliation. Note, Subscript 1. We ought to be ready, whenever it is in the power of our hands, to succor and relieve those that are in distress, especially our relations and friends. A brother is born for adversity. Proverbs 17:17. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Subscript 2. Though others have been wanting in their duty to us, yet we must not therefore deny our duty to them. Some have said that they can more easily forgive their enemies than their friends, but we shall see ourselves obliged to forgive both if we consider not only that our God, when we were enemies, reconciled us, but also that he passeth by the transgression of the remnant of his heritage. Micah 7:18. Number 2. He rescued the rest of the captives for Lot's sake, though they were strangers to him, and such as he was under no obligation to at all, nay, though they were sodomites, sinners before the Lord exceedingly, and though probably he might have recovered Lot alone by ransom, yet he brought back all the women and the people and their goods. Verse 16. Note, as we have opportunity, we must do good to all men. Our charity must be extensive as opportunity offers itself. Wherever God gives life, we must not grudge the help we can give to support it. God does good to the just and unjust, and so must we. Matthew 5:45. This victory which Abram obtained over the kings, the prophet seems to refer to Isaiah 41:2. Who raised up the righteous man from the east and made him rule over kings? And some suggest that, as before he had a title to this land by grant, so now by conquest. Abram's interview with Melchizedek, B.C. 1913, verses 17 through 20. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer and of the kings that were with him, at the valley of Sheva, which is the king's dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him, and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be the Most High God, which hath delivered thine enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all. This paragraph begins with the mention of the respect which the king of Sodom paid to Abram at his return from the slaughter of the kings. But before a particular account is given of this, the story of Melchizedek is briefly related, concerning whom, observe, numeral 1, who he was. He was king of Salem and priest of the Most High God, and other glorious things are said of him. Hebrews 7:1, etc. Number 1. The Rabbin and most of our rabbinical writers conclude that Melchizedek was Shem the son of Noah, who was king and priest to those that descended from him, according to the patriarchal model. But this is not at all probable, for why should his name be changed? And how came he to settle in Canaan? Number 2. Many Christian writers have thought that this was an appearance of the Son of God himself, our Lord Jesus, known to Abram at this time by this name, as afterwards Hagar called him by another name. Chapter 17, verse 13. He appeared to him as a righteous king, owning a righteous cause, and giving peace. It is difficult to imagine that any mere man should be said to be without father, without mother, and without descent, having neither beginning of days nor end of life. Hebrews 7:3. It is witnessed of Melchizedek that he liveth, and that he abideth a priest continually. Verses 3 and 8. Nay, verses 13 through 14. The apostle makes him of whom these things are spoken to be our Lord, who sprang out of Judah. It is likewise difficult to think that any mere man should at this time be greater than Abram in the things of God, that Christ should be a priest after the order of any mere man, and that any human priesthood should so far excel that of Aaron, as it is certain that Melchizedek's did. Number 3. The most commonly received opinion is that Melchizedek was a Canaanitish prince that reigned in Salem and kept up the true religion there. But if so, why his name should occur here only in all the story of Abram, and why Abram should have altars of his own and not attend the altars of his neighbor Melchizedek, who was greater than he, seem unaccountable. Mr. Gregory of Oxford tells us that the Arabic Katina, which he builds much upon the authority of, gives this account of Melchizedek, that he was the son of Heracleim, the son of Peleg, the son of Eber, and that his mother's name was Salathiel, the daughter of Gomer, the son of Japheth, the son of Noah. Numeral 2. What he did. Number 1. He brought forth bread and wine, for the refreshment of Abram and his soldiers, and in congratulation of their victory. This he did as a king, teaching us to do good and to communicate, and to be given to hospitality according to our ability, and representing the spiritual provisions of strength and comfort which Christ has laid up for us in the covenant of grace for our refreshment when we are wearied of our spiritual conflicts. Number 2. As priest of the Most High God, he blessed Abram, which we may suppose a greater refreshment to Abram than his bread and wine were. Thus God, having raised up his Son Jesus, has sent him to bless us, as one having authority, and those whom he blesses are blessed indeed. Christ went to heaven when he was blessing his disciples, Luke 24:51, for this is what he ever lives to do. Numeral 3. What he said, verses 19 through 20. 2 things were said by him. Number 1. He blessed Abram from God. Blessed be Abram, blessed of the Most High God. Verse 19. Observe the titles he here gives to God, which are very glorious. Subscript 1. The Most High God, which bespeaks his absolute perfections in himself and his sovereign dominion over all the creatures. He is King of Kings. Note, it will greatly help both our faith and our reverence in prayer to eye God as the Most High God, and to call him so. Subscript 2. Possessor of heaven and earth, that is, rightful owner and sovereign Lord of all the creatures, because he made them. This bespeaks him a great God and greatly to be praised, Psalm 24:1, and those a happy people who have an interest in his favor and love. Number 2. He blessed God for Abram, verse 20, and blessed be the Most High God. Note, subscript 1. In all our prayers we must praise God and join hallelujahs with all our hosannas. These are the spiritual sacrifices we must offer up daily and upon particular occasions. Subscript 2. God, as the Most High God, must have the glory of all our victories. Exodus 17:15, 1 Samuel 7:10 and 12, Judges 5:1 and 2, 2 Chronicles 20:21. In them he shows himself higher than our enemies, Exodus 18:11, and higher than we, for without him we could do nothing. Subscript 3. We ought to give thanks for others' mercies as for our own, triumphing with those that triumph. Subscript 4. Jesus Christ, our great high priest, is the mediator both of our prayers and praises, and not only offers up ours, but his own for us. See Luke 10:21. Numeral 4. What was done to him? Abram gave him tithes of all, that is, of the spoils. Hebrews 7:4. This may be looked upon, number 1, as a gratuity presented to Melchizedek by way of return for his tokens of respect. Note, those that receive kindness should show kindness. Gratitude is one of nature's laws. Number 2, as an offering vowed and dedicated to the Most High God, and therefore put into the hands of Melchizedek his priest. Note, subscript 1. When we have received some signal mercy from God, it is very fit that we should express our thankfulness by some special act of pious charity. God must always have his dues out of our substance, especially when, by any particular providence, he has either preserved or increased it to us. Subscript 2. That the 10th of our increase is a very fit proportion to be set apart for the honor of God and the service of his sanctuary. Subscript 3. That Jesus Christ, our great Melchizedek, is to have homage done him, and to be humbly acknowledged by every one of us as our king and priest. And not only the tithes of all, but all we have must be surrendered and given up to him. Abram's disinterestedness, B.C. 1913, verses 21 through 24. And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, Give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself. And Abram said unto the king of Sodom, I have lifted up mine hand unto the Lord, the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion. We have here an account of what passed between Abram and the king of Sodom, who succeeded him that fell in the battle. Verse 10. And thought himself obliged to do this honor to Abram, in return for the good services he had done to him. Here is, numeral 1, the king of Sodom's grateful offer to Abram. Verse 21. Give me the soul, and take thou the substance. So the Hebrew reads it. Here he fairly begs the persons, but as freely bestows the goods on Abram. Note, number 1. Where a right is dubious and divided, it is wisdom to compound the matter by mutual concessions rather than to contend. The king of Sodom had an original right both to the persons and to the goods, and it would bear a debate whether Abram's acquired right by rescue would supersede his title and extinguish it. But, to prevent all quarrels, the king of Sodom makes this fair proposal. Number 2. Gratitude teaches us to recompense to the utmost of our power those that have undergone fatigues, run hazards, and been at expense for our service and benefit. Who goes a warfare at his own charges? 1 Corinthians 9:7. Soldiers purchase their pay dearer than any laborers, and are well worthy of it, because they expose their lives. Numeral 2. Abram's generous refusal of this offer. He not only resigned the persons to him, who, being delivered out of the hand of their enemies, ought to have served Abram, but he restored all the goods too. He would not take from a thread to a shoe latchet, not the least thing that had ever belonged to the king of Sodom or any of his. Note, a lively faith enables a man to look upon the wealth of this world with holy contempt. 1 John 5:4. What are all the ornaments and delights of sense to one that has God and heaven ever in his eye? He resolves even to a thread and a shoe latchet, for a tender conscience fears offending in a small matter. Now, number 1. Abram ratifies this resolution with a solemn oath. I have lifted up my hand to the Lord, that I will not take anything. Verse 22. Here observe, subscript 1, the titles he gives to God, the Most High God, the possessor of heaven and earth, the same that Melchizedek had just now used. Verse 19. Note, it is good to learn of others how to order our speech concerning God, and to imitate those who speak well in divine things. This improvement we are to make of the conversation of devout good men. We must learn to speak after them. Subscript 2. The ceremony used in this oath. I have lifted up my hand. In religious swearing, we appeal to God's knowledge of our truth and sincerity, and imprecate his wrath if we swear falsely, and the lifting up of the hand is very significant and expressive of both. Subscript 3. The matter of the oath, namely, that he would not take any reward from the king of Sodom, was lawful, but what he was not antecedently obliged to. Subpoint 1. Probably Abram vowed, before he went to the battle, that, if God would give him success, he would, for the glory of God and the credit of his profession, so far deny himself and his own right as to take nothing of the spoils to himself. Note, the vows we have made when we are in pursuit of a mercy must be carefully and conscientiously kept when we have obtained the mercy, though they were made against our interest. A citizen of Zion, if he has sworn, whether it be to God or man, though it prove to his own hurt, yet he changeth not. Psalm 15:4. Or, subpoint 2, perhaps Abram, now when he saw cause to refuse the offer made him, at the same time confirmed his refusal with this oath, to prevent further importunity. Note: first, there may be good reason sometimes why we should debar ourselves of that which is our undoubted right, as St. Paul, 1 Corinthians 8:13, 9:12. Secondly, that strong resolutions are of good use to put by the force of temptations. Number 2, he backs his refusal with a good reason, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich, which would reflect reproach. Subscript 1, upon the promise and covenant of God, as if they would not have enriched Abram without the spoils of Sodom. And subscript 2, upon the piety and charity of Abram, as if all he had in his eye when he undertook that hazardous expedition was to enrich himself. Note: subpoint 1. We must be very careful that we give no occasion to others to say things which they ought not. Subpoint 2. The people of God must, for their credit's sake, take heed of doing anything that looks mean or mercenary, or that savors of covetousness and self-seeking. Probably Abram knew the king of Sodom to be a proud and scornful man, and one that would be apt to turn such a thing as this to his reproach afterwards, though most unreasonably. When we have to do with such men, we have need to act with particular caution. Number 3, he limits his refusal with a double proviso, verse 24. In making vows, we ought carefully to insert the necessary exceptions, that we may not afterwards say before the angel, it was an error. Ecclesiastes 5:6. Abram here accepts, subscript 1, the food of his soldiers. They were worthy of their meat while they trod out the corn. This would give no color to the king of Sodom to say that he had enriched Abram. Subscript 2, the shares of his allies and confederates. Let them take their portion. Note: those who are strict in restraining their own liberty, yet ought not to impose those restraints upon the liberties of others, nor to judge of them accordingly. We must not make ourselves the standard to measure others by. A good man will deny himself that liberty which he will not deny another, contrary to the practice of the Pharisees, Matthew 23:4. There was not the same reason why Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre should quit their right, that there was why Abram should. They did not make the profession that he made, nor were they, as he was, under the obligation of a vow. End of chapter 14. Recording by Bethesda Lilly.
Chapter 15 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. 15. In this chapter, we have a solemn treaty between God and Abram concerning a covenant that was to be established between them. In the former chapter, we had Abram in the field with kings. Here we find him in the mount with God, and though there he looked great, yet methinks here he looks much greater. That honor have the great men of this world, but this honor have all the saints. The covenant to be settled between God and Abram was a covenant of promises. Accordingly, here is numeral 1. A general assurance of God's kindness and goodwill to Abram, verse 1. Numeral 2. A particular declaration of the purposes of his love concerning him in 2 things. Number 1, that he would give him a numerous issue, verses 2 through 6. Number 2, that he would give him Canaan for an inheritance, verses 7 through 21. Either an estate without an heir, or an heir without an estate, would have been but a half comfort to Abram. But God ensures both to him, and that which made these two, the promised seed and the promised land, Comforts indeed to this great believer was that they were both typical of those two invaluable blessings, Christ and heaven. And so we have a reason to think Abram eyed them. God's covenant with Abram, BC 1913, verse 1. After these things the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. Observe here, numeral 1, the time when God made this treaty with Abram. After these things. Number 1, after that famous act of generous charity which Abram had done in rescuing his friends and neighbors out of distress, and that not for price nor reward. After this, God made him this gracious visit. Note, those that show favor to men shall find favor with God. Number 2, after that great victory which he had obtained over 4 kings. Lest Abram should be too much elevated and pleased with that, God comes to him to tell him he had better things in store for him. Note, a believing converse with spiritual blessings is an excellent means to keep us from being too much taken up with temporal enjoyments. The gifts of common providence are not comparable to those of covenant love. Numeral 2, the manner in which God conversed with Abram. The word of the Lord came unto Abram, that is, God manifested himself and his will to Abram, in a vision, which supposes Abram awake, and some visible appearances of the Shekinah, or some sensible token of the presence of the divine glory. Note, the methods of divine revelation are adapted to our state in a world of sense. Numeral 3, the gracious assurance God gave him of his favor to him. Number 1, he called him by name Abram, which was a great honor to him and made his name great, and was also a great encouragement and assistance to his faith. Note, God's good word does us good when it is spoken by his Spirit to us in particular and brought to our hearts. The word says, Ho, everyone, Isaiah 55, verse 1. The Spirit says, Ho, such a one. Number 2, he cautioned him against being disquieted and confounded. Fear not, Abram. Abram might fear lest the 4 kings he had routed should rally again and fall upon him to his ruin. No, says God, fear not. Fear not their revenges, nor thy neighbor's envy. I will take care of thee. Note, subscript 1, where there is great faith, yet there may be many fears. 2 Corinthians 7, verse 5. Subscript 2, God takes cognizance of his people's fears, though ever so secret, and knows their souls. Psalm 31, verse 7. Subscript 3, it is the will of God that his people should not give way to prevailing fears, whatever happens. Let the sinners in Sion be afraid, but fear not, Abram. Number 3, he assured him of safety and happiness, that he should forever be, subscript 1, as safe as God himself could keep him. I am thy shield, or, somewhat more emphatically, I am a shield to thee, present with thee, actually caring for thee. See 1 Chronicles 17, verse 24. Not only the God of Israel, but a God to Israel. Note, the consideration of this, that God himself is and will be a shield to his people to secure them from all destructive evils, a shield ready to them, and a shield round about them, should be sufficient to silence all their perplexing, tormenting fears. Subscript 2, as happy as God himself could make him. I will be thy exceedingly great reward, and not only thy rewarder, but thy reward. Abram had generously refused the rewards which the king of Sodom offered him, and here God comes and tells him he shall be no loser by it. Note, subpoint 1, the rewards of believing, obedience, and self-denial are exceedingly great. 1 Corinthians 2, verse 9. Subpoint 2, God himself is the chosen and promised felicity of holy souls, chosen in this world, promised in a better. He is the portion of their inheritance and their cup. Verses 2 through 6. And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus? And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels shall be thine heir. And he brought him forth abroad, and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness. We have here the assurance given to Abram of a numerous offspring which should descend from him, in which, observe numeral 1, Abram's repeated complaint, verses 2 and 3. This was that which gave occasion to this promise. The great affliction that sat heavy upon Abram was the want of a child, and the complaint of this he here pours out before the Lord, and shows before him his trouble. Psalm 142, verse 2. Note, though we must never complain of God, yet we have leave to complain to him, and to be large and particular in our statement of our grievances, and it is some ease to a burdened spirit to open its case to a faithful and compassionate friend. Such a friend God is, whose ear is always opened. Now his complaint is fourfold. Number 1, that he had no child, verse 3. Behold, to me thou hast given no seed. Not only no son, but no seed. If he had had a daughter, from her the promised Messiah might have come, who was to be the seed of the woman. But he had neither son nor daughter. He seems to lay an emphasis on that to me. His neighbors were full of children. His servants had borne in his house. But to me, he complains, thou hast given none. And yet God had told him that he should be a favorite above all. Note, those that are written childless must see God writing them so. Again, God often withholds those temporal comforts from his own children, which he gives plentifully to others that are strangers to him. Number 2, that he was never likely to have any, intimated in that I go, or I am going childless, going into years, going down the hill apace. Nay, I am going out of the world, going the way of all the earth. I die childless. So the 70. I leave the world and leave no child behind me. Number 3, that his servants were for the present and were likely to be to him instead of sons. While he lived, the steward of his house was Eliezer of Damascus. To him he committed the care of his family estate, who might be faithful, but only as a servant, not as a son. When he died, one born in his house would be his heir, and would bear rule over all that for which he had labored. Ecclesiastes 2, verses 18, 19, 21. God had already told him that he would make of him a great nation, chapter 7, verse 2, and his seed as the dust of the earth, chapter 8, verse 16. But he had left him in doubt whether it should be his seed begotten, or his seed adopted by a son of his loins, or only a son of his house. Now, Lord, says Abram, if it be only an adopted son, it must be one of my servants, which will reflect disgrace upon the promised seed, that is to descend from him. Note, while promised mercies are delayed, our unbelief and impatience are apt to conclude them denied. Number 4, that the want of a son was so great a trouble to him that it took away the comfort of all his enjoyments. Lord, what wilt thou give me? All is nothing to me if I have not a son. Now, subscript 1, if we suppose that Abram looked no further than a temporal comfort, this complaint was culpable. God had, by his providence, given him some good things, and more by his promise, and yet Abram makes no account of them, because he has not a son. It did very ill become the father of the faithful to say, What wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? Immediately after God had said, I am thy shield and thy exceedingly great reward. Note, those do not rightly value the advantages of their covenant relation to God and interest in Him, who do not think them sufficient to balance the want of any creature comfort whatever. But, subscript 2, if we suppose that Abram herein had an eye to the promised seed, the importunity of his desire was very commendable. All was nothing to him if he had not the earnest of that great blessing and an assurance of his relation to the Messiah, of which God had already encouraged him to maintain the expectation. He has wealth and victory and honor, but while he is kept in the dark about the main matter, it is all nothing to him. Note, till we have some comfortable evidence of our interest in Christ and the new covenant, we should not rest satisfied with anything else. This and the other I have, but what will all this avail me if I go Christless? Yet thus far the complaint was culpable, that there was some diffidence of the promise at the bottom of it, and a weariness of waiting God's time. Note, true believers sometimes find it hard to reconcile God's promises and His providences when they seem to disagree. Numeral 2. God's gracious answer to this complaint. To the first part of the complaint, verse 2, God gave no immediate answer, because there was something of fretfulness in it. But when he renews his address somewhat more calmly, verse 3, God answered him graciously. Note, if we continue instant in prayer, and yet pray with a humble submission to the divine will, we shall not seek in vain. Number 1, God gave him an express promise of a son, verse 4. This that is born in thy house shall not be thy heir, as thou fearest, but one that shall come forth out of thy own bowels shall be thy heir. Note subscript 1. God makes heirs. He says, this shall not, and this shall. And whatever men devise and design in settling their estates, God's counsels shall stand. Subscript 2. God is often better to us than our own fears, and gives the mercy we had long despaired of. Number 2, to affect him the more with this promise, he took him out and showed him the stars, this vision being early in the morning before day, and then tells him, so shall thy seed be, verse 5. Subscript 1. So numerous the stars seem innumerable to a common eye. Abram feared he should have no child at all. But God assured him that the descendants from his loins should be as many as not to be numbered. Subscript 2. So illustrious, resembling the stars in splendor, for to them pertained the glory. Romans 9, verse 4. Abram's seed, according to his flesh, were like the dust of the earth. Chapter 13, verse 16. But his spiritual seed are like the stars of heaven, not only numerous, but glorious and very precious. Numeral 3. Abram's firm belief of the promise God now made him, and God's favorable acceptance of his faith. Verse 6. Number 1. He believed in the Lord. That is, he believed the truth of that promise which God had now made him, resting upon the irresistible power and the inviolable faithfulness of him that made it. Hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Note, those who would have the comfort of the promises must mix faith with the promises. See how the apostle magnifies this faith of Abram and makes it a standing example. Romans 4, verses 19 to 21. He was not weak in faith. He staggered not at the promise. He was strong in faith. He was fully persuaded. The Lord works such a faith in every one of us. Some think that his believing in the Lord respected not only the Lord promising, but the Lord promised, the Lord Jesus, the mediator of the new covenant. He believed in him, that is, received and embraced the divine revelation concerning him, and rejoiced to see his day, though at so great a distance. John 8, verse 56. Number 2. God counted it to him for righteousness. That is, upon the score of this he was accepted of God, and as the rest of the patriarchs, by faith he obtained witness that he was righteous. Hebrews 11, verse 4. This is urged in the New Testament to prove that we are justified by faith without the works of the law. Romans 4, verse 3, Galatians 3, verse 6. For Abram was so justified while he was yet uncircumcised. If Abram, that was so rich in good works, was not justified them, but by his faith, much less can we that are so poor in them. This faith, which was imputed to Abram for righteousness, had lately struggled with unbelief. Verse 2. And coming off a conqueror, it was thus crowned, thus honored. Note, a fiducial practical acceptance of and dependence upon God's promise of grace and glory in and through Christ is that which, according to the tenor of the new covenant, gives us a right to all the blessings contained in that promise. All believers are justified as Abram was, and it was his faith that was counted to him for righteousness. Verses 7 through 11. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle-dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against the other. But the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. We have here the assurance given to Abram of the land of Canaan for an inheritance. Numeral 1. God declares his purpose concerning it. Verse 7. Observe here, Abram made no complaint in this matter as he had done for the want of a child. Note, those that are sure of an interest in the promised seed will see no reason to doubt of a title to the promised land. If Christ is ours, heaven is ours. Observe again, when he believed the former promise. Verse 6. Then God explained and ratified this to him. Note, to him that has improves what he has, more shall be given. 3 things God here reminds Abram of for his encouragement concerning the promise of this good land. Number 1, what God is in himself. I am the Lord Jehovah, and therefore, subscript 1, I may give it to thee, for I am sovereign Lord of all, and have a right to dispose of the whole earth. Subscript 2, I can give it to thee, whatever opposition may be made, though by the sons of Anak. God never promises more than he is able to perform, as men often do. Subscript 3, I will make good my promise to thee. Jehovah is not a man that he should lie. Number 2, what he had done for Abram. He had brought him out of Ur of the Chaldees, out of the fire of the Chaldees, so some, that is, either from their idolatries, for the Chaldeans worshipped the fire, or from their persecutions. The Jewish writers have a tradition that Abram was cast into a fiery furnace for refusing to worship idols, and was miraculously delivered. It is rather a place of that name. Thence God brought him by an effectual call, brought him with a gracious violence, snatched him as a brand out of the burning. This was, subscript 1, a special mercy. I brought thee, and left others, thousands, to perish there. God called him alone, Isaiah 51, verse 2. Subscript 2, a spiritual mercy, a mercy to his soul, a deliverance from sin and its fatal consequences. If God save our souls, we shall want nothing that is good for us. Subscript 3, a fresh mercy, lately bestowed, and therefore should be the more affecting, as that in the preface to the commandments, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Egypt lately. Subscript 4, a foundation mercy, the beginning of mercy, peculiar mercy to Abram, and therefore a pledge and earnest of further mercy. Isaiah 66, verse 9. Observe how God speaks of it as that which he gloried in. I am the Lord that brought thee out. He glories in it as an act both of power and grace. Compare Isaiah 29, verse 22, where he glories in it long afterwards. Thus saith the Lord who redeemed Abram, redeemed him from sin. Number 3, what he intended to do yet further for him. I brought thee hither on purpose to give thee this land to inherit it, not only to possess it, but to possess it as an inheritance, which is the sweetest and surest title. Note subscript 1. The providence of God has secret but gracious designs in all its various dispensations towards good people. We cannot conceive the projects of providence till the event shows them in all their mercy and glory. Subscript 2. The great thing God designs in all his dealings with his people is to bring them safely to heaven. They are chosen to salvation. 2 Thessalonians 2, verse 13. Called to the kingdom. 1 Thessalonians 2, verse 12. Begotten to the inheritance. 1 Peter 1, verses 3 and 4. And by all made meet for it. Colossians 1, verses 12 and 13. 2 Corinthians 4, verse 17. Numeral 2. Abram desires a sign. Whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? Verse 8. This did not proceed from distrust of God's power or promise, as that of Zacharias, but he desired this, number 1, for the strengthening and confirming of his own faith he believed, verse 6. But here he prays, Lord, help me against my unbelief. Now he believed, but he desired a sign to be treasured up against an hour of temptation, not knowing how his faith might, by some event or other, be shocked and tried. Note, we all need and should desire helps from heaven for the confirming of our faith, and should improve sacraments which are instituted signs for that purpose. See Judges 6, verses 36 to 40, 2 Kings 20, verses 8 to 10, Isaiah 7, verses 11 and 12. Number 2, for the ratifying of the promise to his posterity, that they also might be brought to believe it. Note, those that are satisfied themselves should desire that others also may be satisfied of the truth of God's promises. John sent his disciples to Christ not so much for his own satisfaction as for theirs. Matthew 6, verses 2 and 3. Canaan was a type of heaven. Note, it is a very desirable thing to know that we shall inherit the heavenly Canaan, that is, to be confirmed in our belief of the truth of that happiness, and to have the evidences of our title to it more and more cleared up to us. Numeral 3. God directs Abram to make preparations for a sacrifice, intending by that to give him a sign. And Abram makes preparation accordingly, verses 9 through 11. Take me a heifer. Perhaps Abram expected some extraordinary sign from heaven, but God gives him a sign upon a sacrifice. Note, those that would receive the assurances of God's favor and would have their faith confirmed must attend instituted ordinances and expect to meet with God in them. Observe, number 1, God appointed that each of the beasts used for this service should be 3 years old, because then they were at their full growth and strength. God must be served with the best we have, for he is the best. Number 2, we do not read that God gave Abram particular directions how to manage these beasts and fowls, knowing that he was so well versed in the law and custom of sacrifices that he needed not any particular directions, or perhaps instructions were given to him, which he carefully observed, though they are not recorded. At least it was intimated to him that they must be prepared for the solemnity of ratifying a covenant, and he well knew the manner of preparing them. Number 3, Abram took as God appointed him, though as yet he knew not how these things should become a sign unto him. This was not the first instance of Abram's implicit obedience. He divided the beasts in the midst according to the ceremony used in confirming covenants. Jeremiah 34 verses 18 and 19, where it is said, "They cut the calf in twain and passed between the parts." Number 4. Abram, having prepared according to God's appointment, now set himself to wait for the sign God might give him by these, like the prophet upon his watchtower. Habakkuk 2 verse 1. While God's appearing to his own sacrifice was deferred, Abram continued waiting, and his expectations were raised by the delay. When the fowls came down upon the carcasses to prey upon them, as common and neglected things, Abram drove them away, believing that the vision would at the end speak and not lie. Note, a very watchful eye must be kept upon our spiritual sacrifices, that nothing be suffered to prey upon them and render them unfit for God's acceptance. When vain thoughts, like these fowls, come down upon our sacrifices, we must drive them away and not suffer them to lodge within us, but attend on God without distraction. Verses 12 through 16. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them for 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace, thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. We have here a full and particular discovery made to Abram of God's purposes concerning his seed. Observe, numeral 1, the time when God came to him with this discovery, when the sun was going down, or declining, about the time of the evening oblation, 1 Kings 18, verses 36, Daniel 9, verse 21. Early in the morning, before day, while the stars were yet to be seen, God had given him orders concerning the sacrifices, verse 5. And we may suppose it was at least his morning's work to prepare them and set them in order. When he had done this, he abode by them, praying and waiting till towards evening. Note, God often keeps his people long in expectation of the comforts he designs them, for the confirmation of their faith, but though the answers of prayer and the performance of promises come slowly, yet they surely come. At evening time it shall be light. Numeral 2. The preparatives for this discovery. Number 1. A deep sleep fell upon Abram, not a common sleep through weariness or carelessness, but a divine ecstasy, like that which the Lord God caused to fall upon Adam, chapter 2, verse 21, that being hereby wholly taken off from the view of things sensible, he might be wholly taken up with the contemplation of things spiritual. The doors of the body were locked up, that the soul might be private and retired, and might act the more freely and like itself. Number 2, with this deep sleep, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. How sudden a change! But just before we had him solacing himself in the comforts of God's covenant, and in communion with him. And here a horror of great darkness falls upon him. Note, the children of light do not always walk in the light, but sometimes clouds and darkness are round about them. This great darkness, which brought horror with it, was designed, subscript 1, to strike an awe upon the spirit of Abram, and to possess him with a holy reverence, that the familiarity to which God was pleased to admit him might not breed contempt. Note, holy fear prepares the soul for holy joy. The spirit of bondage makes way for the spirit of adoption. God wounds first and then heals, humbles first and then lifts up. Isaiah 6, verses 5 and 6. Subscript 2. To be a specimen of the methods of God's dealings with his seed. They must first be in the horror and darkness of Egyptian slavery, and then enter with joy into the good land. and therefore he must have the foretaste of their sufferings, before he had the foresight of their happiness. Subscript 3. To be an indication of the nature of that covenant of peculiarity which God was now about to make with Abram. The Old Testament dispensation, which was founded on that covenant, was a dispensation, subpoint 1, of darkness and obscurity, 2 Corinthians 3, verses 13 and 14. Subpoint 2, of dread and horror, Hebrews 7, verse 18. Numeral 3, the prediction itself. Several things are here foretold. Number 1, the suffering state of Abram's seed for a long time, verse 13. Let not Abram flatter himself with the hopes of nothing but honor and prosperity in his family. No, he must know of a surety that which he was loth to believe, that the promised seed should be a persecuted seed. Note, God sends the worst first. We must first suffer, and then reign. He also lets us know the worst before it comes, that when it comes it may not be a surprise to us. John 16, verse 4. Now we have here, subscript 1, the particulars of their sufferings. Subpoint 1. They shall be strangers. So they were, first in Canaan, Psalm 105, verse 12, and afterwards in Egypt. Before they were lords of their own land, they were strangers in a strange land. The inconveniences of an unsettled state make a happy settlement the more welcome. Thus the heirs of heaven are the first strangers on earth, a land that is not theirs. Subpoint 2. They shall be servants. So they were to the Egyptians. Exodus 1, verse 13. See how that which was the doom of the Canaanites, chapter 9, verse 25, proves the distress of Abram's seed, that they are made to serve, but with this difference: the Canaanites serve under a curse, the Hebrews under a blessing, and the upright shall have dominion in the morning. Psalm 49, verse 14. Subscript 3. They shall be sufferers. Those whom they shall serve shall afflict them. See Exodus 1, verse 11. Note, those that are blessed and beloved of God are often sorely afflicted by wicked men, and God foresees it and takes cognizance of it. Subscript 2. The continuance of their sufferings, 400 years. This persecution began with mocking, when Ishmael, the son of an Egyptian, persecuted Isaac, who was born after the Spirit. Chapter 21, verse 9, Galatians 4, verse 29. It continued in loathing, for it was an abomination to the Egyptians to eat bread with the Hebrews. Chapter 43, verse 32. And it came at last to murder, the basest of murders, that of their newborn children, so that, more or less, it continued 400 years, though in extremity not so many. This was a long time, but a limited time. Number 2, the judgment of the enemies of Abram's seed, that nation whom they shall serve, even the Egyptians will I judge. Verse 14. This points at the plagues of Egypt, by which God not only constrained the Egyptians to release Israel, but punished them for all the hardships they had put upon them. Note, subscript 1, though God may suffer persecutors and oppressors to trample upon his people a great while, yet he will certainly reckon with them at last, for his day is coming. Psalm 37, verses 12 and 13. Subscript 2, the punishing of persecutors is the judging of them. It is a righteous thing with God, and a particular act of justice, to recompense tribulation to those that trouble his people. The judging of the church's enemies is God's work. I will judge. God can do it, for he is the Lord. He will do it, for he is his people's God, and he has said, vengeance is mine, I will repay. To him therefore we must leave it, to be done in his way and time. Number 3, the deliverance of Abram's seed out of Egypt. That great event is here foretold. Afterwards shall they come out with great substance. It is here promised, subscript 1, that they should be enlarged. Afterwards they shall come out, that is, either after they have been afflicted 400 years, when the days of their servitude are fulfilled, or after the Egyptians are judged and plagued. Then they may expect deliverance. Note, the destruction of oppressors is the redemption of the oppressed. They will not let God's people go till they are forced to it. Subscript 2. That they should be enriched. They shall come out with great substance. This was fulfilled, Exodus 7 verses 35 and 36. God took care they should have not only good land to go to, but a good stock to carry with them. Number 4. Their happy settlement in Canaan, verse 16. They shall not only come out of Egypt, but they shall come hither again, hither to the land of Canaan, wherein thou now art. The discontinuance of their possession shall be no defeasance of their right. We must not reckon those comforts lost forever that are intermitted for a time. The reason why they must not have the land of promise in possession till the 4th generation was because the iniquity of the Amorites was not yet full. Israel cannot be possessed of Canaan till the Amorites be dispossessed, and they are not yet ripe for ruin. The righteous God has determined that they shall not be cut off till they have persisted in sin so long and arrived at such a pitch of wickedness that there may appear some equitable portion between their sin and their ruin. And therefore, till it come to that, the seed of Abram must be kept out of possession. Note, subscript 1. The measure of sin fills gradually. Those that continue impenitent in wicked ways are treasuring up unto themselves wrath. Subscript 2. Some people's measure of sin fills slowly. The Sodomites, who were sinners before the Lord exceedingly, soon filled their measure. So did the Jews who were, in profession, near to God. But the iniquity of the Amorites was long in the filling up. Subscript 3. That this is the reason of the prosperity of wicked people. The measure of their sins is not yet full. The wicked live, become old, and are mighty in power, while God is laying up their iniquity for their children. Job 11 verses 7 and 19. Matthew 23 verse 32. Deuteronomy 32 verse 34. Number 5. Abram's peaceful, quiet death and burial before these things should come to pass. Verse 15. And he should not live to see that good land in the possession of his family, but must die, as he lived, a stranger in it. So to balance this, he should not live to see the troubles that should come upon his seed, much less to share in them. This is promised to Josiah, 2 Kings 22, verse 20. Note, good men are sometimes greatly favored by being taken away from the evil to come. Isaiah 57, verse 1. Let this satisfy Abram that, for his part, subscript 1, he shall go to his fathers in peace. Note, subpoint 1, even the friends and favorites of heaven are not exempted from the stroke of death. Are we greater than our father Abram, who is dead? John 8, verse 53. Subpoint 2, good men die willingly. They are not fetched, they are not forced, but they go. Their soul is not required as the rich fools. Luke 12, verse 20, but cheerfully resigned. They would not live always. Subpoint 3. At death we go to our fathers, to all our fathers that have gone before us to the state of the dead. Job 11, verses 32 and 33. To our godly fathers that have gone before us to the state of the blessed. Hebrews 12, verse 23. The former thought helps to take off the terror of death. The latter puts comfort into it. Whenever a godly man dies, he dies in peace. If the way be piety, the end is peace. Psalm 37, verse 37. Outward peace to the last is promised to Abram, peace and truth in his days. Whatever should come afterwards, 2 Kings 20, verse 19, peace with God and everlasting peace are sure to all the seed. Subscript 2. He shall be buried in a good old age. Perhaps mention is made of his burial here, where the land of Canaan is promised to him, because a burying place was the first possession he had in it. He shall not only die in peace, but die in honor, die and be buried decently. Not only die in peace, but die in season. Job 5, verse 26. Note, subpoint 1, old age is a blessing. It is promised in the 5th commandment. It is pleasing to nature, and it affords a great opportunity for usefulness. Subpoint 2, especially if it be a good old age. Theirs may be called a good old age, first, that are old and healthful, not loaded with such distempers as make them weary of life. Secondly, that are old and holy, old disciples, Acts 11, verse 16, whose hoary head is found in the way of righteousness, Proverbs 16, verse 31, old and useful, old and exemplary for godliness. Theirs is indeed a good old age. Verses 17 through 21. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. The Kenites, and the Kenizzites, and the Cadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. Here, numeral 1, the covenant ratified. The sign which Abram desired was given at length when the sun had gone down, so that it was dark, for that was a dark dispensation. Number 1, the smoking furnace signified the affliction of his seed in Egypt, that they were in the iron furnace, Deuteronomy, verse 20, the furnace of affliction, Isaiah 48, verse 10, laboring in the very fire. They were there in the smoke, their eyes darkened, that they could not see to the end of their troubles, and themselves at a loss to conceive what God would do with them. Clouds and darkness were round about them. Number 2, the burning lamp denotes comfort in this affliction, and this God showed to Abram at the same time that he showed him the smoking furnace. Subscript 1, light denotes deliverance out of the furnace. Their salvation was a lamp that burneth, Isaiah 57, verse 1. When God came down to deliver them, he appeared in a bush that burned and was not consumed, Exodus 3, verse 2. Subscript 2, the lamp denotes direction in the smoke. God's word was their lamp. This word to Abram was so. It was a light shining in a dark place. Perhaps this burning lamp prefigured the pillar of cloud and fire which led them out of the land of Egypt, in which God was. Subscript 3, the burning lamp denotes the destruction of their enemies who kept them so long in the furnace. See Zechariah 7, verse 6. The same cloud that enlightens the Israelites troubled and burned the Egyptians. Number 3, the passing of these between the pieces was the confirming of the covenant God now made with him, that he might have a strong consolation, being fully persuaded that what God promised he would certainly perform. It is probable that the furnace and lamp, which passed between the pieces, burnt and consumed them, and so completed the sacrifice and testified God's acceptance of it, as of Gideon's, Judges 6, verse 21, Manoah's, Judges 13, verses 19 and 20, and Solomon's, 2 Chronicles 7, verse 1. So it intimates, subscript 1, that God's covenants with man are made by sacrifice, Psalm 50, verse 5, by Christ the great sacrifice. No agreement without atonement. Subscript 2, God's acceptance of our spiritual sacrifices is a token for good and earnest of further favors. See Judges 13, verse 23. And by this we may know that he accepts our sacrifices if he kindle in our souls a holy fire of pious and devout affections in them. Numeral 2, the covenant repeated and explained. In that same day, that day never to be forgotten, the Lord made a covenant with Abram, that is, gave a promise to Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land. Verse 18, here is, number 1, a rehearsal of the grant. He had said before, To thy seed will I give this land, chapter 7, verse 15. But here he says, I have given it, that is, subscript 1, I have given the promise of it. The charter is sealed and delivered and cannot be disannulled. Note, God's promises are God's gifts and are so to be accounted. Subscript 2. The possession is as sure in due time as if it were now actually delivered to them. What God has promised is as sure as if it were already done. Hence it is said, He that believes hath everlasting life. John 3, verse 36. For he shall as surely go to heaven as if he were already there. Number 2. A recital of the particulars granted, such as is usual in the grants of land. He specifies the boundaries of the land, intended hereby to be granted, verse 18. And then, for the greater certainty, as is usual in such cases, he mentions in whose tenure and occupations these lands now were. 10 several nations or tribes are here spoken of, verses 19 to 21, that must be cast out to make room for the seed of Abram. They were not possessed of all these countries when God brought them into Canaan. The bounds are fixed much narrower. Numbers 34, verses 2 and 3. But, subscript 1, in David's time and Solomon's, their jurisdiction extended to the utmost of these limits. 2 Chronicles 9, verse 26. Subscript 2. It was their own fault that they were not sooner and longer in possession of all these territories. They forfeited their right by their sins, and by their own sloth and cowardice kept themselves out of the possession. Subscript 3. The land granted is here described in its utmost extent, because it was to be a type of the heavenly inheritance where there is room enough. In our Father's house are many mansions. The present occupants are named because their number and strength and long prescription should be no hindrance to the accomplishment of this promise in its season, and to magnify God's love to Abram and his seed in giving to that one nation the possessions of many nations. So precious were they in his sight, and so honorable. Isaiah 43, verse 4. End of chapter 15. Recording by AKMorton, Greensburg, Indiana.
Chapter 16 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bethesda Lilly. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 16. Hagar is the person most concerned in the story of this chapter, an obscure Egyptian woman whose name and story we never should have heard of if Providence had not brought her into the family of Abram. Probably she was one of those maidservants whom the king of Egypt, among other gifts, bestowed upon Abram. Genesis 14:16. Concerning her, we have 4 things in this chapter. Numeral 1. Her marriage to Abram, her master, verses 1 through 3. Numeral 2. Her misbehavior towards Sarai, her mistress, verses 4 through 6. Numeral 3. Her discourse with an angel that met her in her flight, verses 7 through 14. Numeral 4. Her delivery of a son, verses 15 through 16. Abram, Sarai, and Hagar, B.C. 1911, verses 1 through 3.
Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children, and she had a handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar.
And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. We have here the marriage of Abram to Hagar, who was his secondary wife. Herein, though some excuse may be made for him, he cannot be justified, for from the beginning it was not so, and when it was so, it seems to have been proceeded from an irregular desire to build up families for the speedier peopling of the world and the church. Certainly it must not be so now. Christ has reduced this matter to the first institution, and makes the marriage union to be between one man and one woman only. Now, numeral 1. The maker of this match, would one think it, was Sarai herself. She said to Abram, I pray thee, go in unto my maid. Verse 2. Note, number 1, it is the policy of Satan to tempt us by our nearest and dearest relations, or those friends that we have an opinion of and affection for. The temptation is most dangerous when it is sent by a hand that is least suspected. It is our wisdom, therefore, to consider not so much who speaks as what is spoken. Number 2, God's commands consult our comfort and honor much better than our own contrivances do. It would have been much more for Sarai's interest if Abram had kept to the rule of God's law instead of being guided by her foolish projects. But we often do ill for ourselves. Numeral 2. The inducement to it was Sarai's barrenness. Number 1. Sarai bare Abram no children. She was very fair, Genesis 12:14, was a very agreeable, dutiful wife, and a sharer with him in his large possessions, and yet written childless. Note, subscript 1. God dispenses his gifts variously, loading us with benefits, but not overloading us. Some cross or other is appointed to be an alloy to great enjoyments. Subscript 2. The mercy of children is often given to the poor and denied to the rich, given to the wicked and denied to good people, though the rich have most to leave them, and good people would take most care of their education. God does herein as it has pleased him. Number 2. She owned God's providence in this affliction. The Lord hath restrained me from bearing. Note, subscript 1. As where children are, it is God that gives them, Genesis 33:5. So where they are wanted, it is he that withholds them, Genesis 32. This evil is of the Lord. Subscript 2. It becomes us to acknowledge this, that we may bear it, and improve it, as an affliction of his ordering for wise and holy ends. Number 3. She used this as an argument with Abram to marry his maid, and he was prevailed upon by this argument to do it. Note, subscript 1. When our hearts are too much set upon any creature comfort, we are easily put upon the use of indirect methods for the obtaining of it. Inordinate desires commonly produce irregular endeavors. If our wishes be not kept in a submission to God's providence, our pursuits will scarcely be kept under the restraints of his precepts. Subscript 2. It is for want of a firm dependence upon God's promise and a patient waiting for God's time that we go out of the way of our duty to catch at expected mercy. He that believes does not make haste. Number 4. Abram's compliance with Sarai's proposal, we have reason to think, was from an earnest desire of the promised seed, on whom the covenant should be entailed. God had told him that his heir should be a son of his body, but had not yet told him that it should be a son by Sarai. Therefore, he thought, why not by Hagar, since Sarai herself proposed it? Note, subscript 1. Foul temptations may have very fair pretenses, and be colored with that which is very plausible. Subscript 2. Fleshly wisdom. As it anticipates God's time of mercy, so it puts us out of God's way. Subscript 3. This would be happily prevented if we would ask counsel of God by the word and by prayer before we attempt that which is important and suspicious. Herein Abram was wanting. He married without God's consent. This persuasion came not of him that called him. Verses 4 through 6. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid into thy bosom, and when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between me and thee. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, thy maid is in thy hand. Do to her as it pleaseth thee. And when Sarah dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. We have here the immediate bad consequences of Abram's unhappy marriage to Hagar. A great deal of mischief it made quickly. When we do not do well, both sin and trouble lie at the door. And we may thank ourselves for the guilt and grief that follow us when we go out of the way of our duty. See it in this story. Numeral 1. Sarai is despised and thereby provoked and put into a passion. Verse 4. Hagar no sooner perceives herself with child by her master than she looks scornfully upon her mistress, upbraids her perhaps with her barrenness, insults over her to make her to fret, as 1 Samuel 1:6, and boasts of the prospect she had of bringing an heir to Abram, to that good land, and to the promise. Now she thinks herself a better woman than Sarai, more favored by heaven, and likely to be better beloved by Abram, and therefore she will not submit as she has done. Note, number 1, mean and servile spirits, when favored and advanced either by God or man, are apt to grow haughty and insolent, and to forget their place and origin. See Proverbs 29:21, 30:21 through 23. It is a hard thing to bear honor aright. Number 2, we justly suffer by those whom we have sinfully indulged, and it is a righteous thing with God to make those instruments of our trouble, whom we have made instruments of our sin, and to ensnare us in our own evil counsels. This stone will return upon him that rolleth it. Numeral 2. Abram is clamored upon, and cannot be easy while Sarah is out of humor. She upbraids him vehemently, and very unjustly charges him with the injury. Verse 5. My wrong be upon thee, with a most unreasonable jealousy, suspecting that he countenanced Hagar's insolence. And as one not willing to hear what Abram had to say for the rectifying of the mistake and the clearing of himself, she rashly appeals to God in the case. The Lord judge between me and thee, as if Abram had refused to right her. Thus does Sarai in her passion speak as one of the foolish women speaketh. Note, number 1, it is an absurdity which passionate people are often guilty of, to quarrel with others for that of which they themselves must bear the blame. Sarai could not but own that she had given her maid to Abram, and yet she cries out, My wrong be upon thee, when she should have said, What a fool was I to do so. That is never said wisely, which pride and anger have the indicting of. When passion is upon the throne, reason is out of doors, and is neither heard nor spoken. Number 2, those are not always in the right who are most loud and forward in appealing to God. Rash and bold imprecations are commonly evidences of guilt and a bad cause. Numeral 3, Hagar is afflicted and driven from the house. Verse 6. Observe, number 1, Abram's meekness resigns the matter of the maidservant to Sarai, whose proper province it was to rule that part of the family. Thy maid is in thy hand. Though she was his wife, he would not countenance nor protect her in anything that was disrespectful to Sarai, for whom he still retained the same affection that ever he had. Note, those who would keep up peace and love must return soft answers to hard accusations. Husbands and wives particularly should agree, and endeavor not to be both angry together. Yielding pacifies great offenses. See Proverbs 15:1. Number 2, Sarai's passion will be revenged upon Hagar. She dealt hardly with her, not only confining her to her usual place and work as a servant, but probably making her to serve with rigor. Note, God takes notice of, and is displeased with, the hardships which harsh masters unreasonably put upon their servants. They ought to forbear threatening with Job's thought, "Did not he that made me make him?" Job 31:15. Number 3. Hagar's pride cannot bear it, her high spirit having become impatient of rebuke. She fled from her face. She not only avoided her wrath for the present, as David did Saul's, but she totally deserted her service, and ran away from the house, forgetting, subscript 1, what wrong she hereby did to her mistress, whose servant she was, and to her master, whose wife she was. Note, pride will hardly be restrained by any bonds of duty. No, not by many. Subscript 2, that she herself had first given the provocation by despising her mistress. Note, those that suffer for their faults ought to bear their sufferings patiently. 1 Peter 2:20. Verses 7 through 9. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence camest thou? And whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Return to thy mistress, and submit thyself under her hands. Here is the first mention we have in Scripture of an angel's appearance. Hagar was a type of the law, which was given by the disposition of angels, but the world to come is not put in subjection by them. Hebrews 2:5. Observe, numeral 1, how the angel arrested her in her flight, verse 7. It should seem she was making towards her own country, for she was in the way to Shur, which lay towards Egypt. It were well if our afflictions would make us think of our home, the better country. But Hagar was now out of her place, and out of the way of her duty, and going further astray, when the angel found her. Note, number 1, it is a great mercy to be stopped in a sinful way, either by conscience or by providence. Number 2, God suffers those who are out of the way to wander a while, that, when they see their folly, and what a loss they have brought themselves to, they may be the better disposed to return. Hagar was not stopped till she was in the wilderness, and had sat down, weary enough, and glad of clear water to refresh herself with. God brings us into a wilderness, and there meets us. Hosea 2:14. Numeral 2. How he examined her. Verse 8. Observe. Number 1. He called her Hagar, Sarai's maid. Subscript 1. As a check to her pride. Though she was Abram's wife, and as such was obliged to return, yet he called her Sarai's maid to humble her. Note, though civility teaches us to call others by their highest titles, yet humility and wisdom teach us to call ourselves by the lowest. Subscript 2. As a rebuke to her flight. Sarai's maid ought to be in Sarai's tent, and not wandering in the wilderness, and sauntering by a fountain of water. Note, it is good for us often to call to mind what our place and relation are. See Ecclesiastes 10:4. Number 2. The questions the angel posed to her were proper and very pertinent. Subscript 1. Whence comest thou? Consider that thou art running away both from the duty thou wast bound to, and the privileges thou wast blessed with in Abram's tent. Note, it is a great advantage to live in a religious family, which those ought to consider who have that advantage, yet upon every slight inducement are forward to quit it. Subscript 2. Whither wilt thou go? Thou art running thyself into sin in Egypt. If she return to that people, she will return to their gods, and into danger in the wilderness, through which she must travel. Deuteronomy 8:15. Note, those who are forsaking God and their duty would do well to remember not only whence they have fallen, but whither they are falling. See Jeremiah 2:18, What hast thou to do with Hagar in the way of Egypt? John 6:68. Number 3. Her answer was honest and a fair confession. I flee from the face of my mistress. In this, subscript 1, she acknowledges her fault in fleeing from her mistress, and yet, subscript 2, excuses it, that it was from the face of displeasure of her mistress. Note, children and servants must be treated with mildness and gentleness, lest we provoke them to take any irregular courses, and so become accessory to their sins, which will condemn us, though it will not justify them. Number 4, how he sent her back with suitable and compassionate counsel. Return to thy mistress, and submit thyself under her hand. Verse 9, go home, and humble thyself for what thou hast done amiss, and beg pardon, and resolve for the future to behave thyself better. He makes no question but she would be welcome, though it does not appear that Abram sent after her. Note, those that have gone astray from their place and duty, when they are convinced of their error, must hasten their return and reformation, how mortifying soever it may be. The promise concerning Ishmael, B.C. 1911, verses 10 through 14. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And he will be a wild man, his hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, Thou God seest me. For she said, Have I also here looked at him that seeth me? Wherefore the well was called Bir Lahairoi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. We may suppose from the angel having given Hagar that good counsel, verse 9, to return to her mistress, she immediately promised to do so, and was setting her face homeward. And then the angel went on to encourage her with an assurance of the mercy God had in store for her and her seed, for God will meet those with mercy that are returning to their duty. I said, I will confess, and thou forgavest. Psalm 32:5. Here is numeral 1, a prediction concerning her posterity given her for her comfort in her present distress. Notice is taken of her condition. Behold, thou art with child, and therefore this is not a fit place for thee to be in. Note, it is a great comfort to women with child to think that they are under the particular cognizance and care of the divine providence. God graciously considers their case and suits supports to it. Now, number 1, the angel assures her of a safe delivery and that of a son, which Abram desired. This fright and ramble of hers might have destroyed her hope of an offspring. But God dealt not with her according to her folly. Thou shalt bear a son. She was saved in childbearing, not only by providence, but by promise. Number 2, he names her child, which was an honor both to her and it. Call him Ishmael. God will hear. And the reason is, because the Lord has heard. He has, and therefore he will. Note, the experience we have had of God's seasonable kindness to us in distress would encourage us to hope for similar help in similar exigencies. Psalm 10:17. He has heard thy affliction. Verse 11. Note, even when there is little cry of devotion, the God of pity sometimes graciously hears the cry of affliction. Tears speak as well as prayers. This speaks comfort to the afflicted, that God not only sees what their afflictions are, but hears what they say. Note further, seasonable succors in a day of affliction ought always to be remembered with thankfulness to God. Such a time in such a strait, the Lord heard the voice of my affliction and helped me. See Deuteronomy 26:7, Psalm 31:22. Number 3. He promises her a numerous offspring. Verse 10. I will multiply thy seed exceedingly. Hebrew, multiplying, I will multiply it. That is, multiply it in every age, so as to perpetuate it. It is supposed that the Turks at this day descend from Ishmael, and they are a great people. This was in pursuance of the promise made to Abram, I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth. Chapters 13 through 16. Note, many that are children of godly parents have for their sakes a very large share of outward common blessings, though, like Ishmael, they are not taken into covenant. Many are multiplied that are not sanctified. Number 4. He gives a character of the child she should bear, which, however it may seem to us, perhaps was not very disagreeable to her. Verse 12. He will be a wild man, a wild ass of a man, so the word is, rude and bold, and fearing no man, untamed, untractable, living at large, and impatient of service and restraint. Note, the children of the bondwoman who are out of covenant with God are, as they were born, like the wild ass's colt. It is grace that reclaims men, civilizes them, and makes them wise and good for something. It is foretold, subscript 1, that he should live in strife and in a state of war, his hand against every man. This is his sin, and every man's hand against him. This is his punishment. Note, those that have turbulent spirits have commonly troublesome lives. Those that are provoking, vexatious, and injurious to others must expect to be repaid in their own coin. He that has his hand and tongue against every man shall have every man's hand and tongue against him, and he has no reason to complain of it. And yet, subscript 2, that he should live in safety, and hold his own against all the world. He shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. Though threatened and insulted by all his neighbors, yet he shall keep his ground, and for Abram's sake, more than his own, shall be able to make his part good with them. Accordingly, we read, chapters 25 through 28, that he died and lived in the presence of all his brethren. Note, many that are much exposed by their own imprudence are yet strangely preserved by the divine providence. So much better is God to them than they deserve, when they not only forfeit their lives by sin, but hazard them. Numeral 2. Hagar's pious reflection upon this gracious appearance of God to her. Verses 13 and 14. Observe in what she said, number 1, her awful adoration of God's omniscience and providence, with application of it to herself. She called the name of the Lord that spoke unto her, that is, thus she made confession of his name. This she said to his praise, Thou, God, seest me. This should be, with her, his name forever, and this his memorial, by which she would know him and remember him, while she lives. Thou, God, seest me. Note, subscript 1. The God with whom we have to do is a seeing God, and all-seeing God. God is, as the ancients express it, all eye. Subscript 2. We ought to acknowledge this with application to ourselves. He that sees all, sees me, as David, Psalm 139:1. O Lord, thou hast searched me and known me. Subscript 3. A believing regard to God, as a God that sees us, will be of great use to us in our returns to him. It is a proper word for a penitent. Subpoint 1. Thou seest my sin and folly. I have sinned before thee, says the prodigal. In thy sight, says David. Subpoint 2. Thou seest my sorrow and affliction. This Hagar especially refers to. When we have brought ourselves into distress by our own folly, Yet God has not forsaken us. Subpoint 3. Thou seest the sincerity and seriousness of my return and repentance. Thou seest my secret mournings for sin, and secret motions towards thee. Subpoint 4. Thou seest me, if in any instance I depart from thee. Psalm 44:20 and 21. This thought should always restrain us from sin and excite us to duty. Thou, God, seest me. Number 2. Her humble admiration of God's favor to her. Have I here also looked after him that seeth me? Have I here seen the back parts of him that seeth me? So it might be read, for the word is much the same with that Exodus 33:23. She saw not face to face, but as through a glass darkly. 1 Corinthians 13:12. Probably she knew not who it was that talked with her, till he was departing, as Judges 6:21 and 22, 13:21. And then she looked after him with a reflection like that of the two disciples, Luke 24:31 and 32. Or, have I here seen him that sees me? Note, subscript 1. The communion which holy souls have with God consists in their having an eye of faith towards him, as a God that has an eye of favor towards them. The intercourse is kept up by the eye. Subscript 2. The privilege of our communion with God is to be looked upon with wonder and admiration. Subpoint 1. Considering what we are who are admitted to this favor, have I that am so mean, I that am so vile? 2 Samuel 7:18. Subpoint 2. Considering the place where we are thus favored, here also, not only in Abram's tent and at his altar, but here also, in this wilderness? Here, where I never expected it, where I was out of the way of my duty? Lord, how is it? John 14:22. Some make the answer to this question to be negative, and so look upon it as a penitent reflection. Have I here also, in my distress and affliction, looked after God? No, I was as careless and unmindful of him as ever I used to be. And yet he has thus visited and regarded me. For God often anticipates us with favors, and is found of those that seek him not. Isaiah 65:1. Numeral 3. The name which this gave to the place. Beer Lahai Roy, the well of him that liveth and seeth me. Verse 14. It is probable that Hagar put this name upon it, and it was retained long after in perpetuum rememoriam, a lasting memorial of this event. This was a place where the God of glory manifested the special cognizance and care he took of a poor woman in distress. Note, number 1, he that is all-seeing is ever living. He lives and sees us. Number 2, those that are graciously admitted into communion with God and receive seasonable comforts from him should tell others what he has done for their souls, that they also may be encouraged to seek him and trust in him. Number 3, God's gracious manifestations of himself to us are to be in everlasting remembrance by us, and should never be forgotten. The birth of Ishmael, B.C. 1911. Verses 15 and 16. And Hagar bare Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bare, Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old, when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abram. It is here taken for granted, though not expressly recorded, that Hagar did as the angel commanded her, returning to her mistress and submitting herself, and then, in the fullness of time, she brought forth her son. Note, Those who obey divine precepts shall have the comfort of divine promises. This was the son of the bondwoman that was born after the flesh, Galatians 4:23, representing the unbelieving Jews, verse 25. Note, number 1, many who can call Abraham father are yet born after the flesh, Matthew 3:9. Number 2, the carnal seed in the church are sooner brought forth than the spiritual. It is an easier thing to persuade men to assume the form of godliness than to submit to the power of godliness. End of chapter 16. Recording by Bethesda Lily.
Chapter 17 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 17. Genesis Chapter 17. This chapter contains articles of agreement covenanted and concluded upon between the great Jehovah, the Father of mercies, on the one part, and pious Abram, the father of the faithful, on the other part. Abram is called the friend of God, not only because he was the man of his counsel, but because he was the man of his covenant. Both these secrets were with him. Mention was made of this covenant, chapter 15, verse 18. But here it is particularly drawn up and put into the form of a covenant, that Abram might have strong consolation. Here, numeral 1, the circumstances of the making of this covenant, the time and manner, verse 1, and the posture Abram was in, verse 3. Numeral 2, the covenant itself, in the general scope of it, verse 1, and afterwards in the particular instances. Number 1, that he should be the father of many nations, verses 4 and 6, and in token of this his name was changed, verse 5. Number 2, that God would be a God to him and his seed, and would give them the land of Canaan, verses 7 and 8, and the seal of this part of the covenant was circumcision, verses 9 through 14. Number 3, that he should have a son by Sarai, and in token thereof her name was changed, verses 15 and 16. This promise Abram received, verse 17, and his request for Ishmael, verse 18, was answered abundantly to his satisfaction, verses 19 through 22. Numeral 3, the circumcision of Abram and his family, according to God's appointment, verse 23, etc. The covenant with Abraham renewed, B.C. 1898, verse 1. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty God, walk before me and be thou perfect, verse 2. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly, verse 3. And Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him, saying, Here is, numeral 1, the time when God made Abram his gracious visit, when he was 99 years old, full 13 years after the birth of Ishmael. Number 1, so long it should seem, God's extraordinary appearances to Abram were intermitted, and all the communion he had with God was only in the usual ways of ordinances and providences. Note, there are some special comforts which are not the daily bread, no, not of the best saints, but they are favored with them now and then. On this side heaven they have convenient food, but not a continual feast. Number 2, so long the promise of Isaac was deferred. 1, perhaps to correct Abram's over-hasty marrying of Hagar. Note, The comforts we sinfully anticipate are justly delayed. 2. That Abram and Sarai, being so far stricken in age, God's power in this matter might be the more magnified, and their faith the more tried. See Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 36, John chapter 11, verses 6 and 15. Number 3. That a child so long waited for might be an Isaac, a son indeed. Isaiah chapter 54, verse 1. Numeral 2. The way in which God made this covenant with him. The Lord appeared to Abram in the Shekinah, some visible display of God's immediate glorious presence with him. Note, God first makes himself known to us and gives us a sight of him by faith, and then takes us into his covenant. Numeral 3. The posture Abram put himself into upon this occasion. He fell on his face while God talked with him. Verse 3. Number 1. As one overcome by the brightness of the divine glory, and unable to bear the sight of it, though he had seen it several times before. Daniel and John did likewise, though they were also acquainted with the visions of the Almighty. Daniel chapter 8, verse 17, chapter 9, verse 15, Revelations chapter 1, verse 17. Or, number 2, as one ashamed of himself, and blushing to think of the honors done to one so unworthy, he looks upon himself with humility, and upon God with reverence, and, in token of both, falls on his face, putting himself into a posture of adoration. Note, 1. God graciously condescends to talk with those whom he takes into covenant and communion with himself. He talks with them by his word. Proverbs chapter 6, verse 22. He talks with them by his Spirit. John chapter 14, verse 26. This honor have all his saints. 2. Those that are admitted into fellowship with God are, and must be, very humble and very reverent in their approaches to him. If we say we have fellowship with him, and the familiarity breeds contempt, we deceive ourselves. 3. Those that would receive comfort from God must set themselves to give glory to God and to worship at his footstool. Numeral 4. The general scope and summary of the covenant laid down as the foundation on which all the rest was built. It is no other than the covenant of grace still made with all believers in Jesus Christ. Verse 1. Observe here, number 1, what we may expect to find God to us. I am the Almighty God. By this name he chose to make himself known to Abram rather than by his name Jehovah. Exodus chapter 6, verse 3. He used it to Jacob. Chapter 28, verse 3. Chapter 43, verse 14. Chapter 48, verse 3. It is the name of God that is mostly used throughout the book of Job, at least in the discourses of that book. After Moses, Jehovah is more frequently used, and this El Shaddai very rarely. It speaks the almighty power of God, either 1. As an avenger from Shodeh, he laid waste. So some, and they think God took this title from the destruction of the old world. This is countenanced by Isaiah chapter 13, verse 6, and Joel chapter 1, verse 15. Or 2, as a benefactor, Shin for Asher, Hu, and Day sufficient. He is a God that is enough, or, as our Old English translation reads it here, very significantly, I am God all-sufficient. Note, the God with whom we have to do is a God that is enough. 1. He is enough to himself. He is self-sufficient. He has everything, and he needs not anything. 2. He is enough for us. If we be in covenant with him, we have all in him, and we have enough in him, enough to satisfy our most enlarged desires, enough to supply the defect of everything else, and to secure to us a happiness with our immortal souls. See Psalms chapter 16, verse 5, verse 6, chapter 73, verse 25. Number 2. What God requires that we should be to him. The covenant is mutual. Walk before me, and be thou perfect, that is, upright and sincere, for herein the covenant of grace is well ordered, that sincerity is our gospel perfection. Observe, 1. That to be religious is to walk before God in our integrity. It is to set God always before us, and to think and speak and act in everything as those that are always under his eye. It is to have a constant regard to his word as our rule, and to his glory as our end in all our actions, and to be continually in his fear. It is to be inward with him in all the duties of religious worship, for in him particularly we walk before God. 1 Samuel chapter 21, verse 30. And to be entire for him in all holy conversation. I know no religion but sincerity. 2. That upright walking with God is the condition of our interest in his all-sufficiency. If we neglect him, or dissemble with him, we forfeit the benefit and comfort of our relation to him. 3. A continual regard to God's all-sufficiency will have a great influence upon our upright walking with him. Verse 4. As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Verse 5. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be called Abraham. For a father of many nations have I made thee. Verse 6. And I will make thee exceedingly fruitful, and I will make many nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. The promise here is introduced with solemnity. As for me, says the great God, behold, behold, and admire it. Behold, and be assured of it. My covenant is with thee, as before. Verse 2. I will make my covenant. The covenant of grace is a covenant of God's own making. This he glories in, as for me, and so may we. Now here, numeral 1. It is promised to Abraham that he should be a father of many nations. That is, 1. That his seed after the flesh should be very numerous, both in Isaac and in Ishmael, as well as in the sons of Keturah. Something extraordinary is doubtless included in this promise, and we may suppose that the event answered to it, and that there have been and are more of the children of men descended from Abraham than from any one man at an equal distance with him from Noah, the common root. 2. That all believers in every age should be looked upon as his spiritual seed, and that he should be called not only the friend of God, but the father of the faithful. In this sense, the apostle directs us to understand this promise. Romans chapter 4, verses 16 and 17. He is the father of those in every nation that by faith enter into covenant with God, and, as the Jewish writers express it, are gathered under the wings of the divine majesty. Numeral 2. In token of this, his name was changed from Abram, a high father, to Abraham, the father of a multitude. This was, number 1, to put an honor upon him. It is spoken of as the glory of the church, that she shall be called by a new name, which the mouth of the Lord shall name. Isaiah chapter 62, verse 2. Princes dignify their favorites by conferring new titles upon them. Thus was Abraham dignified by him that is indeed the fountain of honor. All believers have a new name. Revelations chapter 2, verse 17. Some think it added to the honor of Abraham's new name that a letter of the name Jehovah was inserted into it, as it was a disgrace to Jeconiah to have the first syllable of his name cut off, because it was the same as the first syllable of the sacred name. Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 28. Believers are named from Christ. Ephesians chapter 3, verse 15. Number 2, to encourage and confirm the faith of Abraham. While he was childless, perhaps, even his own name was sometimes an occasion of grief to him. Why should he be called a high father who was not a father at all? But now that God had promised him a numerous issue, and had given him a name which signified so much, that name was his joy. Note, God calls things that are not as though they were. It is the apostle's observation upon this very thing. Romans chapter 4, verse 17. He called Abraham the father of a multitude, because he should prove to be so in due time, though as yet he had but one child. Verse 7. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee, and thy seed after thee in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be a God unto thee, and to thy seed after thee. Verse 8. And I will give unto thee and to thy seed after thee the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. Verse 9. And God said unto Abraham, Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. Verse 10. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man-child among you shall be circumcised. Verse 11. And ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you. Verse 12. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man-child in your generations. He that is born in the house, or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of thy seed. Verse 13. He that is born of thy house, and he that is bought with thy money, must needs be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. Verse 14. And the uncircumcised man-child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. Here is numeral 1, the continuance of the covenant, intimated in 3 things. Number 1, it is established, not to be altered nor revoked. It is fixed, it is ratified, it is made as firm as the divine power and truth can make it. Number 2, it is entailed. It is a covenant not with Abraham only, then it would die with him, but with his seed after him, not only his seed after the flesh, but his spiritual seed. Number 3, it is everlasting in the evangelical sense and meaning of it. The covenant of grace is everlasting. It is from everlasting in the counsels of it, and to everlasting in the consequences of it. And the external administration of it is transmitted with the seal of it to the seed of believers, and the internal administration of it by the Spirit of Christ's seed in every age. Numeral 2, the contents of the covenant. It is a covenant of promises, exceedingly great and precious promises. Here are 2 which indeed are all sufficient. Number 1, that God would be their God, verses 7 and 8. All the privileges of the covenant, all its joys and all its hopes are summed up in this. A man needs desire no more than this to make him happy. what God is himself, that he will be to his people, his wisdom theirs, to guide and counsel them, his power theirs, to protect and support them, his goodness theirs, to supply and comfort them. What faithful worshippers can expect from the God they serve? Believers shall find in God as theirs. This is enough, yet not all. Number 2, that Canaan should be their everlasting possession. Verse 8. God had before promised this land to Abraham and his seed. Chapter 15, verse 18. But here, where it is promised for an everlasting possession, surely it must be looked upon as a type of heaven's happiness, that everlasting rest which remains for the people of God. Hebrews chapter 4, verse 9. This is that better country to which Abraham had an eye, and the grant of which was that which answered to the vast extent and compass of that promise, that God would be to them a God, so that, if God had not prepared and designed this, he would have been ashamed to be called their God. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 16. As the land of Canaan was secured to the seed of Abraham according to the flesh, so heaven is secured to all his spiritual seed by a covenant, and for a possession, truly everlasting. The offer of this eternal life is made in the Word, and confirmed by the sacraments to all that are under the eternal administration of the covenant, and the earnest of it is given to all believers. Ephesians chapter 1, verse 14. Canaan is here said to be the land wherein Abraham was a stranger, and the heavenly Canaan is the land to which we are strangers, for it does not yet appear what we shall be. Numeral 3. The token of the covenant, and that is circumcision, for the sake of which the covenant is itself called the covenant of circumcision. Acts chapter 7, verse 8. It is here said to be the covenant which Abraham and his seed must keep, as a copy or counterpart. Verse 9 and 10. It is called a sign and seal. Romans chapter 4, verse 11. For it was, number 1, a confirmation to Abraham and his seed of those promises which were God's part of the covenant, assuring them that they should be fulfilled, that in due time Canaan would be theirs. And the continuance of this ordinance, after Canaan was theirs, intimates that these promises looked further to another Canaan, which they must still be in expectation of. See Hebrews chapter 4, verse 8. Number 2, an obligation upon Abraham and his seed to that duty which was their part of the covenant, not only to the duty of accepting the covenant and accepting to it, and putting away the corruption of the flesh, which were more immediately and primarily signified by circumcision, but in general to the observance of all God's commands, as they should at any time hereafter be intimated and made known to them. For circumcision made men debtors to do the whole law. Galatians chapter 5, verse 3. Those who will have God to be to them a God must consent and resolve to be to him a people. Now, 1. Circumcision was a bloody ordinance, for all things by the law were purged with blood. Hebrews chapter 9, verse 22. See Exodus chapter 24, verse 8. But the blood of Christ being shed, all bloody ordinances are now abolished. Circumcision, therefore, gives way to baptism. 2. It was peculiar to the males, for the women were also included in the covenant, for the man is the head of the woman. In our kingdom, the oath of allegiance is required only from men. Some think that the blood of the males only was shed in circumcision, because respect was had in it to Jesus Christ and his blood. 3. It was the flesh of the foreskin that was to be cut off, because it is by ordinary generation that sin is propagated, and with an eye to the promised seed, who was to come from the loins of Abraham. Christ having not yet offered himself to us, God would have man to enter into covenant by the offering of some part of his own body, and no part could be better spared. It is a secret part of the body, for the true circumcision is that of the heart. This honor God put upon an uncomely part. 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 23 and 24. 4. The ordinance was to be administered to children when they were 8 days old, and not sooner, that they might gather some strength to be able to undergo the pain of it, and that at least one Sabbath might pass over them. 5. The children of the strangers, of whom the master of the family was the true domestic owner, were to be circumcised, verse 12 and 13, which looked favorably upon the Gentiles, who should in due time be brought into the family of Abraham by faith. See Galatians chapter 3, verse 14. 6. The religious observance of this institution was required under a very severe penalty. Verse 14. The contempt of circumcision was a contempt of the covenant. If the parents did not circumcise their children, it was at their peril, as in the case of Moses. Exodus chapter 4, verses 24 and 25. With respect to those that were not circumcised in their infancy, if, when they grew up, they did not themselves come under this ordinance, God would surely reckon with them. If they cut not off the flesh of their foreskin, God would cut them off from their people. It is a dangerous thing to make light of divine institutions and to live in the neglect of them. Verse 15. And God said unto Abraham, As for Sarah thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. Verse 16. And I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Verse 17. Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, bear? Verse 18. And Abraham said unto God, O that Ishmael might live before thee. Verse 19. And God said, Sarah thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac, and I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. Verse 20. And as before Ishmael I have heard thee, behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. Verse 21. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. Verse 22. And he left off talking with him, and God went up before Abraham. Here is numeral 1. The promise made to Abraham of a son by Sarai. That son in whom the promise made to him should be fulfilled, that he should be the father of many nations, for she also shall be a mother of nations, and kings of people shall be of her. Verse 16. Note. Number 1. God reveals the purposes of his good will to his people by degrees. God had told Abraham long before that he should have a son, but never till now that he should have a son by Sarai. Number 2. The blessing of the Lord makes fruitful, and adds no sorrow with it, no such sorrow as was in Hagar's case. I will bless her with the blessings of fruitfulness, and then thou shalt have a son of her. Number 3. Civil government and order are a great blessing to the church. It is promised not only that people, but kings of people shall be of her, not a headless rout, but a well-modeled, well-groomed society. Numeral 2. The ratification of this promise was the change of Sarai's name unto Sarah, verse 15, that same letter being added to her name that was to Abraham's, and for the same reasons. Sarai signifies my princess, as if her honor were confined to one family only. Sarah signifies a princess, namely, of multitudes, for signifying that from her should come the Messiah, the Prince, even the Prince of the kings of the earth. Numeral 3. Abraham's joyful, thankful entertainment of this gracious promise. Verse 17. Upon this occasion he expressed, number 1, great humility. He fell on his face. Note, the more honors and favors God confers upon us, the lower we should be in our own eyes, and the more reverent and submissive before God. Number 2, great joy. He laughed. It was a laughter of delight, not of distrust. Note, even the promises of a holy God, as well as his performances, are the joys of holy souls. There is the joy of faith, as well as the joy of fruition. Now, it was that Abraham rejoiced to see Christ's day. Now he saw it and was glad. John chapter 8, verse 56. For as he saw heaven in the promise of Canaan, so he saw Christ in the promise of Isaac. Number 3, great admiration. Shall a child be born to him that is 100 years old? He does not here speak of it as all doubtful, for we are sure that he staggered not at the promise, Romans chapter 4, verse 20, but as very wonderful, and that which could not be effected but by the almighty power of God, and as very kind, and a favor which was the more affecting and obliging for this, that it was extremely surprising. Psalms chapter 126, verses 1 and 2. Numeral 4. Abraham's prayer for Ishmael. Oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. Verse 18. This he speaks, not as desiring that Ishmael might be preferred before the son he should have by Sarah, but dreading lest he should be abandoned and forsaken of God. He puts up this petition on his behalf. Now that God is talking with him, he thinks he has a very fair opportunity to speak a good word for Ishmael, and he will not let it slip. Note, number 1, though we ought not to be prescribed to God, yet he gives us leave in prayer to be humbly free with him, and particular in making known our requests. Philippians chapter 4, verse 6. Whatever is the matter of our care and fear should be spread before God in prayer. Number 2, it is the duty of parents to pray for their children, for all their children, as Job, who offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. Job chapter 1, verse 5. Abraham would not have it thought that, when God promised him a son by Sarah, which he so much desired, then his son by Hagar was forgotten. No, still he bears upon him his heart, and shows a concern for him. The prospect of further favors must not make us unmindful of former favors. Number 3, the great thing we should desire of God for our children is that they may live before him, that is, that they may be kept in covenant with him, and may have grace to walk before him in their uprightness. Spiritual blessings are the best blessings, and those for which we should be most earnest with God, both for ourselves and others. Those live well that live before God. Numeral 5, God's answer to his prayer, and it is an answer of peace. Abraham could not say that he sought God's face in vain. Number 1. Common blessings are secure to Ishmael. Verse 20. As for Ishmael, whom thou art in so much care about, I have heard thee. He shall find favor for thy sake. I have blessed him. That is, I have many blessings in store for him. 1. His posterity shall be numerous. I will multiply him exceedingly, more than his neighbors. This is the fruit of the blessing, as that, chapter 1, verse 28. 2. They shall be considerable. 12 princes shall he beget. We may charitably hope that spiritual blessings also were bestowed upon him, though the visible church was not brought out of his loins, and the covenant was not lodged in his family. Note, great plenty of outward good things is often given to those children of godly parents, who are born after the flesh for their parents' sake. Number 2. Covenant blessings are reserved for Isaac, and appropriated to him. Verses 19 and 21. If Abraham in his prayer for Ishmael meant that he would have the covenant made with him, and the promised seed to come from him, then God did not answer him in the letter, but in that which was equivalent, nay, which was every way better. 1. God represents to him the promise of a son by Sarah. She shall bear thee a son indeed. Note, even true believers need to have God's promises doubled and repeated to them, that they may have strong consolation. Hebrews chapter 6, verse 18. Again, children of the promise are children indeed. 2. He names that child, calls him Isaac, laughter, because Abraham rejoiced in spirit when this son was promised him. Note, if God's promises be our joy, his mercies promised shall in due time be our exceeding joy. Christ will be laughter to those that look for him. Those that now rejoice in hope shall shortly rejoice in having that which they hoped for. This is laughter that is not mad. 3. He entails the covenant upon that child. I will establish my covenant with him. Note, God takes whom he pleases into covenant with himself, according to the good pleasure of his will. See Romans chapter 9, verses 8 and 18. This was the covenant settled between God and Abraham, with its several limitations and reminders, and then the conference ended. God left off talking with him, and the vision disappeared. God went up from Abraham. Note, our communion with God here is broken and interrupted. In heaven it will be a continual and everlasting feast. Circumcision of Abraham, etc. B.C. 1898, verse 23. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as God had said unto him. Verse 24. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9, when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. Verse 25. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old, when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. Verse 26. In the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. Verse 27. And all the men of his house, born in his house, and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. We have here Abraham's obedience to the law of circumcision. He himself and all his family were circumcised, so receiving the token of the covenant and distinguishing themselves from other families that had no part nor lot in the matter. Number 1. It was an implicit obedience. He did as God has said to him, and did not ask why or wherefore. God's will was not only a law to him, but a reason. He did it because God told him. Number 2, it was a speedy obedience in the self-same day. Verse 23 and 26. Sincere obedience is not dilatory. Psalms chapter 129, verse 60. While the command is yet sounding in our ears, and the sense of duty is fresh, it is good to apply ourselves to immediately, lest we deceive ourselves by putting it off to a more convenient season. Number 3, it was a universal obedience. He did not circumcise his family and excuse himself, but he set them an example. Nor did he take the comfort of the seal of the covenant to himself only, but desired that all his might share with him in it. This is a good example to masters of families. They and their houses must serve the Lord. Though God's covenant was not established with Ishmael, yet he was circumcised. For children of believing parents as such have a right to the privilege of the visible church and the seals of the covenant, whatever they may prove afterwards. Ishmael is blessed and therefore circumcised. Number 4, Abraham did this though much might be objected against it, though circumcision was painful, though to grown men it was shameful, though while they were sore and unfit for action, their enemies might take advantage against them, as Simeon and Levi did against the Shechemites. Though Abraham was 99 years old, he had been justified and accepted of God long since, though so strange a thing done religiously might be turned to his reproach by the Canaanite and the Perizzite that dwelt in the land. Yet God's command was sufficient to answer these and 1,000 such objections. What God requires we must do, not conferring with flesh and blood. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Harrell. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 18. We have an account in this chapter of another interview between God and Abraham, probably within a few days after the former, as the reward of his cheerful obedience to the law of circumcision. Here is numeral 1, the kind visit which God made him, and the kind entertainment which he gave to that visit, verses 1 through 8. Numeral 2, the matters discoursed of between them. Number 1, the purposes of God's love concerning Sarah, verses 9 to 15. Number 2, the purposes of God's wrath concerning Sodom. Subscript 1, the discovery God made to Abraham of his design to destroy Sodom, verses 16 through 22. Subscript 2, the intercession Abraham made for Sodom, verses 23 and following. Abraham's interview with the angels, B.C. 1898. And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, So do, as thou hast said. And Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. And Abraham ran into the herd, and fetched a calf, tender and good, and gave it unto the young man, and he hasted to dress it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. The appearance of God to Abraham seems to have had in it more of freedom and familiarity, and less of grandeur and majesty, than those we have hitherto read of, and therefore more resembles that great visit which, in the fullness of time, the Son of God was to make to the world, when the Word would be flesh and appear as one of us. Observe here, numeral 1, how Abraham expected strangers, and how richly his expectations were answered. Verse 1. He sat in the tent door in the heat of the day, not so much to repose or divert himself as to seek an opportunity of doing good by giving entertainment to strangers and travelers, there being perhaps no inns to accommodate them. Note, number 1, we are likely to have the most comfort of those good works to which we are most free and forward. Number 2, God graciously visits those in whom He has first raised the expectation of Him, and manifests Himself to those that wait for Him. When Abraham was thus sitting, he saw 3 men coming towards him. These 3 men were 3 spiritual heavenly beings, now assuming human bodies, that they might be visible to Abraham and conversable with him. Some think that they were all created angels, others that one of them was the Son of God, the angel of the covenant, whom Abraham distinguished from the rest, verse 3, and who is called Jehovah, verse 13. The apostle improves this for the encouragement of hospitality, Hebrews 13:2. Those that have been forward to entertain strangers have entertained angels to their unspeakable honor and satisfaction. Where, upon a prudent and impartial judgment, we see no cause to suspect ill, charity teaches us to hope well and to show kindness accordingly. It is better to feed 5 drones or wasps than to starve 1 bee. Numeral 2. How Abraham entertained those strangers, and how kindly his entertainment was accepted. The Holy Ghost takes particular note of the very free and affectionate welcome Abraham gave to the strangers. Number 1. He was very complaisant and respectful to them. Forgetting his age and gravity, he ran to meet them in the most obliging manner, and with all due courtesy bowed himself towards the ground, though as yet he knew nothing of them but that they appeared graceful, respectable men. Note, religion does not destroy but improve good manners, and teaches us to honor all men. Decent civility is a great ornament to plenty. Number 2, he was very earnest and importunate for their stay, and took it as a great favor. Verses 3 and 4. Note, subscript 1, it becomes those whom God has blessed with plenty to be liberal and open-hearted in the entertainments, according to their ability, and not in compliment but cordially, to bid their friends welcome. We should take a pleasure in showing kindness to any, for both God and man love a cheerful giver. Who would eat the bread of him that has an evil eye? Proverbs 23, verses 6 and 7. Subscript 2, those that would have communion with God must earnestly desire it and pray for it. God is a guest worth entertaining. Number 3, his entertainment, though it was very free, was yet plain and homely, and there was nothing in it of the gaiety and niceness of our times. His dining room was an arbor under a tree. No rich table linen, no sideboard set with plate. His feast was a joint or 2 of veal, and some cakes baked on the hearth, and both hastily dressed up. Here were no dainties, no varieties, no forced meats, no sweetmeats, but good, plain, wholesome food, though Abraham was very rich and his guests were very honorable. Note, we ought not to be curious in our diet. Let us be thankful for food convenient, though it be homely and common, and not be desirous of dainties, for they are deceitful meat to those that love them and set their hearts upon them. Number 4, he and his wife were both of them very attentive and busy in accommodating their guests with the best they had. Sarah herself is cook and baker. Abraham runs to fetch the calf, brings out the milk and butter, and thinks it not below him to wait at table, that he might show how heartily welcome his guests were. Note, subscript 1, those that have real merit need not take state upon them, nor are their prudent condescensions any disparagement to them. Subscript 2. Hearty friendship will stoop to anything but sin. Christ himself has taught us to wash one another's feet in humble love. Those that thus abase themselves shall be exalted. Here Abraham's faith shows himself in good works, and so must ours, else it is dead. James 2, verses 21 and 26. The father of the faithful was famous for charity and generosity and good housekeeping, and we must learn of him to do good and to communicate. Job did not eat his morsel alone. Job 31, verse 17. And they said unto him, Where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? And the Lord said unto Abraham, Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed I will return unto thee, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laugh not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, but thou didst laugh. These heavenly guests, being sent to confirm the promise lately made to Abraham that he should have a son by Sarah, while they are receiving Abraham's kind entertainment, they return his kindness. He receives angels, and has angels' rewards, a gracious message from heaven. Matthew 10:41. Numeral 1. Care is taken that Sarah should be within hearing. She must conceive by faith, and therefore the promise must be made to her. Hebrews 11, verse 11. It was the modest usage of that time that the women did not sit at meal with men, at least not with strangers, but confined themselves to their own apartments. Therefore Sarah is here out of sight, but she must not be out of hearing. The angels inquire, verse 9, Where is Sarah thy wife? By naming her, they gave intimation enough to Abraham that though they seemed strangers, yet they very well knew him and his family. By inquiring after her, they showed a friendly, kind concern for the family and relations of one whom they found respectful to them. It is a piece of common civility, which ought to proceed from a principle of Christian love, and then it is sanctified. And by speaking of her, she overhearing it, they drew her to listen to what was further to be said. Where is Sarah thy wife? Say the angels. Behold, in the tent, says Abraham. Where should she be else? There she is in her place, as she uses to be, and is now within call. Note, number 1, the daughters of Sarah must learn of her to be chaste, keepers at home. Titus 2:5. There is nothing got by gadding. Number 2, those are most likely to receive comfort from God and His promises that are in their place and in the way of their duty. Luke 2, verse 8. Numeral 2. The promise is then renewed and ratified that she should have a son. Verse 10. I will certainly return unto thee, and visit thee next time with the performance, as now I do with the promise. God will return to those that bid him welcome, that entertain his visits. I will return thy kindness. Sarah thy wife shall have a son. It is repeated again, verse 14. Thus the promises of the Messiah were often repeated in the Old Testament for the strengthening of the faith of God's people. We are slow of heart to believe, and therefore have need of line upon line to the same purport. This is the word of promise which the apostle quotes, Romans 9, verse 9, as that by the virtue of which Isaac was born. Note, number 1, the same blessings which others have from common providence, believers have from the promise, which makes them very sweet and very sure. Number 2, the spiritual seed of Abraham owe their life and joy and hope and all to the promise. They are born by the word of God. 1 Peter 1:23. Numeral 3. Sarah thinks this too good news to be true, and therefore cannot as yet find in her heart to believe it. Sarah laughed within herself, verse 12. It was not a pleasing laughter of faith, like Abraham's, chapter 17, verse 17, but it was a laughter of doubting and mistrust. Note, the same thing may be done from very different principles, of which God only, who knows thy heart, can judge. The great objection which Sarah could not get over was her age. I am waxed old and past childbearing in the course of nature, especially having been hitherto barren. And, which magnifies the difficulty, my Lord is old also. Observe here, number 1, Sarah calls Abraham her Lord. It was the only good word in this saying, and the Holy Ghost takes notice of it to her honor and recommends it to the imitation of all Christian wives. 1 Peter 3, verse 6. Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, in token of respect and subjection. Thus must the wife reverence her husband. Ephesians 5:33. And thus must we be apt to take notice of what is spoken decently and well, to the honor of those that speak it, though it may be mixed with that of which is amiss, over which we should cast a mantle of love. Number 2, human improbability often sets up in contradiction to the divine promise. The objections of sense are very apt to stumble and puzzle the weak faith even of true believers. It is hard to cleave to the first cause when second causes frown. Number 3, even where there is true faith, yet there are often sore conflicts with unbelief. Sarah could say, Lord, I believe, Hebrews 11, verse 11, and yet must say, Lord, help my unbelief. Numeral 4. The angel reproves the indecent expressions of her distrust, verse 13 and 14. Observe, number 1, though Sarah was now most kindly and generously entertaining these angels, yet when she did amiss, they reproved her for it, as Christ reproved Martha in her own house, Luke 10:40 and 41. If our friends be kind to us, we must not therefore be so unkind to them as to suffer sin upon them. Number 2, God gave this reproof to Sarah by Abraham her husband. To him he said, why did Sarah laugh? Perhaps because he had not told her of the promise which had been given him some time before to this purport, and which, if he had communicated it to her with its ratifications, would have prevented her from being so surprised now. Or Abraham was told of it that he might tell her of it. Mutual reproof, when there is occasion for it, is one of the duties of the conjugal relation. Number 3, the reproof itself is plain and backed with a good reason. Wherefore did Sarah laugh? Note, it is good to inquire into the reason of our laughter, that it may not be the laughter of the fool. Ecclesiastes 7, verse 6. Wherefore did I laugh? Again, our unbelief and distrust are a great offense to the God of heaven. He justly takes it ill to have the objections of sense set up in contradiction to his promise, as Luke 1, verse 18. Number 4, here is a question asked which is enough to answer all the cavils of flesh and blood. Is anything too hard for the Lord? In Hebrew, too wonderful. That is, subpoint 1, is anything so secret as to escape his cognizance? No, not Sarah's laughing, though it was only within herself. Or subscript 2, is anything so difficult as to exceed his power? No, not the giving of a child to Sarah in her old age. Numeral 5. Sarah foolishly endeavors to conceal her fault. Verse 15. She denied, saying, I did not laugh, thinking nobody could contradict her. She told this lie because she was afraid, but it was in vain to attempt concealing it from an all-seeing eye. She was told to her shame, Thou didst laugh. Now, number 1, there seems to be in Sarah a retraction of her distrust. Now she perceived, by laying circumstances together, that it was a divine promise which had been made concerning her. She renounced all doubtful, distrustful thoughts about it. But, number 2, there was withal a sinful attempt to cover a sin with a lie. It is a shame to do amiss, but a greater shame to deny it, for thereby we add iniquity to our iniquity. Fear of a rebuke often betrays us into this snare. See Isaiah 57, verse 11. Whom hast thou feared, that thou hast lied? But we deceive ourselves if we think to impose upon God He can and will bring truth to light, to our shame. He that covers his sin cannot prosper, for the day is coming which will discover it. Abraham's interview with God, B.C. 1898. And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him? For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him. And the Lord said, Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence, and went toward Sodom, but Abraham stood yet before the Lord. The messengers from heaven have now dispatched one part of their business, which was an errand of grace to Abraham and Sarah, and which they delivered first, but now they have before them work of another nature. Sodom is to be destroyed, and they must do it. Chapter 19, verse 13. Note, as with the Lord there is mercy, so He is the God to whom vengeance belongs. Pursuant to their commission, we here find, number 1, that they looked towards Sodom, verse 16. They set their faces against it in wrath, as God is said to look unto the host of the Egyptians, Exodus 14, verse 24. Note, though God has long seemed to connive at sinners, from which they have inferred that the Lord does not see, does not regard, yet when the day of His wrath comes, He will look towards them. Number 2, that they went towards Sodom, verse 22, and accordingly we find 2 of them at Sodom, chapter 19, verse 1. Whether the third was the Lord, before whom Abraham yet stood, and to whom he drew near, verse 23, as most think, or whether the third left them before they came to Sodom, and the Lord before whom Abraham stood was the Shekinah, or that appearance of the divine glory which Abraham had formerly seen and conversed with, is uncertain. However, we have here, numeral 1, the honor Abraham did to his guests. He went with them to bring them on the way, as one that was loath to part with such good company, and was desirous to pay his utmost respects to them. This is a piece of civility proper to be shown to our friends, but it must be done as the apostle directs. 3 John 6, after a godly sort. Numeral 2, the honor they did to him. For those that honor God, He will honor. God communicated to Abraham His purpose to destroy Sodom, and not only so, but entered into a free conference with him about it. Having taken him more closely than before into covenant with Himself, chapter 17, He here admits him into more intimate communion with Himself than ever, as the man of His counsel. Observe here, number 1, God's friendly thoughts concerning Abraham, verse 17 through 19, where we have His resolution to make known to Abraham His purpose concerning Sodom, with the reasons of it. If Abraham had not brought them on their way, perhaps he would not have been thus favored, but he that loves to walk with wise men shall be wise. Proverbs 13, verse 20. See how God is pleased to argue with Himself. Shall I hide from Abraham? Or, as some read it, am I concealing from Abraham that thing which I do? Can I go about such a thing and not tell Abraham? Thus does God, in His counsels, express Himself, after the manner of men, with deliberation. But why must Abraham be of the cabinet council? The Jews suggest that because God had granted the land of Canaan to Abraham and his seed, therefore He would not destroy those cities which were a part of that land without his knowledge and consent. But God here gives 2 other reasons. Subscript 1. Abraham must know, for he is a friend and a favorite, and one that God has a particular kindness for and great things in store for. He is to become a great nation, and not only so, but in the Messiah, who is to come from his loins, all nations of the earth shall be blessed. Note, the secret of the Lord is with those that fear him. Psalm 25, verse 14, Proverbs 3, verse 32. Those who by faith live a life of communion with God cannot but know more of his mind than other people, though not with prophetical, yet with a prudential, practical knowledge. They have a better insight than others into what is present. Hosea 14, verse 9, Psalm 107, verse 43. And a better foresight of what is to come, at least so much as suffices for their guidance and for their comfort. Subscript 2. Abraham must know, for he will teach his household. I know Abraham very well, that he will command his children and his household after him. Verse 19. Consider this, subpoint 1, as a very bright part of Abraham's character and example. He not only prayed with his family, but he taught them as a man of knowledge. Nay, he commanded them as a man in authority, and was prophet and king as well as priest in his own house. Observe, first, God having made the covenant with him and his seed, and his household being circumcised pursuant to that, he was very careful to teach and rule them well. Those that expect family blessings must make conscious of family duty. If our children be the Lord's, they must be nursed for him. If they wear his livery, they must be trained up in his work. Secondly, Abraham took care not only of his children, but of his household. His servants were catechized servants. Masters of families should instruct and inspect the manners of all under their roof. The poorest servants have precious souls that must be looked after. Thirdly, Abraham made it his care and business to promote practical religion in his family. He did not fill their heads with matters of nice speculation or of doubtful disputation, but he taught them to keep the way of the Lord and to do judgment and justice. That is, to be serious and devout in the worship of God and to be honest in their dealings with all men. Fourthly, Abraham herein had an eye to posterity and was in care not only that his household with him, but that his household after him should keep the way of the Lord, that religion might flourish in his family when he was in his grave. Fifthly, his doing this was the fulfilling of the conditions of the promises which God had made him. Those only can expect the benefit of the promises that make conscious of their duty. Subscript 2, as the reason why God would make known to him his purpose concerning Sodom, because he was communicative of his knowledge, and improved it for the benefit of those that were under his charge. Note, to him that hath shall be given. Matthew 13, verse 12, 25, verse 29. Those that make a good use of their knowledge shall know more. Number 2, God's friendly talk with Abraham, in which he makes known to him purpose concerning Sodom, and allows him a liberty of application to him about the matter. Subscript 1, he tells him of the evidence there was against Sodom. The cry of Sodom is great. Verse 20. Note, some sins, and the sins of some sinners, cry aloud to heaven for vengeance. The iniquity of Sodom was crying iniquity. That is, it was so very provoking that it even urged God to punish. Subpoint 2, the inquiry he would make upon this evidence. I will go down now and see. Verse 21. Not as if there were anything concerning God which is in doubt or in the dark, but he is pleased thus to express himself after the manner of men. Subpoint 1, to show the incontestable equity of all his judicial proceedings. Men are apt to suggest that his way is not equal, but let them know that his judgments are the result of an eternal counsel and are never rash or sudden resolves. He never punishes upon report or common fame or the information of others, but upon his own certain and infallible knowledge. Subscript 2, to give example to magistrates and those in authority with the utmost care and diligence to inquire into the merits of a cause before they give judgment upon it. Subscript 3, perhaps the decree is here spoken of is not yet peremptory, that room and encouragement might be given to Abraham to make intercession for them. Thus God looked if there were any to intercede. Isaiah 59, verse 16. Abraham's intercession for Sodom. And Abraham drew near, and said, Wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Peradventure there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked, that be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And the Lord said, If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, which am but dust and ashes. Peradventure there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, If I find there 45, I will not destroy it. And he spake unto him yet again, and said, Peradventure there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said unto him, O let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Peradventure there shall be 30 found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. Peradventure there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, O let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Peradventure 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And the Lord went his way, as soon as he had left communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned unto his place. Communion with God is kept up by the Word and by prayer. In the Word, God speaks to us. In prayer, we speak to Him. God had revealed to Abraham His purposes concerning Sodom. Now from this, Abraham takes occasion to speak to God on Sodom's behalf. Note, God's Word then does us good when it furnishes us with matter for prayer and excites us to it. When God has spoken to us, we must consider what we have to say to Him upon it. Observe, numeral 1, the solemnity of Abraham's address to God on this occasion. Abraham drew near, verse 23. The expression intimates, number 1, a holy concern. He engaged his heart to approach to God. Jeremiah 30, verse 21. Shall Sodom be destroyed, and I not speak one good word for it? Number 2, a holy confidence. He drew near with an assurance of faith, drew near as a prince. Job 31, verse 37. Note, when we address ourselves to the duty of prayer, we ought to remember that we are drawing near to God, that we may be filled with a reverence of Him. Leviticus 10, verse 3. Numeral 2, the general scope of this prayer. It is the first solemn prayer we have upon record in the Bible, and it is a prayer for the sparing of Sodom. Abraham no doubt greatly abhorred the wickedness of the Sodomites. He would not have lived among them, as Lot did, if they would have given him the best estate in their country, and yet he prayed earnestly for them. Note, though sin is to be hated, sinners are to be pitied and prayed for. God delights not in their death, nor should we desire, but deprecate the woeful day. Number 1, he begins with a prayer that the righteous among them might be spared, and not involved in the common calamity, having an eye particularly to just Lot, whose disingenuous carriage towards him he had long since forgiven and forgotten. Witness his friendly zeal to rescue him before by his sword and now by his prayers. Number 2, he improves this into a petition that all might be spared for the sake of the righteous that were among them, God Himself countenancing this request, and in effect putting him upon it by His answer to his first address. Verse 26. Note, we must pray not only for ourselves, but for others also, for we are members of the same body, at least of the same body of mankind. All we are brethren. Numeral 3, the particular graces evident in this prayer. Number 1, here is great faith, and it is the prayer of faith that is the prevailing prayer. His faith pleads with God, orders the cause, and fills his mouth with arguments. He acts faith especially upon the righteousness of God, and is very confident. Subpoint 1, that God will not destroy the righteous with the wicked. Verse 23. No, that be far from thee. Verse 25. We must never entertain any thought that derogates from the honor of God's righteousness. See Romans 3, verses 5 and 6. Note, subpoint 1, the righteous are mingled with the wicked in this world. Among the best there are, commonly, some bad, and among the worst some good, even in Sodom, one Lot. Subpoint 2, Though the righteous be among the wicked, yet the righteous God will not, certainly he will not, destroy the righteous with the wicked. Though in this world they may be involved in the same common calamities, yet in the great day a distinction will be made. Subscript 2. That the righteous shall not be as the wicked. Verse 25. Though they may suffer with them, yet they do not suffer like them. Common calamities are quite another thing to be righteous than what they are to the wicked. Isaiah 27, verse 7. Subscript 3. That the judge of all the earth will do right. Undoubtedly he will, because he is the judge of all the earth. It is the Apostles' argument, Romans 3, verses 5 and 6. Note, subpoint 1, God is the judge of all the earth. He gives charge to all, takes cognizance of all, and will pass sentence upon all. Subpoint 2, that God Almighty never did nor ever will do any wrong to any of the creatures, either by withholding that which is right or by exacting more than is right. Job 34, verses 10 and 11. Number 2, here's a great humility. Subscript 1, a deep sense of his own unworthiness. Verse 27. Behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, who am but dust and ashes. And again, verse 31. He speaks as one amazed at his own boldness, and the liberty God graciously allowed him, considering God's greatness. He is the Lord, and his own meanness, but dust and ashes. Note, subpoint 1. The greatest of men, the most considerable and deserving, are but dust and ashes, mean and vile before God, despicable, frail, and dying. Subpoint 2. Whenever we draw near to God, it becomes us reverently to acknowledge the vast distance that is there between us and God. He is the Lord of glory. We are worms of the earth. Subpoint 3. The access we have to the throne of grace and the freedom of speech allowed us are just matters of humble wonder. 2 Samuel 7, verse 18. Subscript 2. An awful dread of God's displeasure. O let not the Lord be angry. Verse 30. And again, verse 32. Note, subpoint 1. The importunity which believers use in their addresses to God is such that, if they were dealing with a man like themselves, they could not but fear that he would be angry with them. But he with whom we have to do is God and not man, and whoever he may seem is not really angry with the prayers of the upright. Psalm 70, verse 4. For they are his delight. Proverbs 15, verse 8. And he is pleased when he is wrestled with. Subpoint 2. That even when we receive special tokens of the divine favor, we ought to be jealous over ourselves, lest we make ourselves obnoxious to the divine displeasure, and therefore we must bring the mediator with us in the arms of our faith to atone for the iniquity of our holy things. Number 3. Here is great charity. Subpoint 1. A charitable opinion of Sodom's character. As bad as it was, he thought there were several good people in it. It becomes us to hope the best of the worst places. Of the two, it is better to err in that extreme. Subpoint 2. A charitable desire of Sodom's welfare. He used all his interest at the throne of grace for mercy for them. We never find him thus earnest in pleading with God for himself and his family, as here for Sodom. Number 4. Here are great boldness and believing confidence. Subscript 1. He took the liberty to pitch upon a certain number of righteous ones which he supposed might be in Sodom. Suppose there be 50. Verse 24. Subscript 2. He advanced upon God's concessions again and again. As God granted much, he still begged more, with the hope of gaining his point. Subscript 3. He brought the terms as low as he could for shame, having prevailed for mercy if there were but 10 righteous ones in 5 cities, and perhaps so low that he concluded there would have been spared. Numeral 4. The success of the prayer. He that thus wrestled prevailed wonderfully. As a prince he had power with God, but it was ask and have. Number 1. God's general good will appears in this, that he consented to spare the wicked for the sake of the righteous. See how swift God is to show mercy. He even seeks a reason for it. See what great blessings good people are to any place, and how little those befriend themselves that hate and persecute them. Number 2, his particular favor to Abraham appeared in this, that he did not leave off granting till Abraham left off asking. Such is the power of prayer. Why then did Abraham leave off asking, when he had prevailed so far as to get the place spared if there were but 10 righteous in it? Either, subscript 1, because he owned that it deserved to be destroyed if there were not so many, as the dresser of the vineyard, who consented that the barren tree should be cut down if 1 year's trial did not make it more fruitful. Luke 13, verse 9. Or subscript 2, because God restrained his spirit from asking any further. When God has determined the ruin of a place, he forbids it to be prayed for. Jeremiah 7, verse 16, 11, verse 14, and 14, verse 11. Numeral 5. Here is the breaking up of the conference, verse 33. Number 1, the Lord went his way. The visions of God must not be constant in this world, where it is by faith only that we are to set God before us. God did not go away until Abraham had said all he had to say, for he is never weary of hearing prayer. Isaiah 59, verse 1. Number 2, Abraham returned into his place, not puffed up with the honor done him, nor by these extraordinary interviews taken off from the ordinary course of duty. He returned to his place to observe what that event would be, and it proved that his prayer was heard, and yet Sodom was not spared, because there were not 10 righteous in it. We cannot expect too little from man, nor too much from God. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ingo Breuer. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 19. The contents of this chapter we have 2 Peter 2, verses 6 to 8, where we find that God, turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes, condemned them with an overthrow and delivered just Lot. It is the history of Sodom's ruin and Lot's rescue from that ruin. We read, chapter 18, of God's coming to take a view of the present state of Sodom, what its wickedness was, and what righteous persons there were in it. Now here we have the result of that inquiry. Numeral 1. It was found upon trial that Lot was very good, verses 1 to 3, and it did not appear that there was any more of the same character. Numeral 2. It was found that the Sodomites were very wicked and vile, verses 4 to 11. Numeral 3. Special care was therefore taken for the securing of Lot and his family in a place of safety, verses 12 to 23. Numeral 4. Mercy, having rejoiced therein, justice shows itself in the ruin of Sodom and the death of Lot's wife, verses 24 to 26, with a general repetition of the story, verses 27 to 29. Numeral 5. A foul sin that Lot was guilty of in committing incest with his 2 daughters, verse 30, etc. Assault on the house of Lot, B.C. 1898. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom, and Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly. And they turned in unto him, and entered into his house, and he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. These angels, it is likely, were 2 of the 3 that had just before been with Abraham, the 2 created angels that were sent to execute God's purpose concerning Sodom. Observe here, number 1, there was but one good man in Sodom, and these heavenly messengers soon found him out. Wherever we are, we should inquire out those of the place that live in the fear of God, and should choose to associate ourselves with them. Matthew 10, verse 11, inquire who is worthy, and there abide. Those of the same country, when they are in a foreign country, love to be together. Number 2, Lot sufficiently distinguished himself from the rest of his neighbors at this time, which plainly set a mark upon him. He that did not act like the rest must not fare like the rest. Subscript 1. Lot sat in the gate of Sodom at even. When the rest, it is likely, were tippling and drinking, he sat alone, waiting for an opportunity to do good. Subscript 2. He was extremely respectful to men whose mien and aspect were sober and serious, though they did not come in state. He bowed himself to the ground when he met them, as if, upon the first view, he discerned something divine in them. Subscript 3. He was hospitable and very free and generous in his invitations and entertainments. He courted these strangers to his house, and to the best accommodations he had, and gave them all the evidences that he could of his sincerity. For, subpoint 1, when the angels, to try whether he was hearty in the invitation, declined the acceptance of it at first, which is the common usage of modesty, and no reproach at all to truth and honesty, their refusal did not make him more importunate, for he pressed upon them greatly, verse 3, partly because he would by no means have them to expose themselves to the inconveniences and perils of lodging in the street of Sodom, and partly because he was desirous of their company and converse. He had not seen two such honest faces in Sodom this great while. Note, those that live in bad places should know how to value the society of those that are wise and good, and earnestly desire it. Subpoint 2. When the angels accepted his invitation, he treated them nobly. He made a feast for them, and thought it well bestowed on such guests. Note, good people should be, with prudence, generous people. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, Where are the men which came in to thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you. And do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut to the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. Now it appeared beyond contradiction that the cry of Sodom was no louder than there was cause for. This night's work was enough to fill the measure, for we find here, numeral 1, that they were all wicked, verse 4. Wickedness had become universal, and they were unanimous in any vile design. Here were old and young, and all from every quarter engaged in this riot. The old were not past it, and the young had soon come up to it. Either they had no magistrates to keep the peace and protect the peaceable, or their magistrates were themselves aiding and abetting. Note, when the disease of sin has become epidemical, it is fatal to any place. Isaiah 1, verses 5 to 7. Numeral 2, that they had arrived at the highest pitch of wickedness. They were sinners before the Lord exceedingly. Chapter 13, verse 13. For, number 1, it was the most unnatural and abominable wickedness that they were now set upon, a sin that still bears their name and is called sodomy. They were carried headlong by those vile affections, Romans chapter 1, verses 26 and 27, which are worse than brutish, and the eternal reproach of the human nature, and which cannot be thought of without horror by those that have the least spark of virtue and any remains of natural light and conscience. Note, those that allow themselves in unnatural uncleanness are marked for the vengeance of eternal fire. See Jude 7. Number 2, they were not ashamed to own it and to prosecute their design by force and arms. The practice would have been bad enough if it had been carried on by intrigue and wheedling, but they proclaimed war with virtue and bade open defiance to it. Hence, daring sinners are said to declare their sin as Sodom. Isaiah 3, verse 9. Note, those that have become impudent in sin generally prove impenitent in sin, and it will be their ruin. Those have hard hearts indeed that sin with a high hand. Jeremiah 6, verse 15. Number 3. When Lot interposed with all the mildness imaginable to check the rage and fury of their lust, they were most insolently rude and abusive to him. He ventured himself among them. Verse 6. He spoke civilly to them, called them brethren, verse 7, and begged of them not to do so wickedly. And being greatly disturbed at their vile attempt, he unadvisedly and unjustifiably offered to prostitute his 2 daughters to them. Verse 8. It is true, of 2 evils we must choose the less, but of 2 sins we must choose neither, nor ever do evil that good may come of it. He reasoned with them, pleaded the laws of hospitality and the protection of his house, which his guests were entitled to, but he might as well have offered reason to a roaring lion and a raging bear as to these headstrong sinners who were governed only by lust and passion. Lot's arguing with them does but exasperate them, and to complete their wickedness and fill up the measure of it, they fall foul upon him. Subscript 1. They ridicule him, charge him with the absurdity of pretending to be a magistrate when he was not so much as a free man of their city. Verse 9. Note, it is common for a reprover to be unjustly upbraided as a usurper, and while offering the kindness of a friend, to be charged with assuming the authority of a judge, as if a man might not speak reason without taking too much upon him. Subscript 2. They threaten him and lay violent hands upon him, and the good man is in danger of being pulled in pieces by this outrageous rabble. Note, subpoint 1. Those that hate to be reformed hate those that reprove them, though with ever so much tenderness. Presumptuous sinners do by their consciences, as the Sodomites did by Lot, baffle their checks, stifle their accusations, press hard upon them till they have seared them and quite stopped their mouths, and so made themselves ripe for ruin. Subpoint 2. Abuses offered to God's messengers and to faithful reprovers soon fill the measure of a people's wickedness and bring destruction without remedy. See Proverbs 29, verse 1, and 2 Chronicles 36, verse 16. If reproofs remedy not, there is no remedy. See 2 Chronicles 25, verse 16. Numeral 3. That nothing less than the power of an angel could save a good man out of their wicked hands. It was now past dispute what Sodom's character was and what course must be taken with it, and therefore the angels immediately gave a specimen of what they further intended. Number 1, they rescue Lot. Verse 10. Note, he that watereth shall be watered also himself. Lot was solicitous to protect them, and now they take effectual care for his safety in return for his kindness. Note further, angels are employed for the special preservation of those that expose themselves to danger by well-doing. The saints at death are pulled like Lot into a house of perfect safety, and the door shut forever against those that pursue them. Number 2. They chastised the insolence of the Sodomites. They smote them with blindness. Verse 11. This was designed, subscript 1, to put an end to their attempt and disable them from pursuing it. Justly were those struck blind who had been deaf to reason. Violent persecutors are often infatuated so that they cannot push on their malicious designs against God's messengers. Job 5, verses 14 and 15. Yet these Sodomites, after they were struck blind, continued seeking the door to break it down till they were tired. No judgments will of themselves change the corrupt natures and purposes of wicked men. If their minds had not been blinded as well as their bodies, they would have said, as the magicians, "This is the finger of God," and would have submitted. Subscript 2, it was to be an earnest of their utter ruin the next day, when God, in a way of righteous judgment, blinds men. Their condition is already desperate. Romans 11, verses 8 and 9. Rescue of Lot out of Sodom, BC 1898. And the men said unto Lot, Hast thou here any besides, son-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of the Lord. And the Lord hath sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out, and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. We have here the preparation for Lot's deliverance. Numeral 1. Notice is given him of the approach of Sodom's ruin. We will destroy this place. Verse 13. Note, the holy angels are ministers of God's wrath for the destruction of sinners, as well as of his mercy for the preservation and deliverance of his people. In this sense, the good angels become evil angels. Psalm 78, verse 49. Numeral 2. He is directed to give notice to his friends and relations that they, if they would, might be saved with him. Verse 12. Hast thou here any besides, that thou art concerned for? If thou hast, go tell them what is coming. Now this implies, number 1, the command of a great duty, which was to do all he could for the salvation of those about him, to snatch them as brands out of the fire. Note, those who through grace are themselves delivered out of a sinful state should do what they can for the deliverance of others, especially their relations. Number 2, the offer of great favor. They do not ask whether he knew any righteous ones in the city fit to be spared. No, they knew there were none. But they ask what relations he had there, that whether righteous or unrighteous, they might be saved with him. Note, bad people often fare the better in this world for the sake of their good relations. It is good being akin to a godly man. Numeral 3. He applies himself accordingly to his sons-in-law. Verse 14. Observe, number 1, the fair warning that Lot gave them, Up, get you out of this place. The manner of expression is startling and quickening. It was no time to trifle when the destruction was just at the door. They had not 40 days to repent in, as the Ninevites had. Now or never, they must make their escape. At midnight, this cry was made. Such as this is our call to the unconverted to turn and live. Number 2, the slight they put upon this warning. He seemed to them as one that mocked. They thought, perhaps, that the assault which the Sodomites had just now made upon his house had disturbed his head and put him into such a fright that he knew not what he said, or they thought that he was not in earnest with them. Those who lived a merry life and made a jest of everything made a jest of this warning, and so they perished in the overthrow. Thus many who are warned of the misery and danger they are in by sin make a light matter of it, and think their ministers do but jest with them. Such will perish with their blood upon their own heads. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful unto him, and they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. And Lot said unto them, O not so, my lord. Behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast shewed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold, now this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. O let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. And he said unto him, See, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city, for the which thou hast spoken. Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou be come thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Here is, numeral 1, the rescue of Lot out of Sodom. Though there were not 10 righteous men in Sodom, for whose sakes it might be spared, yet that one righteous man that was among them delivered his own soul. Ezekiel 14, verse 14. Early in the morning, his own guests, in kindness to him, turned him out of doors, and his family with him. Verse 15. His daughters that were married perished with their unbelieving husbands, but those that continued with him were preserved with him. Observe, number 1, with what a gracious violence Lot was brought out of Sodom. Verse 16. It seems, though he did not make a jest of the warning given, as his sons-in-law did, yet he lingered, he trifled, he did not make so much haste as the case required. Thus many that are under some convictions about the misery of their spiritual state and the necessity of a change, yet defer that needful work, and foolishly linger. Lot did so, and it might have been fatal to him if the angels had not laid hold of his hand, and brought him forth, and saved him with fear. Jude 23. Herein it is said, the Lord was merciful to him. Otherwise he might justly have left him to perish, since he was so loth to depart. Note, subscript 1, the salvation of the most righteous men must be attributed to God's mercy, not to their own merit. We are saved by grace. Subscript 2, God's power also must be acknowledged in the bringing of souls out of a sinful state. If God had not brought us forth, we had never come forth. Subscript 3, if God had not been merciful to us, our lingering had been our ruin. Number 2, with what a gracious vehemence he was urged to make the best of his way when he was brought forth. Verse 17. Subscript 1, he must still apprehend himself in danger of being consumed and be quickened by the law of self-preservation to flee for his life. Note, a holy fear and trembling are found necessary to the working out of our salvation. Subscript 2, he must therefore mind his business with the utmost care and diligence. He must not hanker after Sodom. Look not behind thee. He must not loiter by the way. Stay not in the plain, for it would all be made one Dead Sea. He must not take up short of the place of refuge appointed him. Escape to the mountain. Such as these are the commands given to those who through grace are delivered out of a sinful state. Subpoint 1, return not to sin and Satan, for that is looking back to Sodom. Subpoint 2, rest not in self and the world, for that is staying in the plain. And subpoint 3, reach towards Christ and heaven, for that is escaping to the mountain, short of which we must not take up. Numeral 2, the fixing of a place of refuge for him. The mountain was first appointed for him to flee to, but, number 1, he begged for a city of refuge, one of the 5 that lay together, called Bela, chapter 14, verse 2, and chapter 19, verses 18 to 20. It was Lot's weakness to think a city of his own choosing safer than the mountain of God's appointing. And he argued against himself when he pleaded, "Thou hast magnified thy mercy in saving my life, and I cannot escape to the mountain." For could not he that plucked him out of Sodom, when he lingered, carry him safely to the mountain, though he began to tire? Could not he that saved him from greater evils save him from the less? He insists much in his petition upon the smallness of the place. It is a little one, it is not. Therefore it was to be hoped not so bad as the rest. This gave a new name to the place. It was called Zoar, a little one. Intercessions for little ones are worthy to be remembered. Number 2, God granted him his request, though there was much infirmity in it, verses 21 and 22. See what favor God showed to a true saint, though weak. Subscript 1, Zoar was spared to gratify him. Though his intercession for it was not, as Abraham's for Sodom, from a principle of generous charity, but merely from self-interest, yet God granted him his request, to show how much the fervent prayer of a righteous man avails. Subscript 2, Sodom's ruin was suspended till he was saved. I cannot do anything till thou shalt have come thither. Note, the very presence of good men in a place helps to keep off judgments. See what care God takes for the preservation of his people. The winds are held till God's servants are sealed. Revelation 7, verse 3, Ezekiel 9, verse 4. Numeral 3, it is taken notice of that the sun had risen when Lot entered into Zoar. For when a good man comes into a place, he brings light along with him, or should do. Destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, BC 1898. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. Then, when Lot had got safely into Zoar, then this ruin came, for good men are taken away from the evil to come. Then, when the sun had risen bright and clear, promising a fair day, then this storm arose to show that it was not from natural causes. Concerning this destruction, observe, number 1, God was the immediate author of it. It was destruction from the Almighty. The Lord reigned from the Lord. Verse 24, that is, God from himself by his own immediate power, and not in the common course of nature, or God the Son from God the Father, for the Father has committed all judgment to the Son. Note, he that is the Savior will be the destroyer of those that reject the salvation. Number 2, it was a strange punishment. Job 31, verse 3. Never was the like before nor since. Hell was rained from heaven upon them. Fire and brimstone and a horrible tempest were the portion of their cup. Psalm 11, verse 6. Not a flash of lightning, which is destructive enough when God gives it commission, but a shower of lightning. Brimstone was scattered upon their habitation. Job 18, verse 15. And then the fire soon fastened upon them. God could have drowned them as he did the old world, but he would show that he has many arrows in his quiver, fire as well as water. Number 3, It was a judgment that laid all waste. It overthrew the cities and destroyed all the inhabitants of them, the plain, and all that grew upon the ground. Verse 25. It was an utter ruin and irreparable. That fruitful valley remains to this day a great lake or Dead Sea. It is called the Salt Sea. Numbers 34, verse 12. Travelers say that it is about 30 miles long and 10 miles broad. It has no living creature in it. It is not moved by the wind. The smell of it is offensive. Things do not easily sink in it. The Greeks call it asphaltitis from a sort of pitch which it casts up. Jordan falls into it and is lost there. Number 4, it was a punishment that answered to their sin. Burning lusts against nature were justly punished with this preternatural burning. Those that went after strange flesh were destroyed by strange fire. Jude 7. They persecuted the angels with their rabble and made Lot afraid, and now God persecuted them with his tempest and made them afraid with his storm. Psalm 83, verse 15. Number 5, it was designed for a standing revelation of the wrath of God against sin and sinners in all ages. It is accordingly often referred to in the Scripture and made a pattern of the ruin of Israel, Deuteronomy 29, verse 23, of Babylon, Isaiah 13, verse 19, of Edom, Jeremiah 49, verses 17 and 18, of Moab and Ammon, Zephaniah 2, verse 9. Nay, it was typical of the vengeance of eternal fire, Jude 7, and the ruin of all that live ungodly, 2 Peter 2, verse 6, especially that despise the gospel, Matthew 10, verse 15. It is in allusion to this destruction that the place of the damned is often represented by a lake that burns, as Sodom did, with fire and brimstone. Let us learn from it. Subscript 1, the evil of sin and the hurtful nature of it. Iniquity tends to ruin. Subscript 2, the terrors of the Lord. See what a fearful thing it is to fall into the hands of the living God. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. This also is written for our admonition. Our Savior refers to it, Luke 17, verse 32, remember Lot's wife. As by the example of Sodom the wicked are warned to turn from their wickedness, so by the example of Lot's wife the righteous are warned not to turn from their righteousness. See Ezekiel 3, verses 18 and 20. We have here, numeral 1, the sin of Lot's wife. She looked back from behind him. This seemed a small thing, but we are sure by the punishment of it that it was a great sin and exceedingly sinful. Number 1, she disobeyed an express command and so sinned after the similitude of Adam's transgression, which ruined us all. Number 2, unbelief was at the bottom of it. She questioned whether Sodom would be destroyed and thought she might still have been safe in it. Number 3, she looked back upon her neighbors whom she had left behind with more concern than was fit now that their day of grace was over and divine justice was glorifying itself in their ruin. See Isaiah 66, verse 24. Number 4, probably she hankered after her house and goods and Sodom and was loath to leave them. Christ intimates this to be her sin, Luke 17, verses 31 and 32. She too much regarded her stuff. Number 5, her looking back evidenced an inclination to go back, and therefore our Savior uses it as a warning against apostasy from our Christian profession. We have all renounced the world and the flesh, and have set our faces heavenward. We are in the plain, upon our probation, and it is at our peril if we return into the interests we profess to have abandoned. Drawing back is to perdition, and looking back is towards it. Let us therefore fear. Hebrews 4, verse 1. Numeral 2, the punishment of Lot's wife for this sin. She was struck dead in the place. Yet her body did not fall down, but stood fixed and erect like a pillar or monument, not liable to waste nor decay, as human bodies exposed to the air are, but metamorphosed into a metallic substance which would last perpetually. Come, behold the goodness and severity of God. Romans 11, verse 22. Towards Lot, who went forward, goodness. Toward his wife, who looked back, severity. Though she was nearly related to a righteous man, though better than her neighbors, and though a monument of distinguishing mercy in her deliverance out of Sodom, yet God did not connive at her disobedience. For great privileges will not secure us from the wrath of God if we do not carefully and faithfully improve them. This pillar of salt should season us. Since it is such a dangerous thing to look back, let us always press forward. Philippians 3, verses 13 and 14. And Abram get up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abram, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt. Our communion with God consists in our gracious regard to Him and His gracious regard to us. We have here, therefore, the communion that was between God and Abraham in the event concerning Sodom, as before in the consultation concerning it. For communion with God is to be kept up in providences as well as in ordinances. Numeral 1. Here is Abraham's pious regard to God in this event, in two things. Number 1, a careful expectation of the event. Verse 27, he got up early to look toward Sodom, and to intimate that his design herein was to see what became of his prayers. He went to the very place where he had stood before the Lord, and set himself there as upon his watchtower. Habakkuk 2, verse 1. Note, when we have prayed, we must look after our prayers and observe the success of them. We must direct our prayer as a letter and then look up for an answer, direct our prayer as an arrow, and then look up to see whether it reached the mark. Psalm 5, verse 3. Our inquiries after news must be in expectation of an answer to our prayers. Number 2, an awful observation of it. He looked toward Sodom, verse 28. Not as Lot's wife did, tacitly reflecting upon the divine severity, but humbly adoring it and acquiescing in it. Thus the saints, when they see the smoke of Babylon's torment rising up forever, like Sodom's here, will say again and again, Alleluia. Revelation 19, verse 3. Those that have, in the day of grace, most earnestly interceded for sinners, will, in the day of judgment, be content to see them perish, and will glorify God in their destruction. Numeral 2, here is God's favorable regard to Abraham, verse 29. As before, when Abraham prayed for Ishmael, God heard him for Isaac. So now, when he prayed for Sodom, he heard him for Lot. He remembered Abraham and, for his sake, sent Lot out of the overthrow. Note, number 1, God will certainly give an answer of peace to the prayer of faith in His own way and time. Though for a while it seem to be forgotten, yet sooner or later it will appear to be remembered. Number 2, the relations and friends of godly people fare the better for their interest in God and intercessions with Him. It was out of respect to Abraham that Lot was rescued. Perhaps this word encouraged Moses long afterwards to pray. Exodus 32, verse 13, Lord, remember Abraham. And see Isaiah 63, verse 11. Lot's disgrace, BC 1898. And Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him. For he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Ben-Ammi. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. Here is, numeral 1, the great trouble and distress that Lot was brought into after his deliverance, verse 30. Number 1, he was frightened out of Zoar, durst not dwell there, probably because he was conscious to himself that it was a refuge of his own choosing, and that herein he had foolishly prescribed to God, and therefore he could not but distrust his safety in it, because he found it as wicked as Sodom, and therefore concluded it could not long survive it. Or perhaps he observed the rise and increase of those waters which after the conflagration, perhaps from Jordan, began to overflow the plain, and which, mixing with the ruins, by degrees made the Dead Sea. In those waters he concluded Zoar must needs perish, though it had escaped the fire, because it stood upon the same flat. Note, settlements and shelters of our own choosing, and in which we do not follow God, commonly prove uneasy to us. Number 2, he was forced to betake himself to the mountain, and to take up with a cave for his habitation there. Methinks it was strange that he did not return to Abram, and put himself under his protection, to whom he had once and again owed his safety. But the truth is, there are some good men that are not wise enough to know what is best for themselves. Observe, subscript 1, he was now glad to go to the mountain, the place which God had appointed for his shelter. Note, it is well if disappointment in our way drive us at last to God's way. Subscript 2, he that a while ago could not find room enough for himself and his stock in the whole land, but must jostle with Abraham and get as far from him as he could, is now confined to a hole in a hill, where he has scarcely room to turn himself, and there he is solitary and trembling. Note, it is just with God to reduce those to poverty and restraint who have abused their liberty and plenty. See also in Lot what those bring themselves to at last, that forsake the communion of saints for secular advantages. They will be beaten with their own rod. Numeral 2, the great sin that Lot and his daughters were guilty of when they were in this desolate place. It is a sad story. Number 1, his daughters laid a very wicked plot to bring him to sin, and theirs was doubtless the greater guilt. They contrived, under pretense of cheering up the spirits of their father in his present condition, to make him drunk, and then to lie with him, verse 31 and 32. Subscript 1. Some think that their pretense was plausible. Their father had no sons, they had no husbands, nor knew they where to have any of the holy seed, or if they had children by others, their father's name would not be preserved in them. Some think that they had the Messiah in their eye, who, they hoped, might descend from their father, for he came from Terah's elder son, who separated from the rest of Shem's posterity, as well as Abraham, and was now signally delivered out of Sodom. Their mother and the rest of the family were gone. They might not marry with the cursed Canaanites, and therefore they supposed that the end they aimed at and the extremity they were brought to would excuse the irregularity. Thus, the learned Monsieur Alex. Note, good intentions are often abused to patronize bad actions, but, subscript 2, whatever their pretense was, it is certain that their project was very wicked and vile, and an impudent affront to the very light and law of nature. Note, subpoint 1, the sight of God's most tremendous judgments upon sinners will not of itself, without the grace of God, restrain evil hearts from evil practices. One would wonder how the fire of lust could possibly kindle upon those who had so lately been the eyewitnesses of Sodom's flames. Subpoint 2. Solitude has its temptations, as well as company, and particularly to uncleanness. When Joseph was alone with his mistress, he was in danger. Chapter 39, verse 11. Relations that dwell together, especially if solitary, have need carefully to watch, even against the least evil thought of this kind, lest Satan get an advantage. Number 2. Lot himself, by his own folly and unwariness, was wretchedly overcome and suffered himself so far to be imposed upon by his own children as 2 nights together to be drunk and to commit incest. Verse 33, etc. Lord, what is man? What are the best of men when God leaves them to themselves? See here, subscript 1, the peril of security. Lot, who not only kept himself sober and chaste in Sodom, but was a constant mourner for the wickedness of the place and a witness against it, was yet in the mountain where he was alone, and as he thought quite out of the way of temptation, shamefully overtaken. Let him therefore that thinks he stands high and stands firm, take heed lest he fall. No mountain on this side the holy hill above can set us out of the reach of Satan's fiery darts. Subscript 2, the peril of drunkenness. It is not only a great sin itself, but it is the inlet of many sins. It may prove the inlet of the worst and most unnatural sins, which may be a perpetual wound and dishonor. Excellently does Mr. Herbert describe it. He that is drunken may his mother kill, big with his sister. A man may do that without reluctance when he is drunk, which when he is sober he could not think of without horror. Subscript 3. The peril of temptation from our dearest relations and friends whom we love and esteem and expect kindness from. Lot, whose temperance and chastity were impregnable against the batteries of foreign force, was surprised into sin and shame by the base treachery of his own daughters. We must dread a snare wherever we are, and be always upon our guard. Number 3. In the close, we have an account of the birth of the 2 sons or grandsons, call them which you will, of Lot, Moab, and Ammon, the fathers of 2 nations, neighbors to Israel, and which we often read of in the Old Testament. Both together are called the children of Lot, Psalm 83, verse 8. Note, though prosperous births may attend incestuous conceptions, yet they are so far from justifying them that they rather perpetuate the reproach of them and entail infamy upon posterity. Yet the tribe of Judah, of which our Lord sprang, descended from such a birth, and Ruth, a Moabitess, has a name in his genealogy. Matthew 1, verse 3 and 5. Lastly, observe that after this we never read any more of Lot nor what became of him. No doubt he repented of his sin and was pardoned. But from the silence of the Scripture concerning him, henceforward we may learn that drunkenness, as it makes men forgetful, so it makes them forgotten. And many a name which otherwise might have been remembered with respect is buried by it in contempt and oblivion. End of chapter. Recording by Ingo Breuer.
Chapter 20 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 20. Genesis chapter 20. We are here returning to the story of Abraham, yet that part of it which is here recorded is not to his honor. The fairest marbles have their flaws, and while there are spots in the sun, we must not expect anything spotless under it. The Scripture, it should be remarked, is impartial in relating the blemishes even of its most celebrated characters. We have here, numeral 1, Abraham's sin in denying his wife, and Abimelech's sin thereupon in taking her, verse 1 and 2. Numeral 2, God's discourse with Abimelech in a dream upon this occasion, wherein he shows him his error, verse 3, and accepts his plea, verse 4 through 6, and directs him to make restitution, verse 7. Numeral 3, Abimelech's discourse with Abraham, wherein he chides him for the cheat he had put upon him, verse 8 through 10. And Abraham excuses it as well as he can, verses 11 through 13. Numeral 4, the good issue of the story, in which Abimelech restores Abraham his wife, verses 14 through 16, and Abraham, by prayer, prevails with God for the removal of the judgment Abimelech was under, verse 17 and 18. Abraham's denial of his wife, BC 1898, verse 1. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country, and dwelled between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. Verse 2. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. And Abimelech king of Gerar sent, and took Sarah. Here is number 1, Abraham's removal from Mamre, where he lived nearly 20 years, into the country of the Philistines. He sojourned in Gerar, verse 1. We are not told upon what occasion he removed, whether terrified by the destruction of Sodom, or because the country round was for the present prejudiced by it, or, as some of the Jewish writers say, because he was grieved at Lot's incest with his daughters, and the reproach which the Canaanites cast upon him and his religion. For his kinsman's sake, doubtless there were some good cause for his removal. Note, in a world where we are strangers and pilgrims, we cannot expect to be always in the same place. Again, wherever we are, we must look upon ourselves but as sojourners. Number 2, his sin is denying his wife, as before, chapter 12, verse 13, which was not only in itself such an equivocation as bordered upon a lie, and which, if admitted was lawful, would be the ruin of human converse, and an inlet to all falsehood, but was also an exposing of the chastity and honor of his wife, of which he ought to have been the protector. But besides this, it had here a twofold aggravation. 1. He had been guilty of this same sin before, and had been reproved for it, and convinced of the folly of the suggestion which induced him to it, yet he returns to it. Note, it is possible that a good man may not only fall into sin, but relapse into the same sin through the surprise and strength of temptation and the infirmity of the flesh. Let backsliders repent then, but not despair. Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 22. Number 2. Sarah, as it should seem, was now with child of the promised seed, or at least in expectation of being so quickly, according to the word of God. He ought, therefore, to have taken particular care for her now, as Judges chapter 13, verse 4. Number 3. The peril that Sarah was brought into by this means. The king of Gerar sent, and took her to his house, in order to the taking of her to his bed. Note, the sin of one often occasions the sin of others. He that breaks the hedge of God's commandments opens a gap to he knows not how many. The beginning of sin is as the letting forth of water. Verse 3. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. Verse 4. But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Verse 5. Said he not unto me, She is my sister? And she, even she herself, said, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this. Verse 6. And God said unto him in a dream, Yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart, for I also withheld from thee, sinning against me. Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her. Verse 7. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. It appears by this that God revealed himself by dreams, which evidence themselves to be divine and supernatural, not only to his servants the prophets, but even to those who were out of the pale of the church and covenant. But then, usually it was with some regard to God's own people, as in Pharaoh's dream to Joseph, in Nebuchadnezzar's to Daniel, and here in Abimelech's to Abraham and Sarah, for he reproved this king for their sake. Psalms chapter 55, verse 14 and 15. Numeral 1. God gives him notice of his danger, verse 3, his danger of sin, telling him that the woman is a man's wife, so that, if he take her, he will wrong her husband. His danger of death is for sin. Thou art a dead man. And God saying so of a man makes him so. Note, every willful sinner ought to be told that he is a dead man, as the condemned malefactor and the patient whose disease is mortal are said to be so. If thou art a bad man, certainly thou art a dead man. Numeral 2. He pleads ignorance that Abraham and Sarah had agreed to impose upon him, and not to let him know that they were any more than brother and sister. Verse 6. See what confidence a man may have towards God when his heart condemns him not. 1 John chapter 3, verse 21. If our consciences witness to our integrity, and that, however, we may have been cheated into a snare, we have not knowingly and wittingly sinned against God, it will be our rejoicing in the day of evil. He pleads with God as Abraham had done, chapter 18, verse 23, Wilt thou slay a righteous nation? Verse 4, Not such a nation as Sodom, which was indeed justly destroyed, but a nation which in this matter was innocent. Numeral 3. God gives a very full answer to what he had said. Number 1. He allows his plea and admits that what he did in the integrity of his heart. Yea, I know it. Verse 6. Note, it is matter of comfort to those that are honest that God knows their honesty, and will acknowledge it, though perhaps men that are prejudiced against them either cannot be convinced of it, or will not own that they are. Number 2. He lets him know that he was kept from proceeding in the sin merely by the good hand of God upon him. I withheld thee from sinning against me. Abimelech was, hereby, kept from doing wrong, and Abraham from suffering wrong, and Sarah from both. Note, 1. There is a great deal of sin devised and designed that is never executed. As bad as things are in the world, they are not so bad as the devil and wicked men would have them. 2. It is God that restrains men from doing the ill they would do. It is not from him that there is sin, but it is from him that there is not more sin, either by his influence upon men's minds, checking their inclination to sin, or by his providence, taking away the opportunity to sin. Number 3. It is a great mercy to be hindered from committing sin. Of this God must have the glory, whoever is the instrument. 1 Samuel, chapter 25, verses 32 and 33. Number 3. He charges him to make restitution. Now therefore, not that thou art better informed, restore the man his wife. Verse 7. Note, ignorance will excuse no longer than it continues. If we have entered upon a wrong course through ignorance, this will not excuse our knowingly persisting in it. Leviticus chapter 5, verses 3 through 5. The reason why he must be just and kind to Abraham are, 1. Because he is a prophet, near and dear to God, for whom God does in particular manner concern himself. God highly resents the injuries done to his prophets, and takes them as done to himself. 2. Being a prophet, he shall pray for thee. This is a prophet's reward, and a good reward it is. It is intimated that there was great efficacy in the prayers of a prophet, and that good men should be ready to help those with their prayers that stand in need of them, and should make at least this return for the kindnesses that are done them. Abraham was accessory to Abimelech's trouble, and therefore was obliged in justice to pray for him. Number 3. It is at thy peril if thou do not restore her. Know thou that thou shalt surely die. Note, he that does wrong, whoever he is, prince or peasant, shall certainly receive for the wrong which he has done, unless he repent and make restitution. Colossians chapter 3, verse 25. No injustice can be made passable with God, no, not by Caesar's image stamped upon it. Abimelech's conduct towards Abraham, B.C. 1898, verse 8. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears, and the men were sore afraid. Verse 9. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, What hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin. Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. Verse 10. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? Verse 11. And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. Verse 12. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. Verse 13. And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is thy kindness which thou shalt show unto me. At every place whither we shall go, say of me, He is my brother. Abimelech, being thus warned of God in a dream, takes the warning, and as one truly afraid of sin and its consequences, he rises early to obey the directions given him. Numeral 1. He has a caution for his servants. Verse 8. Abraham himself could not be more careful than he was to command his household in this matter. Note, those whom God has convinced of sin and danger ought to tell others what God has done for their souls, that they also may be awakened and brought to a like holy fear. Numeral 2. He has a chiding for Abraham. Observe, number 1, the serious reproof which Abimelech gave to Abraham, verses 9 and 10. His reasoning with Abraham upon this occasion was very strong, and yet very mild. Nothing could be said better. He does not reproach him, nor insult over him. Does not he say, Is this your profession? I see, though, you will not swear, you will lie. If this be prophets, I will beg to be freed from the sight of them. But he fairly represents the injury Abraham had done him, and calmly signifies his resentment of it. 1. He calls that sin which he now found he had been in danger of a great sin. Note, even the light of nature teaches men that the sin of adultery is a very great sin, be it observed, to the shame of many who call themselves Christians, and yet make a light matter of it. Number 2. He looks upon it that both himself and his kingdom would have been exposed to the wrath of God if he had been guilty of this sin, though ignorantly. Note, the sins of kings often prove the plagues of kingdoms. Rulers should therefore, for their people's sake, dread sin. Number 3. He charges Abraham with doing that which was not justifiable in disowning his marriage. This he speaks of justly, and yet tenderly. He does not call him a liar and a cheat, but tells him he had done deeds that ought not to be done. Note, equivocation is dissimulation, however they may be palliated, and very bad things, and by no means to be admitted in any case. Number 4. He takes it as a very great injury to himself and to his family that Abraham had thus exposed them to sin. What have I offended thee? If I had been thy worst enemy, thou couldst not have done me a worse turn, nor taken a more effectual course to be revenged on me. Note, we ought to reckon that those do us the greatest unkindness in the world that any way tempt us or expose us to sin, though they may pretend friendship and offer that which is grateful enough to corrupt nature. 5. He challenges him to assign a cause for his suspecting them as a dangerous people for an honest man to live among. What sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? Verse 10. What reason hadst thou to think that if we had known her to be thy wife, thou wouldst have been exposed to any danger by it? Note: a suspicion of our goodness is justly reckoned a greater affront than a slight upon our greatness. Number 2. The poor excuse that Abraham made for himself. Number 1. He pleaded the bad opinion he had of the place. Verse 11. He thought that within himself, though he could not give any good reason for his thinking so, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and then they will slay me. 1. Little good is to be expected where no fear of God is. See Psalms chapter 36, verse 1. 2. There are many places and persons that have more of a fear of God in them than we think they have. Perhaps they are not called by our dividing name, they do not wear our badges, they do not tie themselves to that which we have an opinion of, and therefore we conclude they have not the fear of God in their hearts, which is very injurious both of Christ and Christians, and makes us obnoxious to God's judgment. Matthew chapter 7, verse 1. 3. Uncharitableness and censoriousness are sins that are the cause of many other sins. When men have once persuaded themselves concerning such and such that they have not the fear of God, they think this will justify them in the most unjust and unchristian practices toward them. Men would not do ill if they did not first think ill. 2. He excused it from the guilt of a downright lie by making it out that, in a sense, she was his sister. Verse 12. Some think she was own sister to Lot, who is called his brother Lot. Chapter 14, verse 16. Though he was his nephew, so Sarah is called his sister. But to those whom he said, "She is my sister," understood that she was so his sister, as not to be capable of being his wife, so that it was an equivocation with an intent to deceive. 3. He clears himself from the imputation of an affront designed to Abimelech in it by alleging that it had been his practice before, according to an agreement between him and his wife, when they first became sojourners. Verse 13. When God caused me to wander from my father's house, then we settled this matter. Note: 1. God is to be acknowledged in all our wanderings. 2. Those that travel abroad and converse much with strangers, as they have need of the wisdom of the serpent, so it is requisite that that wisdom be ever tempered with the innocence of the dove. It may, for aught I know, be suggested that God denied to Abraham and Sarah the blessing of children so long to punish them for this sinful compact, if they will not own their marriage. Why should God own it? But we may suppose that after this reproof which Abimelech gave them, they agreed never to do so again. And then presently we read, chapter 21, verse 1 and 2, that Sarah conceived. Verse 14. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen, and men servants and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. Verse 15. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before thee, dwell where it pleaseth thee. Verse 16. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with thee, and with all other. Thus she was reproved. Verse 17. So Abraham prayed unto God, and God healed Abimelech, and his wife, and his maidservants, and they bare children. Verse 18. For the Lord had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech, because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. Here is, numeral 1, the kindness of a prince which Abimelech showed to Abraham. See how unjust Abraham's jealousies were. He fancied that if they knew that Sarah was his wife, they would kill him. But when they did know it, instead of killing him, they were kind to him, frightened at least to be so by the divine rebukes they were under. Number 1. He gives them his royal license to dwell where he pleased in his country, courting his stay because he gives him his royal gifts. Verse 14. Sheep and oxen, and, verse 16, 1,000 pieces of silver. This he gave when he restored Sarah, either 1, by way of satisfaction for the wrong he had offered to do in taking her to his house. When the Philistines restored the ark, being plagued for detaining it, they sent a present with it. The law appointed that, when restitution was made, something should be added to it. Leviticus chapter 6, verse 5. Or 2, to engage Abraham's prayer for him, not as if prayers should be bought and sold, but we should endeavor to be kind to those of whose spiritual things we reap. 1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 11. Note, it is our wisdom to get and keep an interest with those that have an interest in heaven, and to make those our friends who are the friends of God. 3. He gives to Sarah good instruction, tells her that her husband, her brother he calls him, to upbraid her with calling him so, must be to her a covering of the eyes. That is, she must look at no other, nor desire to be looked at by any other. Note, yokefellows must be to each other for a covering of the eyes. The marriage covenant is a covenant with the eyes, like Job's. Chapter 31, verse 1. Numeral 2. The kindness of a prophet, which Abraham showed to Abimelech, he prayed for him, verse 17 and 18. This honor God would put upon Abraham that, though Abimelech had restored Sarah, yet the judgment he was under should be removed upon the prayer of Abraham, and not before. Thus God healed Miriam, when Moses, whom she had most affronted, prayed for her, Numbers chapter 12, verse 13, and was reconciled to Job's friends, when Job, whom they had grieved, prayed for them, Job chapter 42, verse 8 through 10, and so did, as it were, give it under his hand, that he was reconciled to them. Note, the prayers of good men may be a kindness to great men, and ought to be valued. End of chapter 20.